live. We'll do it live. Welcome. I think I'm live. I'm not entirely sure. Are we live? Talk to me, people. If we've got anyone here, is it all working? How's the audio? It would be lovely to get a bit of feedback on, pun intended, on the audio. That would help out quite a lot. Fernando, welcome, my friend. Greetings from Spain. It's 1 a.m. over there. I usually make my streams a little bit later than this, actually. Usually a little bit later than this. So yeah, right in a shit time for you. But yeah, I'm gonna swap it up. I don't have a specific time just yet. It's kind of a little bit sporadic, a little bit willy-nilly, all over the place. All right, let's get settled in. Got the old caffeine. And I'm bloody excited for this one. Rod here. Hey, 7 a.m. where you're at. Nice one. Early morning starts. It's 10:30 a.m. here. So it's a little bit earlier than what I usually do, but I thought I'd swap it up a little bit, change up the time zones, because I've been pretty consistent with the 12:30 p.m. where I'm at. CMG. Hello, Overlord Daddy. Hello, CMG. Great to see you. If you don't get that reference, shame on you. It's from the chat that I had with my good friend and co-host of the Make Now Think Later podcast, #shameless plug, on last stream. I think that was last stream. Hello, Overlord. All right, so I've got the latency with chat a little bit lower. So I don't know how the quality is. Can you let me know how the audio is going and all that good stuff, please? That would be fan-bloody-tastic. So today I would really love to... So I've just been playing around with this guy. It's going to be a part of a reel, like an Instagram reel, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, whatever. But playing around with different lighting scenarios. So you sort of... And kind of proving, well, not proving, but like demonstrating, because I get this question asked a lot. How do you choose the right skin color, right, or a skin tone? And my argument to that, or my rebuttal, or my answer to that is there's no such thing as the correct skin tone. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for here, and I would love to actually today, if I can wrangle it. I think I want to actually sculpt this guy, or do the best I can to sculpt this guy within the stream, because he's got the simple shapes that we can start to play around with, and I want to even like demonstrate to those 2D artists out there, like those predominantly only 2D artists, how beneficial 3D work is. All right, like just wrapping your head around doing some 3D sculpting, just cracking open some of these free tools that you've got at your disposal. Oh, we're living in a great time, people. It's bloody fantastic. So, let me just get my face out the way. Let me go to the full scene here. Now, what I kind of want to do is draw this guy again from scratch, because this isn't finished, this isn't rendered up, but just to do something on stream, draw him from scratch. Going to be very similar pose, very similar all that sort of stuff, and just paint him up. Not going to do a super duper amount of sort of explanations necessarily. You know, actually, I lie. There's going to be tangent times all over the place. it's a Ben Eblin stream after all. So yeah, we're just gonna have some fun with it. Going to do all sorts of fun stuff. And yeah, and as I said, I've got the latency down on the chat, so I should be a little bit more responsive. But I want to test this out. So this is going to be a little bit of a test as well to see how the quality is on the final stream itself, if you know what I mean. So I'm just trying to have a look here, but it's just sort of loading for me. All right, let's get back to chat. Zach, what brush do you use for painting? Love your art style. Thank you so much, Zach. And that's it's sort of like, how long's a piece of string kind of thing. Like, it really depends on the painting, but I'll show you all the brushes and everything that I'm going to use for today's session, right? I want to try and be a little bit more textural, right? I want to have some fun with some of the textures. I think that'll be good. Audio's pretty good. Fantastic. Orkin, hey, welcome. Enrique, welcome back, my friend. I've been well. I've been doing well. I've been really looking forward to this stream, actually. Really looking forward to sort of getting back into it. Cameron, welcome. Sam, hello. We're going to have Sam joining us in a few hours. He's going to be helping out with chat as we go. This guy looks like me laughing at my own jokes. Fernando, you're a gem, my friend. Thank you so much. You have a pair of questions. Where have you worked and what did you study? All right, before I start answering questions, I want to get stuck into the flow of things, right? I will answer both of those questions. And but we've got to think about marketing a little bit here. We've got to make this interesting for people that are coming in to the stream. So I'm going to crack open Pure Ref. I want something visually pleasing, not just me, right? So I want to maybe use my own work as reference. We're getting very meta in here. Use my own work as reference. So it's like, okay, this is the kind of thing that we're going to be doing, right? Instead of just this first little bit when it's just going to be a sketch where it's just nothing, right? So this is, and I got to then make it clear eventually down the road that this is my original stuff, so it's not sort of taken from anywhere. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. No point stressing about stuff that hasn't happened yet. All right, let's get a brush here. Oh, this sounds very noir, like everything just goes black and white. Okay, so this is the brushes I'm using. Okay, so listen up, everyone. Brushes before we ask all the questions, and it's going to be asked time again, and it is what it is. Ahmen Aldoori's brush set from his Gumroad. Go check it out. I believe it's free. This one, at the time that I got this one, it was free. He's got updated ones, I'm sure, if you get his Meds Map course. But this is the one that I'm using. All right, and the only updates I'm going to be doing to it is, look, string quality is looking cool. The only updates I'm going to be doing to it is the shape dynamics. I want that to be pen pressure so I can get the thick and thin. Right, I'm just going to use this. Nothing fancy. It's literally an elliptical brush. I could make this myself, right? So I might keep a bit of this texture in the background as well. That's kind of like cool. I don't hate that. And let's get started, shall we? That's enough bloody jibber jabber. I want to get rid of this little thing. Oh, it's a part of the background. Ugh. Hold on. Look at that. Magic. It's gone. Okay. So, for this one, I should really warm up. I did promise myself that I was going to warm up on these streams. Alright. Let's do some quick warm-ups. I'm just going to crack open Pinterest really quick. Bear with me. Gonna crack open Pinterest so you can see what I'm doing. Let's throw her in there, and I'm going to try and attribute if they're on here the artists as well. Sometimes it's hard on Pinterest without like a sort of reverse Google image search and that kind of stuff. But for those of you that are watching this later, please pop in the comments if I miss someone. Let's go to my character, my 3D character Pinterest board. I really like this one. These are some of the ones that I've gotten recently. So this is by Chad Stubfield. Bloody legend. Now, let's also... What am I going for today? Because I'm actually really looking forward to doing some sculpting today. All right, testing some things out, testing some workflows out. I like this one. Makar Maliki. Let's check that out. All right, that'll give us just enough just to get some warm-ups going. Nothing too bloody fancy. And let's get cracking with it, shall we? All right, warm-up time. Okay, I'm just looking at shapes here, and it's cool because we can break down this hair into some real simple shapes. But I also want this marketing to be here, so I want to be like, okay, this is the main thing that we're going to be working on. All right, but I would like to work on this lady here at the same time. So let's scooch this over. And I've drawn on the bloody same layer. That's going to happen. All right. So, Fernando. Your question, where have you worked and what did you study? So, I'm assuming we're just talking about in the art space, right? You don't want to know my whole history where I was a bloody swimming instructor. And then I've laid carpets for a very short time because I hated that. Then... So if we just jump straight to art stuff, it's mainly been freelance, but it's not even been a focus of mine from the art side of things. Up until this whole Instagram stuff, really. Like, it's honestly just in the last few months, this like art in this format has become my full-time income, you know? So it's been a pretty crazy ride so far, and I'm hoping it's going to get crazier soon. We keep up this this YouTube stuff. Fingers crossed this sort of gets even more fun, which is kind of crazy because it's freaking fun at the moment. I'm loving it. Anyway, I digress. So, yeah, up until a few months ago, my main focus was on my tech startup, software startup. So my background's in software development and design, which you could say is art as well. I would classify that as art. But, so I've been working on an app for a very long time. And through that, I would do like little illustration bits and pieces because I do contract work as well on the side while I was building the software. And for clients, I'd do a little bit of illustration work, like if they wanted some illustrations for like some presentations or whatever. And that's really it. And then it was just like word of mouth with like a couple of friends that, like one of my first like real ones, like pieces of work was for a friend, Paladin Amber, on Twitch, where she asked me to do her character as like a chibi, so it wasn't really my style necessarily, but I could figure it out. And sort of get it to a point where it looked like the sort of the style that she was after. And that was kind of my first foray, like proper foray, where I like utilized my artistic side, my drawing side of things. And then then I started posting to Instagram, and long story short, here we are. So And did you study? I studied industrial design in university, and I dropped out after about a year. And then I continued to self-study, going to courses, just like sort of once-off courses, online study, you know. And reading a lot and a shit ton of practicing as well. Alright, so I'm just getting my hand-eye coordination cranking this morning. Alrighty. So your previous avatar streams and studies, magnificent. Appreciate it, Cameron. CMG, now I want to hear about your swimming, my swimming instructor era. It was a fucking nightmare. Hated it. Absolutely hated it. It was, not fun. But it was just one of those things. It was like, all right, I should really do something. And for whatever reason, it was just like, oh, swim instructing sounds like an all right idea. God knows why. And it wasn't that the kids weren't all right. They were all right. They were just kids, all right? I don't know if you guys have ever done swimming, gone to swimming school or whatever. You're excited as shit going into the session. Like, there's no calming you down. You're like, bloody hell, if you don't have a pool at home, that's what I was like. I was like, oh, frick, this is like the one time a week I get to have fun in the pool, and you're telling me that I have to do this thing and I have to do that. Like, I get it. But then, like, the parents started to get all bloody shitty if their kid wasn't progressing. I'm like, well, you know what, lady? If your kid stops bobbing his head up and down underneath the water and listens to what I'm saying, maybe he'll get a little bit better. I never said that, but that's what I was thinking. So then, that fizzled out real quick. Kamal, my apologies, my friend. I'm not entirely sure what that says, but I will. I'd have to do a little bit of a translate on that one. If you could throw that through translate and chuck that into English, that would be fantastic. Instead of me sort of stopping and starting and that kind of stuff. I'd usually do that, but I'm kind of just want to get stuck into the arty-farty side of this stream. All right, so now I'm just looking at real simple shapes at the moment. I'm actually working on, let me step back a little bit. I'm doing some workshops for Ahmen School, which has been, we did the first session the other day. So the other day is about a week ago. Freaking fun. I'm loving doing workshops, you know, like they're so much fun. And I'm trying to come up with ways to explain how I'm thinking. All right. Because it's tricky. It's a tricky thing. It's like a skill in itself trying to explain what the hell that's going on in here, instead of just like, oh, draw a line here and draw a line here. It's I'm trying to come up with ideas and ways to actually explain my thought process with a lot of this stuff. And one of the ways that I came up with was to talk about the flip-flopping between my 2D brain and my 3D brain, right? For example, at the very beginning, you notice a lot of this is just very 2D shapes, right? It's very 2D centric. But as soon as I start doing things like this, like if we take this, I'm not sure what you'd call these like coils, these hair coils, there's probably a name for them. This is 2D, right? This is like a rectangle at the moment. But as soon as I do this, and as soon as I sort of take away the top and I start doing this sort of stuff, I'm using my 3D brain, right? So you can, it's sort of flip, it's like a slider, right? I'll show you. I actually coded up a little slider on my website to try and demonstrate this. To show, okay, we're looking at 2D first, then we're sort of going into 3D. Right? And you can do that with anything. It can be hands, a cow, a tree, a camera, or whatever. Right? So I'm trying to, and I'll get better at giving analogies and explaining my thought process. But the cool thing is, because all of these students, they're 3D centric, right? They're all coming from the 3D land. So they understand like the simple primitive shapes to a certain degree, even more so than say like a 2D student might, or a 2D artist might, if they're just starting out, if you know what I mean. So it's an interesting trying to swap my thinking and my examples, because I'm like, oh, you guys know what wireframe is, like what topology is, you know, like figuring out that this is like the leading edge of, say, the cheek and that kind of thing, to turn this into a 3D form and blah, blah, blah. So it's interesting. It's a really, really fun sort of process to analyze my thinking and not just relying on, because it's easy to do well, not easy, but it's easy to start saying just like, oh, just draw a rectangle here and draw a rectangle here, and then we do lines around. It's like, yeah, well, that's kind of technically true, but it's like, I like to understand the why of stuff. Like, why am I doing this shit? Like, what's the purpose? And I'm thinking of basically all these things. Like, if I'm trying to explain it here, I'm in a bit of a chatty Cathy mood today, if you haven't realized. But so this is like a cylinder to begin with, and then if I don't want it so like robotic, then I can start to use that underlying cylinder as like a guide for some of this hair, right? And then I'm going to bounce around. So again, this is a warm-up. I'm not going to spend too much time on this one. But yeah, anyway, I don't even know where did that bloody kick off from. From what did you study? That's where it kicked off from. So that's where you can guarantee this is going to go all over the place today. We're going to be talking about all sorts of stuff. All right, so it's not going to be lessons necessarily. It's just going to be little tidbits, not structured. It's just going to be, hopefully, a bunch of fun. And if you sort of get out your tablets and your sketchbooks and whatever, feel free to draw along with me, because, I mean, it's, I don't know, if you want to. All right. Hello from Brazil. Alan, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Roger, how long does it usually take for you to make an illustration? Again, it's how long's a piece of string, you know? I mean, this is, if I wanted this to be finished and just be like, all right, this is a sketch, it took me, 10 minutes? Something like that. Or if I'm doing a certain rendering style, that might take even longer. You know, so it's kind of it really, really depends. Annoying answer, I know, but it is what it is. Fred, hey Ben, love your content. Appreciate it, Fred. I'm trying to improve my digital painting skills, centered around character design. What sort of study methods helped you the most? Color, value studies, projects, books. Yeah, all of those things. Yes, yes, and yes. So it's, I have a lot of thoughts around sort of study only through my own experience. So this is everything that I say here. Again, disclaimer, is my own opinions. They are not right. They are not wrong. I mean, they could be wrong. They could be right. It's take whatever's useful and leave the rest, you know. But from my experience, the most useful study tool, like yes, color studies and bits and pieces are very important, but get a bunch of reference of artists that you like and do your best while you're doing all this more academic side of things like understanding values and color and how light works and that kind of thing. See if you can break down, instead of doing like a color study and just like copying it one to one. So you've got like this, all right, and then you got this, and then you just copy it one to one, and then you do your best to sort of make everything exactly the same. Why not? Well, I think it's more important to, you've got artwork A. Yes, copy artwork A and do the best you can, but then very soon after, create your own thing with a, like this artwork's style or the thing that you're studying. Maybe it was line work. Maybe it was color, values, whatever. The sooner that you can throw it into context, like the things that you're learning into context, the better. And the best way to do that, and the trickiest, one of the trickier things to do, because it's, you've got to think a lot with this. It's not just mindless like sketching and just going la 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 la. This is fun, blah 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 blah. You can be thinking that it could be fun, right? And I'll almost guarantee you it's going to be a shit ton of fun. But you've really got to think and intellectualize your decision making. Why am I making this line here? Why am I doing these certain things? Particularly if you're studying from like someone and they've got a particular style, you know. So it's so that would be kind of like a keystone practice, is to take artists that you love and take parts of their work, try and reverse engineer what they're doing, be like, all right, just ask a lot of questions and then throw it into your own work very soon after. Don't wait for this. Like, it's easy just to be like, okay, cool, I copied it, it looks pretty much the same, on to the next one. Use what you learned and throw it into your own context, because that just helps solidify stuff so much. And it's freaking, it's trickier. It's trickier than just copying it one to one, you know. All right, so this is just a warm up. Nice little warm up. Sort of looking at some of these shapes in here, not being too precious with anything. They're called Bantu knots. Thank you very much, artist 0695. Bantu knots. You learn something new every day, eh? Ideally. So these are wicked. Right, so I'm just throwing in some value. This is just warm ups. I'm just getting my hand and my eye reintroducing themselves after my sleep last night. Saying, hey, remember we do this? And they're like, yeah, oh yeah, how you doing? Good to see you. I haven't seen you since yesterday. I'm going to simplify this ear. Cool. This gives me like intergalactic vibes. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I haven't actually seen it yet, but I've seen the artwork. It's freaking sick. Cool. All right. That's fine for a first little warm up. Cool. Throw her in the corner. I might knock down this background just so it's a little bit clearer, value-wise, so you can see the sketch a little better. T. Millie, welcome. Do you have any tips to learn all of the art fundamentals? Oh, my Lanta. That is a very broad question. I don't know how to answer that, to be honest. One thing that I like to do if I'm learning fundamentals is to try and make it fun. So, yes, there comes times where you have to draw the circles and the squares in perspective, or the cubes and blah, 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 and that's like a fundamental thing. Then you throw in the core shadow and this and that, and it's very sort of academic. That I find that fun personally. So if you can foster a love for the fundamentals, that would be beneficial. It might not come overnight, but it's like once you see how useful they actually are, it's just like, oh shit, this is like really fun, because it like unlocks up possibilities and freedom. But yeah, try and like say if you, again, it's kind of similar to what I was saying about the character stuff. Like if you got a circle or like a sphere, and then you're like, okay, I've got to understand where the light source is coming from and blah, blah, blah. And there's a car shadow and this and that and etc., etc. Instead of doing like 50 million of those, do a few of these until you start getting it looking right on the sphere. And then try it on, like just make it fun somehow. Maybe like draw Kirby. Like I can't remember what Kirby looks like. Draw Kirby and do that. You know what I mean? Draw a head and do that, right? A simplified head. Maybe get like a Disney character or someone that has like simplified features, and try and translate what you've learned onto what you're interested in. And I think that's like a cool way to get things to stick as well, because some of this stuff can be pretty dry. Whoa. That was not expecting the singing. Alright, I'm noodling on this one. This is not what I was planning on. So next, warm up. Let's do the grandma from whatchamacallit. You know what I'm talking about. Moana, depending on your accent. All right, let's change this music, hey? Not for me. Christmas is over, my friends. All right. So let's continue the warm-up. Again, thinking about that, what I was talking about with the 2D and 3D shapes, right? The 2D and 3D thinking, flipping back and forth in my mind. I see like a diamond here. I'm looking past all the detail and I see a diamond, right? Or like an inkling of kind of like a diamond shape. And then I see like a half a circle, and I see some squiggly bits, right? And then I see like a neck. And then that is the base that I'm going off of. And it just helps me compartmentalize a lot of this stuff. Then you got like I see like a cylinder where the flower will sit in 3D space, right? Eventually. And I see the ear and the little earring, and then I see where the center line might be. And the center line's not in the center of the face. She's looking to her left, our right, depending on how it's flipped. And then I see like another cylinder for the necklace. Right. So this is how I like to sort of just break things down and have some fun with it, you know. Let's have a look at a good old chat. Okay, Inside Baseball here. YouTube is asking me, now would be a good time to insert ads. I don't know about that. I think now's a good time to just continue to keep drawing, YouTube. What do you think I am? Let's have a look. Sorry, I'm just getting back to chat. Gator, yo. Good to see you again, my friend. Rodya, one of the things I love about your stuff is how you explain stuff. You don't just tell us do this, do that, if you know what I mean. Yeah, look, that's how I like to learn. I'm never content with that when people are telling me anything, right? I've learned this through learning how to code. Like I learned to code myself, right? Learning about marketing, learning about a little bit about sort of video editing and that kind of things. I don't want to have to rely on the teacher or the person to have to be there, or like I want to be self-sufficient, you know? And that's kind of how I like to learn, and I guess that's coming through with my explanations, which is cool. Because I wouldn't have it any other way, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. Just do this and just do that. It's like, yeah, fucking why? Talk to me. Give me all the secrets. And the real secret is there are no secrets. As far as I know, I haven't found them yet. But if there are, you best know I got your back. I'll let you know. Alright, another thing with all like the centerline stuff, right? This used to bloody do my head in. Like fucking no one's business. Is you notice how we've got the centerline, I threw that initial centerline in here. Really all that's giving me is this like front plane of the forehead. After that, this goes to shit, alright? This doesn't tell me anything. It goes like through the middle of the face and it's like, okay, what, am I using this line for anything? Fuck no. Feck no. I've got to then think about that center line coming over the nose, right? It's going to undulate in and out. Right, now that gives me some context of what's going on. All right. And I can erase it back and sort of knock it back and start thinking about, okay, I've got this 2D diamond shape. How do I start bringing this into the 3D world? All right, so I think about this leading edge. Artists, find what you like to draw, love it enough to grind through the parts you don't find fun. Yeah, 100%. Agree, artist 0695. CMG, we asked Ben what his favourite colour is, and then he'll go on a tangent about the whole rainbow. Look, CMG, you're not wrong. You've been in enough streams to know that is a possibility, but I feel like a more accurate thing would be like, the rainbow is an illusion. It's not even there. I wouldn't even go into some fucking existential tangent. This is all an illusion. There's no real colour. It's just our perception that our brains make up chemically. Is it even there in the first place? It's really just our eyeballs interpreting light. Right? Some animals just can only see like UV light. So yeah, we can go off into some tangents with a capital T. But that's fun. I like thinking about some of that stuff just for funsies. All right. So see how this is sort of coming into the 3D world. All right, and she's sort of poking her mouth out a little bit, going like she's really happy. So I'm also looking at the proximity of the lips compared to the nose, right? Which is going to indicate the expression. Like these kind of sculpts, right? They're freaking awesome to study from, particularly if you want to do like more stylized stuff, because this is what it is. It's like stylized, and then you can sort of break down the decision making. Like this nose is a particular shape. These eyes, like the way that when she smiles, like her bottom eyelids come all the way up, and sort of you don't even really see her eyes at all. Right. So this is ugly, or pretty like ugly at the moment, but I'm using this to understand. I'm not trying to do anything pretty. This is study times. CMG not complaining that. Oh, good. Frenchie, what's up, my friend? Welcome. Fred, that makes a lot of sense. I spent a lot of time doing one-to-one studies, but I haven't really tried to reapply what I've learned. I always struggle making my own decisions. Thanks for the advice. My absolute pleasure. Because it's not the easy thing, but it's the sort of, it makes sense, right? If I want to draw like this, copy this thing. But then what? Then when you want to do your own thing, you're like, oh shit, where do I start? You've got to start intellectualizing a lot of this stuff. Start understanding why. Why? Asking why all the bloody time. Be that like annoying kid. Like, why? Because this. Why? But be an annoying kid to yourself. Alright, so then if we just want to do simple shapes for the flower, just go, alright, this petal's going to go off in this direction, this direction, kind of. So it's going to be all based around the perspective that I've made here. Alright, then you got this little bit here, and then we're coming down here, got the squigglies, but I'll just block this as like one whole dark shape. Alright. Alright, instead of having to look angry, it's a very fine line with the eyebrows. I'm going to have them turned up a little bit. Just a tad, so it makes her less angry and more like, Alright, that'll kind of do. I mean, I'm not happy with it, but it is what it is. We got to get onto the main stuff of this stream, the main focus of this stream. Alright, throw a bit of shadow in here. Maybe a little bit of shadow in here. Alright. Schween, sleep is important. Sleep is super bloody important. I never used to think that, but knowing a little bit more about the science of it all, 100%. She's giving me like turtle vibes, actually. Like old wise turtle vibes. I wonder if that was a consideration. Just these simple shapes here. Alright, okay. Look, not the prettiest of... Like, so this is what we can do, right? See, I'm going in tangents in my own bloody head. Now we understand the structure of things. We can like have her open her eyes. Right. Now we can have, like, we can make things up now because we have understanding. Can have a look at it in certain, like, different ways, you know. So yeah, we can have a lot of fun with understanding. It's freedom, baby. But that'll do. That's enough rabbiting on. Let's throw these in the corner. And let's get started on old mate here. So again, for those of that are just joining, I'm going to redraw this guy that I drew the other day. I'm going to paint him up, do some lighting, fun study times with him. And then I want to sculpt him. I want to see how far, because he's got very simple geometric shapes. He'll be a fun one, and hopefully a quicker one to sculpt. Not to perfection, but to a somewhat passable degree, and then maybe we can try putting different materials on him and blah, blah, blah. So it's going to be a big exploration today. And I am looking forward to it. All right. Intergalactic's a pretty fun movie. I'll have to check it out. Orkin. The design of Intergalactic is very good. 100%. I highly recommend checking out some Instagram. Like if you search Intergalactic art or something like that, a lot of the concept artists have posted their stuff on there, like about them working on it, and it's freaking beautiful. And you can just see their thinking behind all the decisions and bits and pieces of like the character design, how they got a little bit of the likeness of Kid Cudi and all that. Like I highly recommend checking that out for sure. All right, so see, you can even like, this is, I guess this is what gesture is. I'm still trying to define some of these things myself, right? But if I was like, so this is my work, but if I was looking at getting a gesture of old mate here, you can kind of see him already. Even a little bit of that inkling of the smile, right? It's weird. Chris, aka Mr. Talent. I love your stylized drawings first off, and I brought you a course. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you get a ton out of it. But I'm still finding it hard to stylize from reference. Any help on how to overcome that? So it's kind of taking it a step further of what I'm talking about with studying your style inspirations, right? So what you can do is study the style that you want to do, right? And say if you're studying like shape design here, for example, this gives me almost what's his face? Hercules vibes, this guy, for some reason, right? I can't put exactly my finger on it, but it's probably the shape language that they used in the movie is very similar to this sort of, and it just came out that way. I wasn't sort of going for that. But say if you wanted to use the shape language from that movie, for example, right? What I would do is I'd do some studies, right? Then I'd do some on my own. And then I'd get a piece of reference and where I've sort of made decisions, or you can see the decisions that they make with the eyes or even the head shape to begin with. See if you can translate that onto the reference. So if you have someone's face and their head shape, how can you simplify that into someone's style? And if you do that with enough people's styles, you start to create your own style, right? It's really a matter of just a style, and that sort of stuff is just a collection of your influences and what you've practiced. And like I've got a bit of JC Leyendecker in here. I'm not comparing myself to him by any means, or any of these people that I'm going to mention, but it's sort of some of my influences, right? So it's like JC Leyendecker, like with some of the painting style. Then I've got a little bit of Max Grecke here, just with like the really over the top kind of shapes. Like it's just a collection of my influences at this point in time. And the cool thing is you can evolve. You can change stuff. Like, that's the exciting thing. Roger, I did something similar to the sphere thing to make it more fun. I added a cute little face on it. There you go. Even little things like that, just like have fun with it. It shouldn't be a freaking drag, you know? It's got to be like exciting. Like you get to draw. You get to paint, you get to explore, and we've got all these tools to like learn. We've got all these courses out there. We've got all these YouTube videos. It's like, frick, man. What a time to be alive, hey? Chris, I can definitely redraw what you're drawing, but I can't create it on my own. That's yeah. That comes with a lot of practice as well, and a lot of frustration, and it's going to happen. So just be prepared for that. But again, it's intellectualizing a lot of stuff, right? And that's the thing with that tutorial. I wouldn't call it a course. I'm going to be coming out with some courses this year. It's a tutorial on a specific character, which I think is super valuable, and I highly recommend picking it up if you want to sort of dive deeper. But every person's face or every character's face is going to be slightly different. Right, and there's things that I'm thinking about in different scenarios which I'd like to highlight in a course and like go more into more of the why to help explain some of that stuff. CMG. Artistic Spartan. Some of these usernames, bloody creative. I'm just like boring. Could you do a breakdown of Elsa? I'm not making any promises. Maybe. When? I don't know. Am I going to do it? I don't know. I kind of just want to do things that kind of excite me, and I'm not sure if Elsa really sort of gets my creative juices going. She may do. You never know. So stay tuned. Pixel Stories. For your sculpts, are there any guides or tutorials you could recommend for beginners? Off the top of my head, I can't think, because there's a lot of sort of moving parts I've found until you understand the larger concepts. But once I get to the sculpting stage, maybe my something will click, like a few bells will ring, and I can sort of give you some resources that helped me. But off the top of my head, I can't think of a particular video or anything, because it's kind of like a mishmash of different courses and videos and bits and pieces that I've found helpful. So there's ones that like teach you how to like the specific tools of Blender, right, with the sculpting, and it's like, cool, that's more like technical. And then I'll look at ZBrush artists where I actually like the art and how they break down their thought process, and then I'll try and translate that to Blender and that workflow and etc. So yeah. It's a lot more of an untapped, I think, topic than say digital art, right? Digital art has been around for a freaking lot, like Photoshop and blah, 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 but it's just only recently kind of become pretty accessible to a lot of people, the whole sculpting side of stuff, which is, so it's going to be super fun to explore more of that, I tell you what. And this head's going to be slightly different than this one. I'm fine with that. I've got no issues. I really enjoyed doing the open mouth because you can see some of the structure of the teeth. All right, I want to change up this music. I want to sort of bring a different vibe. All right, we'll just go funk. Yeah, look. Yeah, it'll do. It'll do. This also gives me Mr. Incredible vibes from The Incredibles. All right, particularly this nose. Let's keep him over here because I'm trying to think as well. Time-lapse wise and content-wise, it's something to think about how I'm going to utilize some of these clips potentially for the old social medias. He gives me, he's more on the goofy side as well, which is fun. I might even change up his facial hair eventually, maybe not, I don't know. You coming along for the ride with me? Alright. It's a good place to merge it down. Do the old opacity drop. Steph, welcome. I found your channel yesterday. Hi, welcome, Steph. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, look, the whole like low latency chat is of no use because I'm freaking I'm behind on chat at the moment, but that's okay. I'll get to all of the messages, and Sam will be helping us out later on in stream as well. I mean, we could even do a little bit of that Deadpool thing where he's got that little thing at the end, the back of his head. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I like that or not. We will see. We will see. Put a tiny bit of smoothing on there. All right, now let's clean up some of these lines, because the cleaner I get my lines, the cleaner my thinking is about the shapes that I'm putting down, and the easier it is to make sense of the rendering when we come to that. I might even make him a little bit more. See, we can use some of the things that we've learnt from the warm-up even, like her eyebrows up a little bit. Maybe we do a little bit more of that. So it makes him more happy, more joyful, just ever so slightly. And this is where utilizing the things that we've learnt. We're not just going through the motions. We've got to be thinking. Flipperoo. to do? Do I want to? Let's keep it pretty similar to where we're at. Eyes wise. He's going to have his cheek here. So these are all opportunities, right? These are opportunities to show form, right? If we think about the wireframe, these are all sort of just juicy little opportunities to cast shadows and do all sorts of fun stuff. You notice there's not too many like hard, because he's more of a friendly character, right? That I wanted him to be more of a friendly character. So there's not too many sort of sharp edges. Everything's kind of rounded off, except for the nose, right? There's a pretty hard like triangle there, but even the teeth, right? There's no like real sharp kind of things. They're all like rounded off. And that's things that I've been thinking about more so from the character side of things as well. What shapes can I use to convey the personality more so? Which is, again, fun to explore. Alright, so just cleaning up our thinking. This is so therapeutic. I freaking love doing line work. I mean, this is quicker. This is faster line work. This isn't super. I'd actually like to get a little bit more into line work and sort of discover it more and do some more like cross-hatching sort of stuff and more comic booky kind of things, but in my style, and then render it in different ways. Like that could be kind of fun, I reckon. So almost give him like a little bit of like a buck tooth, which makes him feel a little bit more friendly, almost like Bugs Bunny-esque, you know? Making him friendly. And I could pretty quickly turn him like not friendly, which could be part of his personality. So maybe that's another stream. But for now, I don't even know what to call him. Now, I actually did want to, something that I don't like about this is this ambiguousness with the cheek here. I'd like to get a little bit more clarity shape-wise with the cheek. So I can do that here. And maybe give him a little bit of a dimple, like a secondary crease there. Oh my god, this time-lapse is going to be fucking like wow, 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 wow. But it is what it is. That's how I work. I like to keep zoomed out for as long as possible. All right. Back to chat. I actually find this good to like take breaks, go to chat, come back. Gives me a moment just to take a beat. Sugar Beats, welcome. Doing some watercolor while I watch. Has the bird ever visited you again? So, quick context on that. We had a magpie, a native Australian bird, visit us the other day, last week I think it was. Very tame. You could sit next to it, wouldn't go anywhere. It was like really chilled sort of bird. And we sort of gave it water and a bit of food and whatever, just to make sure it was a really hot day as well. So we wanted to sort of make sure it was all right. And my partner, she sort of put out feelers on the on Facebook groups and stuff for like local pets and bits and pieces, and it found its owner. So she sent us photos, and it was a good ending. But magpies are very, very intelligent birds. They're like super, super intelligent. They are not dum-dums. I mean, I'm sure just like humans, there are some dum-dums, but... All right, so this can give us a good little foundation to start throwing in some color. Now, I like him being blue. Am I influenced by the avatar streams? Possibly. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. All right, so let's start. I mean, it's not super, super clean line work, but it'll do. It'll allow me to get the basic shapes. And we got our reference here. So we got this light coming from the top right here, which is going to be fun as to start going to Render Town. Cameron, I see you have a taste for freeform jazz. I actually do. I do like the old jazz. I like jazz piano in particular. Aquarius, welcome. Toki, you're currently having dinner. You'll be back later. I wonder if you're back now. Krusty. Yo, my first time catching you live. I've seen your art and you're quite an idol for me. Oh, man. Currently studying anatomy myself in college, and your intelligent perspective on it really inspires me. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that, for the kind words. That honestly means a lot. But also, don't idolize me. I'm just a dude. We're all just dudes and ladies and whatever you are, right? It's not, I really, like with the art side of stuff, I don't like, or really anyone putting anyone up on like pedestals. It's a skill. I wasn't born with this, right? I didn't pop out of my mum being like, where's Photoshop? Give me the layer modes. Give me, I know what bounce light is. See? And then, you know what I mean? One, Photoshop and tablets probably weren't good enough back then. So who knows what could have happened. But it's a skill, just like everything. Everyone can, we're just people at the end of the day. That's one thing that I've found is not just realizing that, like, I've met some pretty bloody successful people, like in business and content creation and that sort of stuff, and you quickly realize they're just people, just like you and I. And yeah, no stress about anything. Just it's all skills. It can all be learnt. And the main thing is to bloody have fun with it. It sounds like, oh yeah, just have fun with it, but honestly, I learn the most when I'm having the most amount of fun. Right? I get into flow, and it's just Rinaldi, hello sir, hello to you, sir or madam. Creste. If you don't mind me asking, dear Ben, very polite, I appreciate it. I'm also practicing stylized anatomy here and there. Do you perhaps have a Discord where I can send it in for critiques? Now, I'm not doing critiques in the Discord because I can't make promises on... I'm just pretty time poor at the moment. But that's probably the only situation where I might open up a Patreon or something, where it's like, okay, if you want a critique or like a mentorship of some kind, or etc., etc., that's where Patreon makes sense to me. Other than that, I don't see myself opening up a Patreon. I've got my Gumroad, and that's that. And I see myself going down more of a course route, but I do want to actually experiment maybe in the next couple of weeks of sort of doing some one-on-one things. So that could be fun. Just like with everything in art, like even in business, it's all an experiment. Takes the pressure off, you know. Like, or else I'm never going to do anything because I've got the old perfectionist bug. If I overthink everything, I'm going to do absolutely nothing. So, anyway, tangent. Bloody, I'm tangenting all over the place. All right, so here I'm just getting my base shape, right? This is what I'm going to be coloring in, essentially. Ed, hi, welcome. Orkin, I think people who develop their own drawing technique are very successful. Yeah, but again, their drawing technique was built on other people's drawing techniques, right? They got to start from somewhere, but yeah, 100%. Tablet Casa, hi, I love your content and your style. Thank you so much. I'm also a software developer with an artistic side. I think they're one in the same. Seeing both sides, right? I think they're one in the same. I get the same feelings when I'm writing code as I do when I'm drawing. It's so fun. Highly recommend anyone check it out. And now with like this chat GPT stuff, like it's more accessible than ever. All right. It's just nutty how accessible all this information is. But yeah, like you can sketch in a sense with development. You can just like get a real rough thing working, right? And there's so many parallels I'm finding with art and coding. And one thing I did find with coding from the learning perspective of things, I appreciate documentation, or I enjoy reading documentation more than say going through an hour video and trying to find the correct spot where this one particular piece of information is. Like I really enjoy reading. Like I still love video content because you get like a lot more context. Like it's kind of pros and cons, right? But if I can literally just say like, give me the thing that I need right now, the best way to do that is through reading stuff and just going through the documentation, which is why, shameless plug, business time, in my tutorial, I made a 40-page PDF that follows along with the 8-hour walkthrough, because it's how I like to I like to study. So I thought, why not have my content even in the formats the way that I like, you know? So, but yeah, I could talk about code. Like, I freaking love development, man. I love software, and this is why, like, I decided to code up my my blog. Like, I could have done Squarespace, I could have done all that sort of shit, but I decided to sort of write it in Next.js, deploy it to Vercel, have everything just be markdown files. So then I had to sort of figure out how to get that working, and then I wanted to make it so like using Obsidian, which is like a note-taking app that I really, really love. How could I actually just write the blog post in Obsidian and then have them all linked together and then show up? Like, it's been so much fun playing around with that. And that was probably just fucking absolute gibberish to the majority of you, so my apologies. Essentially, coding's cool. Highly recommend it. And it's a lot more accessible than you think. You don't have to be some math wizard to get started with it. And you can use some of that knowledge with art as well. I think when you get into maybe like like rigging and animation and that sort of stuff. I believe there's a little bit of scripting things when it comes to that. I haven't dove too deep into that, but yeah, you can do some really, really cool stuff. All right, what I'm doing here, getting back to the drawing, is getting that light source, right? Understanding, okay, I want like a somewhat sunlight-esque light source, so it's going to be pretty strong. And I'm just doing hard like transitions between these I guess between the lights and the shadows, right? It's not a bad way to start, because then it's really just like a map for knowing full well that this can change at any time, right? But it just gives me a nice starting point, I guess you could say. All right, so this sort of brow is going to overhang. So that's going to have a cast shadow there. This nose is going to cast shadows. So this is why it's important to clean up our thinking, because then we can make decisions like this with the lighting a lot easier versus if the whole thing was like scribbly and sort of a little bit ambiguous. And yeah, I mean, I've learned this the hard way, right? I've done all that before, so I didn't know how to do this beforehand. It's all learnt. Bet Zayin. Hello, Ben. First time joining the live. Welcome, welcome. Do you have some tips for improving more fast, like study method? I'm a self-taught artist, and it's a little hard to figure out how to study a theme. And I like your tutorial. Stutter much? And I like your tutorials so much. It's so useful. Thank you so much. Go back about 20 to 30 minutes, and I talk a little bit about that. My thoughts around study and that kind of thing, because I don't want to keep repeating myself. All right, so even now, right, even with these hard lines, you can start to get a sense of the light direction, the light source. You know what I mean? This is probably too much. Like, I don't need that much information yet. All right, now what I can do... that's a good question. What am I going to do? Let's same brush pack. Ahmen Aldoori's brush pack. Shout out Ahmed. I mean, I could do a soft round, so it's very like rendered feeling. But what I want to experiment with is maybe more like oily brush kind of things. Now I'm not even thinking about local values here yet or anything like that. Like, again, this stream isn't a lesson as such. It's me just sort of popping on the camera and talking, but I'm happy to explain some things as I go. All right, so I want to think about the form shadows, right? This is going to be a softer, maybe this isn't the right sort of brush. Round bristle brush. The round bristle brush might do. Right, so see how this is a form shadow? It's going to be like a softer transition, right? Versus here's going to be a harder transition because it's cast shadow. Here will be a softer transition on like the beard eventually, or the little goatee that he's got. We'll figure out the forms on this one a little bit later, I think. We'll just leave it as is. But then even in here, this is... Oh, nope, and we're back. All right, so now it starts to round it out a little bit more where it makes sense. There may even be, if I want to be sneaky, a slight gradation in total. Right, just ever so slight, that can really bring it up just that step further. And it gives it some texture as well. Like I want to get into a little bit more texture in my work. So that's something to take into account as well. Alrighty. So that's a good starting place. Now I might even want to go a step further and start doing some of these occlusion shadows. So occlusion shadows, for those of you playing at home, is where the light finds it bloody tricky to get into. Right, so where the light would be occluded. And this can start to make it look even more 3D. So intellectually speaking, we can think about, okay, where's the light going to be, have difficulty getting in? And I notice that I would like these teeth to be shone on by the light source. So I will just erase that sort of. And that's going to be a soft transition there. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, and we're back. Back to the occlusion shadows. All right, so this side is going to be occluded. So this is all inside his mouth. Here's going to be super occluded, where like the tongue meets the teeth. All right, this might be also in shadow, occluded a little bit. In here, might even be just occluded a tad. No, I'm not being super clean with stuff, right? That's just, I guess, maybe a stylistic choice or a lazy choice. You decide. Alright, so let's do the old flipperoo. Alrighty. One, how do you flip the canvas view? So I think I've connected Command F to view flip horizontal, and that's what I'm doing here. Alright, so that just gives me a little bit of a, I might even darken this down. You can do that with levels. Just a hot tip there. Darken those occlusion shadows down. Knock them back a little bit where it doesn't make sense. Alright, now I might even want to layer on a little bit of this like color variation, right? So let's go over the top. Let's add, what do you reckon? Color mode or overlay? I reckon I might even go multiply, just change it up even more. Make the brightness pretty high so it doesn't change the values too much. And I'm going to do the old soft round. Maybe just throw a little bit of that red in the ears, on the nose, maybe on the head a little bit. It's too dark, it's changing the values too much, so I might just do another. Let's have a look. Overlay, let's see how we go with that. That's a little bit better, it's a little bit more rich. Maybe a bit in the cheeks as well. Again, this all sort of flows into the character. Right, and I might even do something crazy right now. Imagine this, we go duplicate. You can see how crazy I am. We've got the sketch layer on top. We've got this sketch layer. Get rid of that sketch layer and we just merge it down. Oh. And it shows you, this is like just showing you like the layer modes. They're a means to an end. They're helping me on my journey to the end result. They're not the end result. Because I get a lot of questions about what layer modes and this and that, what's the correct thing to do and blah, blah, blah. The correct thing to do is whatever makes sense for the scene and the character. And however you get there, who gives a shit? Get there however you can. I sounded a bit aggressive, who gives a shit? But kind of, yeah. It's not untrue. Alright, I want to get a little bit of that yellow on the teeth. Because I don't know. I just felt like having a little bit of that yellow on the teeth. Maybe that's too much yellow. Maybe not. Who knows? But that'll do for now. We can always brighten that up a little bit. Yeah, let's brighten it up to there. That'll do. And we can do the same thing with the eyes as well. Alright, because the eyes are going to be on the lighter side. So I'm just using the lasso tool, nothing fancy. All digital art programs come with this stuff. And how am I going to do the eyes? Not hide. Layer. Let's lighten them up even more maybe, shall we? If we can. Let's actually do the layer on top. Do the same thing. Whoa, not what I was after. Yeah, let's do something like that, maybe. And then, because this is just a normal layer, I might even round off and make it a little bit more 3D feeling. Just while we're here, why not? Alright, now you got that 3D feeling lie. It's not perfect, but it'll give us a start. Mohammed, I need your brush. You can get the brush. It's Ahmen Aldoori's brush pack on his. It's in the description. Dazzling, welcome back. Welcome back. Ahmen, looking good. Thank you, Ahmen. Are you talking about the drawing or me? I don't know. I'll take the compliment either way. Joe, hi Ben. Thanks so much for sharing your craft with us. It's very inspiring. You mentioned Procreate before. How do you use your Aldoori brushes in there? I can't seem to get them to work. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the Procreate brushes that's already in there you can use. So you don't even really need that brush pack within Procreate. They've got some fantastic brushes in there already. And you just do a bit of exploring. Make it fun. Sam, I love how you clarify that you weren't born knowing Bounce Light because the tablets and Photoshop wasn't good enough. Not that you were a baby. No, that's exactly what I was meaning. Yeah. Yeah. I had the capacity to do all this stuff as an infant. I hope you all know that. Sam, sign me up for one-on-one stuff. Sounds good, my friend. Ella Rock, welcome. Micah, welcome back. Welcome back. Just doing some drawing while I stream. Fantastic. Fan-bloody-tastic. All right, now we're getting a little bit of volume going. We're getting some things working. Now I'm just trying to think. I'd like a little bit more color variation. I think maybe we throw in the eyebrows and the beard color as well. I like him being a ginger. So we'll just do some real quick lasso work, like we're bloody cowboys over here, and cowgirls. We don't discriminate here. All right. throw in, whoa, to match. Let's, do we want to do overlay? What do we reckon? Color, way too saturated, but if we've got that on a separate layer, we can come down and we can reduce the saturation so it fits in, and then we can always bump that back up later on. So that's cool. Roger, I'm practicing stylized anatomy right now. Doing pretty good, develop my own style, fantastic, but I still can't seem to figure out the lighting. Any tips? A lot of tips. Hopefully just keep watching and seeing if this makes sense, because I'm making all this up, right? I made this guy up with the lighting. I'm making all this up. But what's helping me is this 3D thinking, right? With all the wireframes and bits and pieces, because then it allows me to accurately, or somewhat accurately, or get to a place where it's accurate enough that it reads as a 3D object. Okay, maybe it's time to throw in a little bit of the highlights, or just the light, the key light, not the specular highlights. I'll leave them to a little bit later. So maybe we do lighten. Maybe that works. Nah. Maybe I'll remove this first, maybe? I don't know. See, I'm just thinking out loud. This is what I'm thinking all the time. Like, oh, is this the thing to do or not? Who bloody knows? But try it out. Let's get that brush. No. Yeah, that'll do. All right, so we know that the light source is going to be hitting here, right? So because we put some of this shadow in, right, we can start to see this come to life fairly quickly. Right, I'm thinking about the planes. Where are these planes going to be hitting? And we'll get rid of the line work eventually as well. I think about some of these planes. This cheek is going to be hit by the light source as well. So now we've popped that out of the face. Right. And then here, this is going to be sneaking out a little bit, catching a little bit of that light. This lip is going to be catching some of that light. This neck is going to sort of gradate down. I like that kind of, how this is like a cylindrical object, right? So it's going to react to the light source as if it's a cylindrical object. One thing I want to fix up is this plane here. Make more sense. All right, now that's squared that off, and we've got clarity. So let me come back. No. Alright. Alright, so even just a little bit of that, it sort of builds it up. Because we've got our foundation of the shadows first. And you can do it either way. There's no right or wrong way. You can do the lights first. You can do the shadows first. It just kind of doesn't matter as long as you're thinking about, as long as I'm thinking about the reasons why I'm making certain decisions. Right, and then we can start to think about maybe the specular highlights. Right, what that's going to look like. What kind of material everything is. You know, so you've got like a shiny cheek maybe. But I'm going to leave that until I start getting rid of the line work. All right, so then we can really sort of bring this to life. Oh, we got 70 concurrent views. And just as I said that, YouTube says now would be a good time to insert ads. Not happening, YouTube. Faha, how do you measure the values? I put down my best guess, really, and then I go from there because everything's relative. Right, in different scenarios, I'll make different decisions, but yeah, a lot of the time it's like my best guess. I've been looking up 3D printers as well. It's getting dangerous. I'm getting to that point where I've seen enough. I've seen enough YouTube videos, and I might bloody make the decision and get one. Because it'd be cool if I could then sculpt this guy up and then have him as like a thing. No, not this bloody song. This pops up every now and then. It's a no from me. Alright. Alright, I'd like to also have his chin have form as well. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows what this is gonna end up what this is gonna end up like. Right. So we've got the teeth. It's just slow going and really thinking about stuff. And the more you think about things and sort of take your time, the faster you can get in subsequent sessions, right? So speed is not the game here. You know what? I'm just gonna do the old merge it down. We're on one layer now. And do I do that with the line work? Yeah, bugger it. What? Who's gonna stop us? That's I might stop us. Hold on. No, yeah, that's all right. Okay, so now we're all on one layer. This is just one thing here. So this is giving me a good base to come through and start making adjustments. Well, not even adjustments, just straight up painting, right? Still using the same principles I'm thinking about, like why this eye might be more in shadow, right? Or not. Test it out. I want to do something different with the eyebrows, so I'll leave them to a little bit later. And in doing this, and merging them down, then we can start removing the line work. Right, because we've got a bit of that color variation in there early, that picks up. It picks up some of that as I'm like color picking my own work. It's the same as having the palette on a traditional piece. We can use these shadow colors to continue to round out the forms. Now I'm thinking about the form shadow, the core shadow, all that sort of stuff. Well, not even the core shadow. The cast shadows, like here. So I'm bouncing around all over the place. Is it because I've had too much coffee? We'll never know. Alright, so a cool thing with the occlusion shadows as well here, you can come down and sort of start adding them in where things meet. Like this nose is pretty close to this top lip, and adding that occlusion shadow really can help bring that into reality, you know? Just a little thing like that makes all the difference. Dogs, I've had enough of you. Dogs are starting to bark. Rebecca, hello from Mexico. I love your Instagram. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thanks for popping past. Still, again, I say this every bloody stream, but it boggles my mind. We've got people from all over the place popping into the stream. So very, very appreciative for you spending your time with me and keeping me company. All right, so let's get rid of that line work there. Clean up some of these shapes. We're cleaning up our mess because we're responsible adults. Fernanda, hi Ben, I love your work and it's nice to see that the process of your drawing is so natural. Calms me down knowing that I don't need to draw fast to make something good. 100%, that's one of the big misconceptions I find, particularly in the age of Instagram art and social media art and that kind of stuff, because we're always looking at these time lapses, right? We're always looking at these time lapses, and I'm guilty of it myself because I post time lapses because they're a great engagement tool, but it's not accurate. And I even get caught up on this myself. I start to think as like, oh, this should be coming together faster and blah, blah, blah. It takes as long as it takes, and speed will come. Speed will come as your thinking gets faster. Right, and there's also something called brush economy as well, which I'm trying to learn a little bit more about. Like getting the strokes that I need, or the shape that I need in less strokes, instead of sort of noodling it too much. I'm also thinking, I had a great chat with a new friend of mine, Jesse Draper. Go check out his Instagram. And we were talking about like composition and bits and pieces like that, and it's fascinating. There's so much to like images, and even like, not even just images, but it's sort of pretty apparent in images of like composition and like the focal points and bits and pieces like that. So I'm thinking even more about that. So I might have like this section in here. This is where I want you to look. This is the points of interest. This is where I want the most detail, or the sharp edges potentially. And down here, I might not go too much more detailed than this, right? So it leads the eye back to the detail because we're drawn, pun intended, to looking at detail. Right, stuff that I didn't really consider, but he sort of broke down one of my Travis Barker piece actually. It was really, really interesting. He's like, this is why this works. And you've got, like, and I just happened to do it accidentally, but there's like ways to lead the eye around the piece and et cetera, et cetera. Fascinating stuff. Really, really, really interesting. I like to give these characters as well that have like really, not like I've done a huge amount of these characters, but, oh God, like a little bit more personality, say for example on their skin, Like we've got maybe like some freckles. Like I had freckles on this guy here. I might make them a little bit more apparent on this guy. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. But we can have some fun with some of this, even on the cheeks here. But that's something to come. That's something to come later. But I want to just put that there as a reminder, and we can then change the color of these. Like, what color do we want them? Do we want them more of like a red, a green, a bluey? I'm playing off the sort of complementary palette as well, just like the idea of it. I'm not actually getting a palette together in my mind or anything. It's just like the blues the blues and the reds are complementary to each other, so they can look quite nice together. Orc and God bless multiply. Amen. We are in Jordan. Finally, for once, I'm awake at 3 a.m. Now I can join a live stream for the welcome. I do not recommend sacrificing your sleep, though. These are going to be recorded and they're going to be up on the channel. So if it's not going to be recorded, I'll make that abundantly clear. But this one is going to be recorded. So. No need to ruin your sleeping pattern. Sleep is so important. Alright, let's clean up these shapes here. He's giving me what's Emperor's New Groove. The like funny bodyguard guy. What's his name? This guy gives me that kind of vibe. I can't remember his name. He's got a really deep voice. He's kind of dumb, but like in an endearing sort of way. Kronk, that's the one. Kronk. Yeah, he's giving me those kind of vibes. What have we got? Kronk and Yzma, I think. Yeah, he's definitely giving me those kind of, like that kind of character. He's just like well-meaning. He could beat the shit out of you if he wanted to, but he would never. Just not in his nature. Alright, let's add some of these red accents inside the mouth, because I think that helps. Actually, I might use Photoshop's quick select tool. There we go. Why not use Photoshop tools that are in bloody Photoshop to then make a selection, add in a red color. That's not what I'm after, but I'll do like an overlay. See what that does. Doesn't do anything like what I want. That's weird. Let's do color, knock back the opacity. That's better. There we go, and let's continue. So now it's just painting time. We're just painting, trying to figure out the forms, the shapes. Thinking about the planes. crease in there, we can just throw that crease in there, and because we understand the light source, because we've got it on a plane that makes sense in three-dimensional space, we can do that. Fisherman Gaming, Kumar from Malaysia. Welcome, welcome. Sugar Beat, so many people. I know. Stuck on Avatar? Yes. As I said, I think I was very heavily inspired by the blue skin of the Avatar people. Right, so this is going to be a soft transition. So I'm just going to flatten this forehead out just for clarity for myself. And then I can add in all the bumps and brows and all that sort of stuff in there after. Slowly coming together, slowly but surely. I might want to start making these teeth look like teeth. So we add some of that. Specular highlights. I mean, I shouldn't really. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not going to add to the piece yet. But that's fun to do. Just throw those little highlights in there. Craste, what got you into stylized art? I personally love it because you could tell everything about the person from just a single look. Yeah, I don't know. I just for some reason I really like the aesthetic, and it's different, and you can sort of take it your own way. I mean, stylization is such a spectrum, right? You can take it any which way that you want. You can take it absolutely any way. Cruste, I don't even have a social media. I just practice on my own. Not worried about followers. Not pressured by others. I'll go to social media when I'm satisfied with my skills. More power to you. But I reckon you should also. I think you should also share at whatever skill level you're at, because sharing things with others can actually help you learn and expedite the learning process even more. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. In fact, I think it's a necessity eventually for all artists, especially in this new age. Fahar, how important is the undo button for you? For me, it's everything. Yeah, look, I'm not doing too much undo. At least I don't think so. I'm more just painting over. Right, if the undo button went away, I mean, one, there's nothing I can do about it. If it went away for a reason, then I'm not going to get upset about it. Two, I think it's good to work through the problems sometimes. Right, instead of just doing undo, 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 like try and figure out, okay, why did this not work? Now, this is a cool thing. This was like an aha moment for me, right? Understanding that even in the shadow, like the shadow side of things, right? So we've got this shadow side of the face. This still has planes, and they're still going to be affected by light, right? So even in this shadow, there's light hitting within this shadow. If this shadow was like in a vacuum, it would be dark. It would be pure black. So even like this lip, for example, I want to indicate that this plane is facing upwards, right? Even in the shadow. That's what brings some of the realism to that. Right? Even if it's very faint, and oftentimes in the shadows the values are going to be pretty close together, but that can really help sell this thing as like a 3D object. Even here, some of that's going to be caught by the light, and then this might be a little bit darker, coming down to the side of the face. Right, so we're still modeling it out. We're still thinking about the planes, even. But then you can do a stylistic thing. You could just like flatten this all out and just have it as just like one block of shadow, and go like a more comic booky sort of cell shaded approach. It's completely up to you. This is just what I'm thinking about in this particular piece. He reminds me of Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy. Who's that? I can't remember. Oh, it's probably a blue guy. I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about. Orkin, this character is the 2023 version of the Blue Genie of Aladdin. I did, yeah, look, you're not going to lie, I did have that kind of vibe as I was making this character when I was drawing this guy. But it's crazy, like with stylization. It's so far pushed, but it can look like someone, or it can remind you of something. Like, that's more interesting to me. See now, like even at this stage, we've not been working on it for too long. And it's sort of getting somewhere. But again, what I was talking about earlier, I want this area here to be the point of interest. So I want to really spend my time wisely and really sort of crisping up some of these shapes. Like even if the oh my God, get the words out, Ben. Even this plane here, right, of the top lip. I'm thinking about this light source. It's coming down this way. Here is going to be slightly, ever so slightly lighter than here. Just slightly, and that's going to wrap around the head, and this is going to go, probably get even darker. But having these little gradients that make sense really sells it in 3D space. And then it can help you push and pull to see how far, like how rendered you want to get it. Amy, welcome. I'm doing well. How you doing? Welcome, Furley. Welcome back, my friend. It's really hard to add subtle things in painting for me. Well, that comes from observation. So subtle things come from, again, understanding. At least, again, this is just my thoughts. Other people might have different ideas about that. See, I'm thinking I might even want to like put a little crease here as well. As the cheek's pushing up, we can then make this like a little crease here. See, just like that, we got just a little bit more. I don't know, just a little bit of something. I don't know what you would call it. And the cool thing is, we can come back over the top and say, oh, we want more color variation. Let's do it. Not color dodge. We're not going to emulate Rostran right now. Overlay. Shout out to Ross. I want a little bit more on that cheek. Maybe not too much. I'd say like that ear, I want to redden up a little bit, even the nose. And I'm not trying to emulate this lighting setup either. I'm just free flowing, doing my thing. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Zane, appreciate it, my friend. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Ray, welcome back. Now, my memory's terrible. Are you the one that... Did you guess my mum's name right? I think it was you. If it's not, apologies, and there's no context there, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Ben? But I'm pretty sure I'm kind of sure it might have been you in like one of the other streams. Some streams will go way off topic, and that's fun. It's good just to have fun with stuff, you know. All right, check this out. Ready? This is a bloody magic trick, right? So we come here. I want to put like that brow, how it's like sort of going upwards. So then I invert the selection, and then I come to the other side, knowing the light source. So this only works with the understanding. And then now we've got a crease. Bam, 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 pow, pow. I mean, we'll tweak it. We'll definitely tweak it, but it's a good starting point, you know. See, this even gives him like these rounder shapes as well, which I'm trying to do with this guy versus this guy. A little bit more friendly vibe. And maybe this is a little bit more squishy, the nose. So that's going to squish out a little, just the skin around the nose. All right, so we can just do so many things. I'm really enjoying this, but I think it's break time. And for me, that's going to be for about 5 minutes. So Sam, if you're watching, I'm going to message you. We're going to turn the music down just a tad because I'm still trying to figure out all the audio and stuff. We're going to get Sam on board, and he's going to be helping me out chat-wise, and just sort of we're going to be chatting, and I'm going to be still looking at the chat so I don't miss anything, but just going to help keep the flow. You know what I mean? Keep it flowing. And, well, there we go. Let's do it. Sam, message. So I'm just going to do a quick sketch here. Let's do it in context. Right? Again, having fun with it. Let's go. Be back. And okay, there you go. All right, again, marketing. Got to keep some interest. Valerie, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? All right, so I'm going to be back in 5 minutes, and I will see you shortly.
Hey, hey. Yeah, I can hear you now. A 1 2 1 2 test test test. Here we go. Can everyone in stream get me? Hopefully the volume is okay. Yeah.
That'd be okay. Now you guys will be able to hear me. Got scared a little. Apologies. All right, give us another test. Another test. I wonder if I can.
Apologies, CMG.
All right, cool. So I think people can hear. I'm pretty sure. Now I wonder in Discord if there's a way to actually, for me, to adjust the audio of you. I don't know, but I might even get you just to turn your mic down just a smidge.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, for those of you that don't know, Sam, let me just get up your Instagram.
How's that volume now, everyone in chat? Apologies for making you jump, CMG.
All right, so this is Sam. Sam's a fellow Aussie illustrator, and he's going to be helping us with the chat. So I'm still going to be looking at chat so I don't miss anything. Red Steampunk, fantastic. Thank you so much for letting us know. It's all good. Beautiful. All right. So I might just quickly make something. Here we go. You can get a little bit inside baseball for Sam for the stream, just real quick. How do you want to be addressed, Sam? For new people, like chat master?
Chat
I don't
overlord?
know. Chat.
Yeah, moderator, chat.
Chat master. There we go. There we go. Be a bit silly with it. Chat master. Should have done this beforehand. My apologies, stream. Just bear with me. You can see how the sausage is made. Sam's Scribble. Is that correct? Sam's. There's two S's, I believe, or one S.
There is
two S's. Chat master is at Sam's Scribble. Cool. So tell the people a little bit about yourself, Sam. Go for it.
Absolutely. So I'm Sam. I'm also an illustrator here based in Australia, in a state north of where Ben is, in a state called New South Wales. I'm mainly a commercial illustrator, but I do a little bit of studio work. Also do other freelance projects as well. Just working on building a following and things like that. And yeah.
Cool. There we go. Beautiful. All right, I'm actually going to need to brew a coffee, but we'll get into the flow of things. When I say brew a coffee, I throw the powder in the cup and then I put the hot water on it. But let's get stuck into it. So as chat comes in, Sam's going to be reading them to me, so I'm not sort of stopping and starting, and we'll see how that goes for the rest of the chat. Have we missed anything? So we had Valerie from Ahmen School. Ray, when you get back to, you mind explaining your setup for broadcast? I'm completely Clueless. Cool. So basically, I'm
So are
running.
we.
Yeah, you betcha, as you can tell from figuring out all this audio stuff. I'm using OBS to stream this. So just the straight up vanilla base model OBS. And yeah, that's basically it. Like, there's tutorials and stuff on how to get it up on YouTube. It's really not that hard. I've got my camera here, which is just above my my monitor, and this microphone is connected, so they're both connected to the computer, which OBS can recognize. And then yeah, that's pretty much, without going into a full bloody breakdown of the details, not breakdown myself.
And is your camera part of the studio monitor that you're using, or is it an additional like webcam on top
Nah,
of that?
it's a DSLR, so it's like an 80D, Canon 80D that I've got hooked up to the computer with their own sort of Canon software, which allows it to be used as like a webcam. But there's limitations because it's only at like 720p. So tomorrow I'm actually going to pick up a capture card to allow like 1080p 60 frames per second for like YouTube videos and that sort of stuff. So there soon will be a quality bump.
Very
And
nice,
then
very
OBS
nice.
is recording this screen as well. And then you basically move all the bits and pieces around in OBS, kind of like how you would with Photoshop, depending on what scene that you want. So yeah, just to give you a bit of... Yeah, sorry, go for it, Sam. My apologies.
Yeah. No, my apologies. Lavender Lizards, man, these names are great. Says hello.
Hello.
Red Steampunk says, so you're using Photoshop, correct? Have you used any other program that you like as well?
Yeah, look, this is Photoshop, but I've used Procreate. Basically, Photoshop and Procreate are my two main ones that I've spent a decent amount of time on. You got things like Critter and Clip Studio that I'm sure are fantastic, and they have their strengths that Photoshop has and that doesn't have, and vice versa. But yeah, so I basically just used Photoshop and Procreate as the main digital illustration tool of choice.
And do you have a preference between the two in terms of, like, you know, when you're doing sketching you prefer one, but when you're doing rendering you do the other, or
Nah,
how does that work for you?
they're very, very similar to me. Like, they're just a tool to get to an end result. So if I'm out and about, the iPad with Procreate makes more sense. You know, if I'm not, I kind of would prefer this. This is easier for streaming because I'm just looking straight at the screen instead of being sort of down here looking at like the iPad or something like that.
I've noticed for me, and this could just be me, but I've noticed that I tend to do more polished work quicker in Photoshop, not because of the brush engine or anything, but because when I'm using my iPad, generally I'm like sitting on the couch or something and my posture isn't as good.
Yeah.
Whereas when I'm sitting like actually at my desk, you know, with Photoshop and everything, I'm actually in a better posture. And that could be me, but I'd be interested to know if anyone else, anyone else in chat has had that similar experience.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I mean, I've got to sort out this desk setup as well, because like my right like trap really starts to sort of, that's the one thing that aches after like a 7-hour stream. Otherwise I'm fine. So I think that's like the desk height, my posture. Speaking of, I need to get my posture a little bit better. I'm sort of leaning back a little bit. But yeah, I think it's got to do with like where the desk is sit and that kind of thing, but I'll figure it out. But yeah, you got to figure out that your back and posture is very important. Because if you're going to be doing this for a long
Absolutely.
time, it's the thing that's going to sort of carry you through quite literally. Going to the gym helps offset a lot of that for me as well. Doing sort of strength training, keeping consistent with that is like a real big key, just for like even mental health really, but that can really offset a lot of it can help offset all the time that I'm spent just sitting at the bloody desk.
Maybe we need to take breaks and do yoga sessions with Ben, some stretches with Ben.
I reckon that sounds
Sam Scribble.
Fantastic. Get some weights in here, but just okay. Deadlift break. Just fuck it. Or like a drum break. Sam's a drummer as well.
I love it. Flynn Tracy says Elgato's capture card works well.
Yeah, it does, but it's also fucking $200 just to go from
crazy.
720p to 1080p. So I'm having a look around at Ted's cameras tomorrow to see if I think there's like a different brand that does basically what I need it to, and it's like $40. Because I think you're paying for the brand a lot of the time with that sort of stuff, like the Elgato stuff. Like, I mean, you got a green screen that was like $300. I'm like, geez, it's like a green piece of fabric. Yeah, there's probably some for more like high-end broadcasts and stuff like that. But I mean, I got this one as a gift, but I doubt that I could actually be completely wrong. But I doubt that this green screen that I've got over here was $300. So for me, I want to start scrappy with stuff. And then as I get better, I'll sort of upgrade and do bits and pieces as I need it. I've got to think, because there's almost like a procrastination with that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, I've got to buy this thing, this particular model of this thing to get the right look and feel. But it's like, really, at the end of the day, it's the content that matters, not the gear. Can you get the thing working with an iPhone? I probably can actually get better quality with an iPhone versus the DSLR going through the webcam at the moment. So that could be another solution as well.
And I think with the iOS update, you can link your phone to your, like if you've got an iPhone, I think you can link it to your Mac with a little attachment and make it a webcam which you can use for streaming.
Hello. That sounds perfect. I wouldn't mind like two. I want like two cameras. I want like one here and then one here, and like swap between the two just for like, I don't know, because I want to. There's no reason for it. I don't even need the camera really, but just for fun. Like I want to just start exploring more. Like I've decided, okay, this is cool. This is what I want to keep consistent with. Let's go. Let's start exploring and doing more videos and upping the quality.
Let me research that, and I'm going to get back to you on that one.
Oh, please do. I'm going to work. As soon as we get off this stream, I'm upgrading I'm still on whatever the last one is, and checking that out for sure. Yeah, go for it, man.
Meowlery. Oh my goodness, these names. Says, where is your green screen?
It's to my right. I found that for streams, I quite like the background that I've got here, because oftentimes like the green screen, because I've got to sort out the lighting in here a little bit better as well. You've got to have pretty decent lighting for a green screen. Otherwise it gets a little bit choppy around my head and that kind of thing, which isn't a huge thing, but it's just kind of an aesthetic thing that I like. I'll definitely use it for YouTube videos though. I've got some ideas for it, definitely.
Going back to software, Lavender Lizard says, I use Critter, drawing something now with the stream in the background.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. That's awesome. I just popped onto Instagram real quick. We've got some couple of stories of people that have that are joining along. So next break, when I brew my next cup of joe, I'll reshare the story. Always appreciate a little share here and there. And it's good just to put like some real people behind the avatars, you know. And that looked really good as well. Whoever that was, I can't remember who it was, but who was joining along. Bloody great work. You got some good structure in that sketch.
Flynn asks, when did you start streaming?
About a month ago, I think. And that's really just to get me into the YouTube mode. I'm going ham on YouTube this year, I've decided. I'm going absolutely ham. Like, I'm already studying, like, thinking about it as, like, more analytically. Like, what are the top videos that are going at the moment in this space? How can I put my spin on it and figure out growth, really? Like, it's all, again, it's all this stuff is like a game. It's freaking fun. So yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Mr. Beast. I'm not going to be doing Mr. Beast content. I can pretty much guarantee you that. But just his way of thinking about things is very, very interesting. He had a good podcast with Joe Rogan recently. Or not recently, I think it was last year. He also had a good one with Lex Friedman. And he's just very frank about it. He's just like, just make good shit. At the end of the day, like, and then you can go into the analytics of what that means to get like the hook and that kind of thing. And then that means different things to different people. Like, not everyone's doing Mr. Beast type content and they're still killing it on YouTube. They're doing their own style. And I want to do my own thing. But just to hear the GOAT of bloody YouTube talk about it is fascinating. So even with the people ask me, like, how do you grow on YouTube, on like Instagram and that sort of stuff? Be a student of the game. And just post shit. Don't overthink it to begin with. And that was a good post that you posted today as well, Sam. Only recently. I just had a quick sneak peek at that.
Thank you. I'm learning. I'm learning.
You're doing your own experiments, which is cool to see.
If I'm not mistaken,
yeah, man.
And he can correct me on this, but I think Flynn Tracy from chat might be our friend from Adobe Live, who hosts Adobe Live, who is an awesome guy.
I don't think that was him. No, that was Ryan Selvey. Flynn Tracy, Ryan Selvey, kind of sound similar.
No, the Australian Adobe Live is
the Australian Adobe
by Flynn Tracy.
Oh, is it? Oh, fantastic. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the one that I did with Ryan. Oh, fantastic. Awesome. This is the issue with just looking at avatars. They're just a bunch of little images to me and like names that I kind of remember. There's no like faces to them. So my apologies if I miss it, if I have met you in the past or if I don't know who you are or whatever. It's definitely not no disrespect. But is that you, Flynn? Are we correct? Is Sam correct?
We got some people tuning in saying what they like to use software-wise. Red Steampunk says, I use Clip Studio mainly for the one-time purchase. You just own it forever.
Yep.
However, Clip Studio is like having a DLC update that adds a ton of features.
Ooh. Yeah, I've got to have a look at Clip Studio. I must, because I want to be more efficient with stuff as well. And I think efficiency is something to think about once you've sort of got into a groove and are starting to understand your workflow and that kind of thing, which, knowing full well, it's going to evolve over time. So I'm just putting in some gums here. I also see Taylor as well. Hey, Taylor, a big supporter. She's always popping in and commenting. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, Taylor.
One of the regulars here on stream.
One of the regulars. She's fantastic.
I think we need like a name for like people who regularly pop into the stream. I think we need like Benners or something.
The Benners. We were talking about that on bloody the stream I did with Francis, right? I don't know what. That seems a little bit egotistical as well because it's all about me. I don't want it to be about me necessarily. Like maybe it could be more like I don't know, just
Pixelators.
The Pixelators, potentially. Working title. We got some working titles. We'll come up with it eventually. Maybe you guys will come up with your own names. That's like completely got nothing to do with me, which I'm cool with.
Just here for the content, that's all.
That's it.
Dazzling Action thinks we need a 20 push-up break.
I'm down with that. Healthy. Keep a healthy lifestyle with streaming, because that's a big part of learning as well. A healthy mind, or a healthy body is a healthy mind, and all that good stuff. I'm a big proponent of that. Maybe we do that. Sort of aim the camera.
I might be doing
Oh, how are you going anyway with your
version?
with your with the old I don't know if I want to say it on stream or else I'll get bloody flagged. But let's not say the word on stream. But your how are you feeling from your cold that you've had the other day? I don't want to say the word because I reckon it could potentially tank the old algorithm.
I'm doing well. I'm still pretty fatigued.
Yeah.
Pretty fatigued, but doing pretty well.
That's good.
It was pretty tough because my wife got it over New Year's. And then she managed to wait like 8 days, like right at the end of the time where you can transmit the cold. And then gave it to me.
Fun. How generous of her.
Yeah, it was lovely.
So the Eblinators. Oh, Taylor.
Victoria says, good morning from the Philippines again, Ben.
Wow. Victoria, see, this blows my mind. From the Philippines. Welcome, Victoria. We also got Red Steampunk above Victoria. Draw a cartoon dumbbell, then lift it. Easy workout. I was actually thinking about that from a more interactive, just something completely different, like doing anatomy, but we do it as in like a workout. So like a general sort of bodybuilding or strength workout might be like a push-pull legs workout, for example. So a push would be all your pushing muscles, so like your chest, your shoulders, and all that sort of stuff. So we do like a push workout, and then we study the muscles that we've learned about or that we've worked, or vice versa. We study the muscles first, and then we do push-ups. Then we do sort of dumbbell presses or some sort of thing. Like if you've got something, like I've got this concrete light, we can just do stuff with that. It's not a vanity thing, it's a health thing. It's building habits in a fun way. 6 months later, this turns into like a bloody like workout channel. The art just falls by the wayside.
It's a workout for your body and your mind.
There you go. Got the marketing built in. Something different though. It's a differentiator. I think that could be fun to play with.
Taylor is giving some nice decorating advice. She says she needs some house plants in your background. Maybe on the shelf back there.
We need some greenery. I do agree, Taylor. We need some greenery, but this room is like a bunker. So that is going to have to be fake greenery. Which is a
In general, are you a real greenery guy or a fake greenery guy?
Real. 100%. 100% real. Not a fan of the fake stuff. But some of the fake stuff is getting pretty good. Because they put like intentional dyeing bits on leaves and stuff. So it kind of looks real. So maybe we could get away with it. But I think it would have to be like a fake. We'll pop up to IKEA. Maybe we do like a vlog and like stream.
Yeah.
Probably not.
A studio tour.
I don't know how I couldn't do that in pub. Or never say never, but doing that stuff in public, I don't know. Just for me, I'd feel so self-conscious. But if it's getting a shit ton of hits, bugger it. Everyone can suck it. I'm making money. You know, they're just getting the weird looks from people in IKEA. But yeah, no, we will see. This is 2023, the year of experimentation.
And we can have this like a studio tour and a what's in my bag.
There you go. I like it. The studio tour is going to be very quick. It's going to be, here's my desk, here's the room, here's the bookshelf, here's the drum kit, and there's a couch here. But then we've got to put a narrative behind it, and we've got to make that a little bit longer than 2 seconds. Maybe it's a short. There you go.
All of us Eblinators go out and buy a couch for our studio.
Don't make it a thing. No, not the Eblinators. Do not tempt them. We got some messages up a little bit further. If you want to... Micah. Go for it, Sam, if you want to check out Micah's.
Yeah, I use my phone to record all my content, but it's an iPhone 8 and has basically zero storage. So recording longer form process content is almost impossible.
Yeah, it depends.
In the future, I'd like to have a camera that is always set up and ready to go and has its own purpose.
Yeah, definitely. But I think if you plug it into, it depends if you got a Mac. I think Micah, I think you said that you had a Mac last time that we talked. Maybe like a MacBook. If you plug it in and use QuickTime as the input, you can record straight to your MacBook, which then you could record straight to an external hard drive as well. So that could be a workaround. If you got like a tripod set up or whatever, just have it plug in straight directly into your MacBook Pro.
Annie Reeves says, love to watch you stylize and work on character design. Sorry,
Annie.
Sent that last message before I was ready.
No, all good, Annie. Great to have you. I think I might have said hello, but I did see your message, so welcome back, Annie.
Orkin says, hey Ben, when will you teach us how to draw Kim Kardashian?
That's a request and a half that I haven't heard before. I don't know. Maybe on February the 4th at 2:30 p.m. There we go. That's exactly what I'm going to teach you. No, don't look at it. She might be a part of, say, like a likeness stream or something. I don't know. You never know.
You might break the internet with your stream.
Oh, imagine. You just need that one viral one to sort of kick off that sub count, and then poof. Because I was watching a guy, as I said, I've been more of a student of YouTube. I want to actually catch up with some creators as well to sort of expedite my learning with the whole YouTube thing. But this guy was like just going for like 9 months with like very little viewership on his videos. And then all of a sudden it's just like boom. The algorithm just decided to pick up one of the videos, and he's making like $1 to $2 grand US a day. And then he just started to kick up like
Crazy.
Sponsorships and that. So this is the thing, man. Like, you got to put yourself in the position to have that stuff happen. Like, you can procrastinate and be have the perfectionism take hold, but it's like, particularly with the YouTube algorithm, it's like the potential is there. It's exciting, and it's not all about that. You got to have fun while you're doing it, and that makes it just the whole process fun. So you're not waiting for the viral hit. And these streams aren't going to go real viral because they're not kind of in the format. Like, who's going to sit down and watch a 7-hour bloody video? But you can then clip these up, which I've been experimenting with, clipping these together and getting the key parts out of them and then turning those into a YouTube video instead of letting my perfectionism come in and say, oh, it's got to be perfectly edited and all that sort of stuff. It's yeah.
Well, Ray wants to know when your art book's coming.
Right, I can't say anything about that. Maybe put it this way, I'm in conversations at the moment. Very preliminary conversations with some people.
Inside scoop.
They've reached out recently. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't know. But I've got a Zoom meeting next week, which will be
wow.
which could be kind of cool. But
You heard it
there's a
here
lot of
first,
variables
folks.
there, like what it looks like, what this and that. But yeah, they're a company I look up to from what they put out. Like I vibe with what they've already put out from other people, so that could be cool.
Man, you heard it here first. That's all I can say.
There you go. Well, actually, you heard nothing. You heard nothing. This is just between you and I and the 47 people that are currently on stream. It's conversations are happening. Whether it happens or not, who knows? It's all up in the air with this sort of stuff. But conversations are underway.
We have some more suggestions of names for the tribe.
Oh, geez. All right, off we go. Go on. Hit me.
So Taylor had the Eblinators, which we love. She says we've got to make it a thing. Ray has the Beehive.
I appreciate the suggestion.
Sorry, Ray. Thanks for playing. We love the contribution, Ray. We love the contribution.
Mate, it's great. Look, you got to get through. We got to get through the ones that don't work to get to the ones that do work. Just like with drawing and art and everything.
Red Steampunk says, gotta love workouts. Makes you painfully aware of exactly how many muscles you have. At least it makes you draw a little better.
It's weird to say, but it actually does. It really does. Particularly
Completely agree.
As you start to actually build a bit of definition. Like I've been training for quite a long time now, like many years. But as you start to build definition, and then say like you're in front of the mirror and you're doing like overhead presses, you're like, oh shit, the deltoid does insert into here, and then like you can see the pec sort of come underneath. So there you go. If there's ever a reason to start doing some strength training, it's to get better at art, because then you've got a reference model for anatomy wherever you go. That's a way to spin it. But it's very interesting. Like, and then you start to see how the clavicle sort of inserts, like the pec muscles sort of come in at the sternum, and how different body types will insert, the muscles will insert in different ways. And yeah, it's that would be my goal, to like get a supplement company that I use to sponsor this, because it's like we talk about health and keeping a healthy body in the creative space, right? For all those people that are sitting at the desk. Like, actually, there's a fantastic book that is kind of like the book that I used to start strength training with, was Bigger, Leaner, Stronger. It's a yellow book. Pick that one up. Bigger, Leaner, Stronger. It's got like the male and female versions. Highly recommend, because it breaks down a lot of like the macronutrients, like how much protein, how much this and that, and how to calculate that kind of thing. And it has a lot of the whys behind stuff. It's not just like do this exercise, do this exercise. It's like, okay, cool. This is why we're doing this stuff, and this is based on XYZ study. This is why we're doing this and that. It's fantastic. It's really, really good. So yeah, if you want to kick off the new year with a new you, go for it. Pick that book up, because it's the best thing I've done. It's like one of those keystone habits that just carries through everything, and it's one of the few habits that you build where it outwardly shows to yourself more so the work that you've put in.
Well, it definitely helps with your mindset when you're doing work and things like that as well, particularly if you're enduring long stretches at the desk and stuff. Definitely helps.
Yeah. And it's also like I'm like probably for the last 5 to 6 months, every shower that I have, the last like 3 minutes is just full cold shower. It's like a mental work, like a mental strength training with that kind of stuff, right? It's like something that you don't want to do, but you do it anyway because you're kind of like callousing your mind. That kind of stuff I'm really into. Like I'm kind of crazy with that sort of shit. And it carries through with your work. Because then it's like, all right, first thing in the morning, I've had the shower and you feel fantastic after that 3 minutes of just pure cold. But then it's like, all right, well, you've kicked off the day already reinforcing your willpower, if that makes sense. So it's just
what's the art equivalent of the cold shower?
Like doing spheres and lighting them properly. A lot more pleasure. Like, actually, I don't. Your body acclimatizes to the cold quite quickly. After probably like the second or third week, you're not like full on shivering. It's just like, all right, this is the thing I'm doing, and you just go into your happy place and you just do it. Same with studying light. It can be a slog. It can be dry sometimes. It can be not super interesting, but figure out ways to make it interesting and just do the bloody thing. Like at the core of all this, it's just do it. Do the damn thing. Stop.
Just get started.
Just get started and just bloody do it. Your future self is going to thank you. Like there's actually like a
Victoria.
Sorry, go. I was just going to ramble.
I'm just trying to catch up on some chat. That's all.
I'm just going to ramble on some of the bullshit. Go.
Victoria asked, "What's the similar illustration we have at the top left here? Was this an earlier lighting study?"
Yep, that's exactly what it was. So that's something that I did yesterday or the day before, I think. Yeah. And I just wanted to sort of do it from scratch on stream, and then I'm going to be attempting to sculpt this later on. So this is going to be a bit of a longer stream, depending on how much coffee I've got left. But yeah, that's a little study that I did.
And you mentioned that you weren't happy with the lighting that you did on the original.
Not that I wasn't happy with it. It was just some things about it. Like, I think I could have pushed some of the aspects of it a little further, which I'm going to try and do here. Like, for example, like the cheek. This cheek is a little bit like lackluster. He's kind of like smiling, but here I'm making the cheek more volumetric. It's sort of pushing back. His eyebrows are a little bit more defiant. Like the middle of his eyebrows are sort of pushing up. They're more like friendlier feeling. Like there's no right or wrong between the two of them. It's just different. So I'm just, instead of replicating this one-to-one, I'm giving it doing some things a little bit differently, which is a good exercise, I think, as well. Taking some of your older work, whether it be from yesterday or 2 months ago, 2 years ago, redoing some of the stuff with what you've learnt or what you would like to do differently.
Redstein Park asks, I wonder if he could make his own fake plants. Seems like a fun idea and a good art study.
Make my own fake plant, and then...
Yeah.
How? With what? So like make it out of paper and then like sort of print out the rendered... You know what? I'd probably more likely... When I get this 3D printer I've been talking about, I could maybe do that. 3D print some like stylized plants to put in the background. That could be kind of fun. That could be...
That feels very Jazza, like make your own plants out of cardboard on
Doesn't
stream.
it? Yeah, it's more crafty. I'm not so much into the craft stuff. Not my kind of vibe. Or I haven't found the right craft yet. That's probably more. But I think sculpting is probably going to be would be one that I'd love to do. If you'd even think of that more like on the crafty side or like the physical side, right?
You've gotten the bug. We can all tell. You've gotten the sculpting bug.
Oh yeah. You look at my YouTube suggested. Fucking, it's all 3D printer sculpting things. Because then from a business side of things, I could then send those models off to like a manufacturer and then get them made. If I create like study tools and that kind of stuff, like for more stylized things, it's then a potential revenue stream. Like it all just fits in, and this is how I want to set up my life. Like it's doing shit that I enjoy, but it's also sustaining my lifestyle as well. So it's like just fun all around.
Ray Black asked a great question. He said, so what lit a fire under your bum to start going for your dream?
How long have we got? And we've probably got the next 5 hours, so I can probably go a little bit deeper into that. I don't know. I mean, I've got different dreams. Like I always say, like I don't know what I want to do when I grow up, and I want to say that when I'm like 70. You know what I mean? I like the idea. I've always liked the idea of doing your own thing, and not knowing what the next year is gonna hold. You know, like I had the big dream of starting a software company and sort of building that up really big. That hasn't happened yet. Doesn't mean it won't. But I've just always wanted to do my own thing, like working for someone, like working for like studios and that kind of thing. I want to do it, one, if I ever get the opportunity, but two, I want to do it because I want to do it, not because I feel like I have to, or that's like a particular path that is like the safe path or the thing that you're meant to do. You know what I mean? I've said this before, but I think with all this sort of technological advancements or things that are going on, I think the age of the entrepreneurial artist is here. We've got to start thinking more like that. It's going to be a crazy ride the next few years for all artists, and it's just exciting. Because I even remember in like reception, when they were talking about like different careers and bits and pieces, and I remember sitting down being like, ugh, that sounds boring. You know, like, oh, you can do this and you can do that. I'm like, yeah, nah. And then I wanted to be a professional poker player. So then I followed that for a while. When I was like 19, I was like, yep, that's what I'm going to do. Professional poker player. It's not a healthy, or it's not a lifestyle that I wanted to sort of follow. You're very tied to your bank account with that. It's you've got to be very stoic with all the outcomes. Like it's not outcome driven. It's like how you played particular hands and this and that. And I think that could be part of like all of these experiences that you have. They're going to translate into what you end up doing in any one particular way. Like how I think of social media as a game, I could think about it as like a poker game, right? Every content piece that I put out there is a bet, right? And what I'm wagering is my time, right? So you can start thinking about things like that as well. Like yeah. So I guess I've always had that kind of do my own thing vibe, and it's not been easy, right? There's often times where I feel like I'm behind because I'm not making the same amount of money as like my friends are when they're, if they're sort of working on a particular career path that they're working, and I feel like, oh shit, I should be really making X amount of money by this age and that age and da-da-da-da-da. So it's not all bloody sunshine and rainbows. But the way I see it, I'm going to die one day, and I'd much rather go for it than not. If it works out, fantastic. If it doesn't, I've tried. I can safely say that I've tried my best.
We're back to the Stoic philosophy.
Oh, we're zooming in and out.
Streams.
And we go, welcome to, I don't know. There should be like a full overlay that changes when I start talking like that. Into the more big idea
Everything
sort of
goes
shit.
to black and white.
Oh, imagine. We get some like yoga music in the background or just some like meditation shit, and it's like, yeah, go for it. Like, but I also temper that with an acute awareness of practicality. We all need to pay bills. We all need to live. We all need to eat, right? So it's not just throw everything away and do what you want. You got to be practical about it. But that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I've not got any of this shit figured out. I'm just along for the ride. I'm trying to tweak and tweak things as I go, try different stuff out, and yeah, see what opportunities present themselves and what opportunities sort of come about from being consistent and testing things. As I said, like I was talking about that guy on YouTube. He was like 9 months with nothing, putting out consistent content, and then all of a sudden he's making like 2,000, 1,000, 1,500 a day because one of his videos went off, and then another video goes off, and then it's just sort of, all right, now we're off to the races. So it's fun. It's an adventure.
Well, Red Steampunk says, I'm actually here due to a passing whim of the algorithm. Stream title piqued my interest.
Ha! There you go. Serendipity. I've put myself in the position for us to connect. If I thought, oh, I'm a bit tired today, don't feel like streaming, might not have ever been able to meet you. Well, meet you through chat. So that's the way I think about a lot of stuff.
Taylor says, shut up. An art book? You've got a buyer for sure here for that, but I want it signed or else. Devil emoji.
Oh, that's fantastic, Taylor. You're an absolute gem. I appreciate you. And if and when an art book does come out, I'll make sure there'll be a signed copy for you.
Micah says, I gotta research that to see if my OS plays nice with my phone. As a music producer, I never update my OS, lol. But if that works, that would be great. I need a long USB cable too. I
almost guarantee you've got QuickTime set up. So if you even test it now, just test it with the cable that connects into the phone and then connects into the MacBook to and test it out. So almost guarantee it will work.
Annie reckons we should make a poll for the name.
Yeah, the poll, you've only got 4 options on these YouTube polls. They're a bit shit. So I don't know what the best way to do that is. Maybe I've got to code something up. Maybe I've got to make my own bloody poll system. And then I plug it in somehow to Obsidian. No, not Obsidian. OBS. No, not OBS. It would be like a URL. Sorry?
I said, where's Francis when you need him?
I know.
Should be working on this right now for us.
That's actually a very good idea, because we want to start making tools for creators, like things that I want that aren't out there yet, and we can kind of make whatever the frick we want, which is the freedom of like learning to code. It's like, cool. We could make there's probably something out there though, I guarantee, where I just like put a link, share a link, and then everyone sort of does the poll, and then I can show that on OBS. That could be fun. Maybe I'll sort that out for next stream. But again, I don't like the idea of it being centered around me. Like, it's... Because I also don't like saying chat, because it kind of dehumanizes everyone. It's just like, oh, you are people that happen to be in the chat.
There's also a nice, like, belonging and ownership of, like, having... like a group title kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's smart. Like, I think it's a good idea. 100%. It's just like finding that nice balance of like...
Taylor says, I have that book, the female version. It's life-changing. Weightlifting is the best.
Awesome. How did I know that, Taylor, you probably had that book? I would have guessed that. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic book. It just gives you all the stuff you need. There's no bullshit. It just gives you exactly what you need. And it's got like 3-day workouts, 4-day workouts, 5-day workouts, depending on where you're at in your journey, your fitness journey. So here's a fun thing, real quick. Reflected light. Again, everything that's hit by a light source becomes a light source itself. This tooth has become a light source, and it's going to sort of kick up, not as strongly, onto this tooth. And this tooth is going to be a little bit rounded because it's the canine. My dad's a dental technician, so I've got a little bit of knowledge around the teeth names. Kind of. Actually, canine is about the only one that I remember. But yeah, so these are just going to be little light sources, and because they're quite reflective and their local color is quite bright, it's gonna do more as well.
Now, you shared a video in the PDF follow-along guide for the walkthrough that you've got advertised on the screen. And it had a YouTube video in it from a guy whose name completely escapes me on how to approach lighting. There's 2 videos that he does on YouTube.
Was it Izzy?
Izzy.
Yeah.
And those were absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they were great on
absolutely awesome. I know that there's a few questions in chat usually about rendering light and how to think about light sources and planes and stuff. That is definitely a go-to video.
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called, but what I'll do is next break when I get the coffee, or if you want to find it, Sam, go for it and throw it in, or flick it to me and I'll throw it in chat if links don't work. For others posting links in chat, which I understand why they wouldn't, but it's kind of annoying because that's a good like primer. Like you can go deeper with it and sort of put it on different characters and that kind of thing. But it's just a nice. I always recommend listening to others on how they do things. I'm never going to be like only listen to what I say. That's bullshit. I don't have all the answers. Yet.
Izzy Medrano, improve your painting with 3 simple rules.
There you go. Love the title. Very clickable.
Here we go. I'm going to shoot it to you.
Where through Discord?
Correct.
Beautiful. I might make the teeth a little bit more yellow. But not like, ooh, he needs to brush his teeth. It's more like a natural, like, that's his sort of teeth colour. Sick, thanks man. I will pop that in chat. Something to check out later on. Or go check it out now and then come back. Or don't come back, do it. Whatever you want to do. The choice is yours.
Ray asked, would you do a Kickstarter? I'm assuming this is for the book.
I don't know. I really don't know. If I'm working with another publisher, they'll probably have their own ideas about marketing and that kind of thing. And like how to get pre-sales and bits and pieces. But I don't know, Kickstarters I'm kind of like iffy. Not iffy with, but it's like... I like the idea of just having the thing done. And like maybe sharing the process of making it as the marketing itself. Spinning up an email list, the people that want to get on board can get on board. And then when it's done, it's like, cool, pay for it, it's done, it'll be shipped to you. Instead of sort of, because that adds a lot of extra pressure on me as well. And I've got a lot of other stuff going on that I want to work on as well. So it's like, yeah.
I remember Lois was talking about when she did her first sketchbook through Kickstarter.
Yeah.
She said that she actually, one of the tiers that she offered was like signed copies.
Yeah.
And just being so humble, she didn't think that she needed to put a limit on it.
And everyone.
So she ended up. Yeah, exactly. So everyone jumped in on this like signed copy thing.
Yeah.
And she literally spent, I think it was like 2 weeks, like an actual full-time 2 weeks signing books for people. And she's like, it was amazing and humbling, but it just drove her crazy.
But also now my wrist hurts. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, because this is this shit that you just wouldn't think of.
Valerie asks, anatomy books you recommend? Question mark.
Michael Hampton's Figure Drawing, Design and Invention. Go pick that one up. Michael Hampton's fantastic. I love the way he breaks down shapes. Steve Houston's Anatomy for the Artist, I believe that's what it's called, or something along those lines. Figure Drawing, Anatomy for the Artist, or something like that. You'll be able to just do a quick Goog. Talking about all this health stuff and posture and all that sort of stuff. Let's get this chair. Get my posture better. There we go. Look at that. Am I still in frame? Yep.
Red says, make sure to include workouts in the art book. Best exercise to see how a muscle works in action. That'd be a fun page to read.
That would be fun as. Of course, sort of, yeah, keep me accountable in the gym as well. If I did stuff like that, which I need sometimes as well. Like I didn't fall off, but I kind of not going as intense in the gym. It just sort of got a little bit mundane. So then I just pulled back and just started to have fun with it. And just like with art, sometimes it'll get like that, and you just got to figure out ways to keep going. How's this music? Let's change that up.
Victoria says, love how most artists I follow are really into health, like how Bobby Chu would mention not eating anything greasy in the morning to avoid feeling sluggish or just to focus more throughout the day.
Yeah, right. That's interesting. Yeah, Bobby Chu's fantastic. I love his stuff. I actually do the whole, like, whether it's, I don't know if I'm doing it consciously or not, but the whole intermittent fasting kind of thing. So I don't eat probably until this stream's over. So I haven't had breakfast yet. And then you get all the fun of, if I know my calorie amount, then it's like, cool, I've got this smaller window of time to just eat. And oftentimes I'm full and I don't have the temptation to just overeat. And yeah, it's a nice little hack. And these streams help me as well, because I'm not going to eat on stream.
What's your absolute weakness though?
Not much anymore, really. Like, I've kind of gotten out of that sort of giving into the sort of temptation kind of things. But I guess it would be like, I've got a bit of a sweet tooth. I do enjoy, like I would used to, when I was playing baseball, when I was like in my teens, and my metabolism was just through the roof. I would have, like, my order at McDonald's would be a Big Mac. I then might even do like a double quarter pounder as well. 6 nuggets. I'd have like a vanilla thick shake, like a large vanilla thick shake. Didn't really like fries, so I didn't have fries. And then I'd have maybe a sausage and egg McMuffin. Right? And I would just smash that like it was nothing. And it's, yeah, not...
That's a good $75.
Yeah. But luckily, I wasn't paying for it. It was mum and dad was like, "You want anything from McDonald's?" I'm like, "Yes, I would. Get your pens out." But yeah, no. And then I was like, I got pretty chubby there for a while. I got I was overweight for a little while. And I just decided to make the change, and just slowly but surely I fell off and I fell back on, and just over time. And that's where like a lot of the habit stuff really stuck with me, was through health and fitness and eating better. All right, let's see if we can throw some of these specular highlights on.
Red Steampunk says, the practice I do whenever I have time to doodle is to stare at my hand and draw it in various ways. Getting the basic look, then the shadows and such. It's fun to do.
Beautiful.
I love a good draw, a random line, then make something from it. Helps build my creativity and the ability to see the finished product. Honestly, most art practice is just fun.
Yeah, I agree. That's great. Like you can, I mean, a lot of people, how do you draw hands? Well, you've got bloody two of them. Like most people have two of them. So look at them, see what they do. Why do they look certain ways? Right, take photos of them in different angles. Don't always have to rely on Pinterest.
You do a lot of that, I noticed, even for your like bigger pieces, that you will actually pose or use a timer or something to get the pose that you want or something like that for the actual illustration.
Yeah, definitely, because it just saves time as well. Like, I've got to finish up that that VR versus reality, because I'd like to do one with my dad with fishing soon. So I want to get that one finished, but I'd love to show a video of my dad trying VR for the first time to like give it context of why I'm doing this, because it was so funny. Like he's even asked for like a Quest 2. Like he likes the VR stuff. So he's
man.
So I'm trying to find a secondhand Quest 2 to get him. But yeah, that was cool, and that'll be like a nice one to do, because it's not just a random thing. It's to do with something that happened with me in my life. It'll be like a funny one to look back on over the years, because it was hilarious. I love watching people try VR for the first time.
I can honestly say I have not dipped my toes into the VR world yet. I have not tried it.
Oh, mate. How is your productivity at the moment? Because if you do, your productivity is going to go down, because you're going to want to go in VR all the time.
It's honestly nothing intentional. Like I haven't, set out. I've got nothing against it or anything like that. I just haven't had the opportunity. I think, if I do that, I probably would be the person that would then be like, okay, babe, I've got to go buy this, VR headset now.
Yeah, man. Like particularly from the sculpting side of things, being able to sculpt something and actually move it around and walk around it in 3D space is nuts. Just for like increasing your understanding of things, it's so cool.
Taylor says, I want to be like Ben when I grow up. Me too, Taylor, me too.
No, you want to be like you when you grow up. You don't want to be like me. You got to be yourself.
Clarence says, hey, Sam's back. Hey, Clarence, how you doing? Red says, saw your channel and only saw shorts and the stream. I bet you can nail long form content. I've seen shorts that point to videos that go in more depth, since shorts are short.
Interesting. Yeah, because that's a whole new thing with YouTube, right? When you post a short or any video, you've got the option to do like end cards at the end of the videos. That's not something that you have on Instagram, which I'm more familiar with. So you can really think of the user experience coming from the software space of someone that first sees your video. And then, okay, cool, this one leads into this one, and this one leads into this one. And then before you know it, ideally, they've watched a ton of your content and they get a good idea of who you are. And yeah, again, it's just a game I'm trying to learn.
I have a question for you, Ben.
Go for it.
Are you doing this all currently on one layer, or do you have a few layers set up? I've got the little your little ad for your amazing course in the way.
Good call, good call. Yeah, I'll throw him up here. So I've just got this layer, like it's kind of like I'm trying things out on this layer just to see how it's going. I've got this other little color layer, which I think I can just go into the one, but basically it's just mainly working on the one layer, apart from say the freckles, right, which I'm going to redo anyway, but they're just as a placeholder, and this one, and then when I like that, I'll just merge it into the one layer, and then we'll just continue working on it. So yeah, it's all on the one layer, but it's almost like, all right, I want to try something out. Let me try this new layer on top, give it a whirl. Maybe I want to put some more shine here on the crease. Does that work? Does it not? If I zoom out, yes, that works. Cool. All right, then I'll just keep painting, and then eventually I'll merge it back down. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people, or a lot of questions I get is like all the layer modes and that sort of stuff. They're all just a means to an end. At least for me, in this style. Or this workflow, I should say.
I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but K-Sir? Hey Ben, love your streams. Quick question. You said speed doesn't matter and we should draw at our own pace. Mm-hmm. But how do you deal with the pressure of social media when trying to make a living with art?
You don't worry about it and you draw at your own pace. Because you're not going to, like, at least for me, I'm not going to get better if I'm worried about the speed at which I'm doing things. I'd much rather take my time and do something that I'm proud of and that I learn something while doing it, versus I did this in 20 minutes. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, at least that's the way I think of it. I'm not too hung up on the speed of doing things, right? And I'm trying to optimize stuff as well. So for example, I'm doing this stream here. I'm taking my time. But then I throw this into my editing software and then I speed it up. Or I can turn this into a reel, which this guy is going to be a reel. I've been working on this reel to explain different lighting scenarios. So you can start to, if you want to start to think more strategically around the content side of things, how do you do one thing and then reuse it for multiple things as well? So you can start to optimize how you work with doing this stuff as well, if that makes sense. And not everything has to go on social media as well. If you're studying, you're studying. No one has to see it if you don't want them to.
It definitely can be a trap though, and I definitely see what Case is saying, that there does feel like this pressure, like, oh, I've got to post every day, or I've got to make sure something's in my stories, or I've got to do this. But I think something I'm learning in my trying to now be really intentional with my content is, quality first, everything else will follow. Then we can optimize from there, but not, premature optimizing.
There you go. Someone's been listening to the podcast.
You caught me.
Yeah, man. But also, there's a caveat to that as well. Like, you've also got to start. You've got to put stuff out there that isn't quote unquote quality, because you might not understand what quality is to you or your audience yet. So it's got to be all little experiments as well. So there's a caveat to all those types of things as well. But at the base level, yeah, that's how I think about it.
Micah says, oof, no dice on the phone camera thing. Computer can't recognize it because it says it needs an update. Rip. I'll figure something out one of these days.
Yeah, got to update that, my friend. It'll save you from buying something else if it's already built in.
Art by Jay says, "Hey bro, on break at work, thought I'd pop in and say what's up. Hope your day's going good."
Jay, my friend, great to see you. Yeah, my day's going fantastic. Hope your work's doing well.
Valerie says, "Any other artists in your fam? I like to think I got my creativity from my mum's side, lol."
Yeah, so my dad's a dental technician. My mum was doing that as well, but she was also making prosthetics for like people that have had accidents or like had like didn't have ears or eyes or noses and that kind of thing. And she was doing that for quite a while as well. And I guess I picked that up from her and dad as well, because they can both draw pretty decently, but it was never like a focus for them, if that makes sense. Like, they're creative in their own ways. And my sister can draw as well. She's 10 years younger than me.
Sugarbeat says, "I love the freckles. Also, his teeth look amazing. Fire emojis."
Appreciate it, Sugar Beach. Yeah, I do like the big, like, chunky teeth. Very friendly.
So much fun.
Yeah, they sort of fit with the character. He's got that little bit of a buck tooth as well, so kind of adds to that more friendlier appeal, I guess.
Red says, "Guess it's his dad's influence on teeth since he works with them. Teeth are hard but look great when you learn them."
There you go. Yeah, that's it. I remember actually when I was younger, my dad, when I was maybe like 5 or 6, or even younger than that, he like drew a thumb, and I thought it was the best thumb I ever saw. And I tried so hard to replicate that, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't get the bloody thing right, and I got so angry and so frustrated. And that's one of my earlier memories of drawing, was frustration as to why can't I do this? It didn't make sense. And yeah, that gets brought up quite often when I go and see mum and dad. It's just that bloody thumb.
Any context as to why he drew a thumb, or he was just drawing thumbs?
It was just one of those things like, "Hey Dad, can you draw something?" And he was like, "Okay," and he just drew a thumb, and then he was like, "All right, copy that." I was like, "Okay," and then I couldn't bloody copy it. Like, it just wasn't looking right. I was very, very hard on myself with a lot of stuff, which it doesn't help anything. It might be like the natural inclination to be hard on yourself, and it's like, "Oh, I'm shit at doing this and shit at doing that," and da 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 da. And that was a constant for a very long time with me. But yeah, I remember I must have chucked a hissy fit or something, where I just got so annoyed that I couldn't draw this freaking thumb. Like, it wasn't a character, it wasn't anything sort of interesting, it was just a thumb. But I wanted to know why I couldn't draw the thing.
I think that can be a topic for like one stream. It's like Ben draws a thumb. Ben finally gets over this demon. It's like group therapy.
Yeah, man. I get Dad on stream as well. We'll do like a duel. You draw.
And how does this make you feel when you see this thumb?
Hey?
How does it make you feel when you see your dad drawing this thumb?
Oh, when he draws it, it like brings, but it's like traumatic. It's like PTSD. I'm like, oh no.
You have to like lay on the couch.
Yeah, I'm just like, nah, the stream's over, guys. I just can't.
Lavender Lizard says, "I'm trying to figure out how long of an art time lapse is liked most by algorithm/viewers. 20, 30, 45 plus mins."
Oh, I got no idea from the long form. I think putting yourselves in the shoes of the audience is going to be super beneficial. That's what I do with a lot of my reels, is I try and think, okay, at what point am I getting bored? Trying to look at it as objectively as possible. And then using that as like a yardstick to say, okay, well this part needs to be cut. And like, don't be afraid to cut stuff out that is boring or that isn't as engaging. And there's something to be said as well as like a strategy that I saw the other day, where because YouTube gives you so many analytics from a short, it mightn't be a bad idea to actually post a short, then have that up for a few days or a week or so, look at where the retention graph is, where the retention falls off, redo the video to make that part of the video more engaging, and then post it to Instagram. That's what I'm experimenting with. Now, you notice, I may have noticed, probably not, that I've been consistently sort of putting out shorts on YouTube. I've just got them scheduled. So that could be one way to think about it, or experiment with. All right, I think maybe we start throwing in the... See, so this was just a layer on top of this base layer. Right, not a huge change, but it's enough to sort of, okay, let's merge it down. And let's throw the eyebrows. I kind of like him without eyebrows, actually. But let's experiment. Let's experiment, because I could almost do him all in one color, so he's kind of like a statue-esque kind of thing, but he's got like teeth and stuff. Let's just do the eyebrows. Let's maybe... So maybe they come up here. And because we've got this three-dimensional form, we know, or I know kind of exactly where it needs to be placed. And I like the idea of this kind of, some of the eyebrows kind of poking out a little bit, just a little bit of texture.
Kesa says, thanks for the answers, you two. It did make a lot of sense.
Beautiful.
And Clarence Art asks, do you have daily or weekly to-do lists with your art? Good question.
No, I don't. Should I? Maybe. I actually want to structure it a little bit better than what I'm doing it at the moment, because I'm kind of like spur of the moment-ish. But it would be nice to even chunk blocks of time to do certain things. Like today I'm going to study this head, and then I'm going to make a reel of it, and then I'm going to edit it all up, and it's just sort of all done in the one day, and maybe even do a few of those. You can do it just with your art study as well, not even worry about the social media side of things. But it could be a fun exercise to say, okay, today's head drawing, tomorrow's sort of rendering, and then you take that head drawing that you did and then render it up.
Sugarbeat says, it's still difficult for me to post traditional because of the hate comments, but I want to learn to get that, to not let that get to me.
Where are these hate comments coming from? Who are these hate comments?
Block.
Or not block. Don't even give him the thought of needing to block. Just fucking, like, they're not even worth your time. You don't know what situation, like, I just think about this. What kind of person or what kind of mindset do they have to be in to even take time out of their day to write something negative? Right? I almost feel sorry for them, you know? It's, if you change the framing to more of like empathy rather than anger, or making it you feel bad about yourself, that could maybe change the frame of mind to sort of say, well, that's a shame that this person's either going through something. And I guess I'm not old, but I'm like 29. And the more, as I've gotten older, my thoughts on like dickheads, right? Like, you've got people that are just fucking assholes in the world. when I was younger, I'd be like, oh, this is a fucking asshole. Like, fuck them. Right? I kind of have that thought still, but I've got to think of it. I think of it more in a little bit more of an empathetic frame, because it's like you don't know what they're going through. They've got to be in a pretty bad state of mind to do the thing that they're doing, or the thing that annoyed me, or just how rude they are, or whatever. And I sort of take a step back and come at it from empathy more so now rather than anger. Doesn't mean that I have to engage with them or anything like that, but it's just more of a like, they've probably got something going on. It's nothing to do with me. Their thoughts of me or my work has got absolutely nothing to do with me. And it sort of just helped me kind of, not tie myself too much to other people's negative comments.
And I think as well, Sugar Beats, if you haven't already, there's a great poem. It's referred to as a poem. It's actually part of a speech by Teddy Roosevelt, and it's called Man in the Arena. But basically the whole idea is just like, they can't take away from you the fact that you actually did that work. Like, you actually put in the time and the effort and did it, and you were vulnerable enough to, post it and do that. And no one can take that away. It doesn't matter, what mean comments they say. You actually did that. You put in the work, and you get credit and confidence from that.
Yeah. That's it. Like, I don't understand negative comments, because I guarantee you anyone that's worth listening to isn't going to be sort of spitting out shitty comments. You know what I mean? Like, it's, if I wouldn't listen to you, or if I wouldn't hang out with you in real life, I'm not going to listen to you on a fucking YouTube comment, So why should I let that affect me?
Ray asks, Sam, what are your goals? That's a good question. I am very much learning quite a bit from how Ben makes his content. I work very much in the commercial space. I do a little bit of work for studios and things, and I'd like to do more of that sort of thing. I'm a little bit maybe different to Ben in the sense that I really do want to work with people and studios and things like that, and I'm fine with my main source of income being that. I still want to diversify and learn, other ways of doing that and create some other things. I'm going to, be releasing some wallpapers and stuff like that. But I love interacting with studios and working with people to solve problems and things like that. My goal is basically just to keep building, keep doing awesome work, keep helping people with their creative problems and solving that and sharing the process, basically. Eric says, hey Ben, I'm excited for your class on Thursday at Ahmen School.
Yeah, man. No, great to... I'm bloody looking forward to those classes. They're good fun. And we'll go on all sorts of tangents. And I appreciate you taking the time to pop past as well, because they're not compulsory for the curriculum, but I'm just sort of in there as a guest. I don't know, lecturer, teacher, I don't know what to call myself, but just, in there as a guest. Sort of just having some fun. But no, it would be cool. Cool to see you in there on my Friday, your Thursday.
Ray asks, Ben, have you read Anatomy for Sculptors?
I have. I've flicked through that one. That's a pretty good one from the anatomy side of things, definitely. Not my all-time favorite anatomy book, but it's still, you're never going to really find a book that's or even a resource that's like the perfect thing for what you're looking to do at that particular time. So, but it's still a good one, definitely.
Dylan Royer says, "Hi Ben."
Hello, Dylan. Dylan, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Great to have you. Let's, yeah, there we go. That gives me a little bit more contrast in the background. Oh, I'm itching to get onto this sculpting. We've got so much more time left. I'll just keep going with this.
Taylor asks, tips for drawing things symmetrically without using the symmetry tool.
Practice. That's a lot to do with how you see things and how you can judge. Like if you're doing a face front on, it's good to consistently flip back and forth as well. Like flip the canvas, like back and forth can really help. I've not actually used the symmetry tool. Yeah, go for it.
Do you think that posture and like line confidence has something to do with that when trying to draw symmetrically?
They're kind of separate things. Like, I mean, line confidence just to make the thing look cool overall, right? Or look appealing overall. But really, it's just judging the shapes and the lines. It's all about how you perceive them. And it's a lot of it is just seeing. I heard this from someone, I can't exactly remember where, so forgive me if I've just stolen this from someone. But a lot of art and like drawing and painting is mostly to do with seeing. Alright, so it's really just building that muscle up and figuring out, all right, why doesn't this look good? Why doesn't this look symmetrical? And then just sort of bouncing back and forth between different, like flipping it, looking back and forth between, like, say, the eyes, if the eyes aren't looking correct or whatever. It's a lot of it has to do with that. Let's merge it, bugger it. And merge this as well.
Sugar Beats says, I love that Sam is being a therapist. No problem, Sugar Beats. Your invoice is in the mail.
There you go. You might not love it after the invoice.
Red asks, was flipping the canvas a go-to?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Because, I mean, you got the old masters. A lot of people think that, this is just a digital thing. But the old masters were actually, from what I understand, they'll throw up a mirror next to their art. And they'll look at their art through the mirror, and that would actually show things that that didn't quite look right. Or make things more apparent to them.
Am I right in assuming here that you're maybe trying something a little bit different with this goatee, a different kind of volume for it than what you did with the previous study?
You certainly are. Yeah, because I'm going with the idea of this character being more friendly. Instead of having all these like sharp angles, like even his teeth are rounded off a little bit more here. I think there's less teeth here, maybe, even. I don't know. But I'm just trying to think, okay, how can I actually round out some of these shapes to make them more friendly feeling? And this gives me the opportunity as well to like maybe build them up a little bit more, like have some of these poke out a little bit to change the silhouette. Right? Doesn't make any sense like in reality. Right? You're not really going to see a beard with all these more circular kind of ends to the hair, but it's just something a little bit different. Whether it's going to work out, I've got no idea, but just putting a little bit more a little bit of layering to it. And these are all going to be affected by the light as well. So you've got to take that into account. Sorry, go for a minute.
No, my bad. I could definitely see you doing something where you make this a sketch note where you do the guy on the top left as, you know, really accentuate him as being like the evil alter ego.
Yeah.
And then this guy being like the, you know, the nicer guy. And then go in and do a sketch note on what makes the guy on the left feel, you know, like a darker guy or a more, you know, aggressive character versus the softer shapes and the making this guy kinder and things like that.
That's a very good idea, actually. Because what you could even do is just make the brows down further so he's more like straight faced or even like more angry. Sharpen up these teeth a little bit, maybe even the ears a little bit sharper. So yeah, using shapes to tell a story. That's a good idea, man.
And then also having like maybe some red, you know, you've already got like the warmer tones on the one on the left. Definitely like accentuating that and having like the red, angry kind of thing behind him. And then you've got like the cooler, kinder, you know, happier kind of thing on this character.
Yeah. Yeah, and that can be, I mean, you could do it just with shape. Like he can be like a bad blue guy. But you could also, yeah, play around with color. Like maybe his beard is more, maybe he's just like got dark hair. You know what I mean? Like you could do all sorts of stuff. And this is something that I've been learning recently as well. Like I might not have even thought about this, say like 2 months ago. This kind of way of thinking with the characters and their personalities, and it was more focusing on what looks cool. Being a little bit like intellectualizing it a little bit more. Trying to figure out, okay, he's a friendly guy. What sort of shapes do I want him to have? And this is going to be a pain in the ass to sculpt though, I bet. So I've given myself, this is a lot easier to sculpt, I think, rather than this one. But we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
Let me catch up on some chat for
Yeah,
you because
please,
we're a little
please.
bit behind.
Go for it.
Micah says, I would update if I could, but I got software that I use for my day job which won't work with newer OSs. I'm not giving up though, I'll figure something out.
Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah.
Lavender Lizard says, I've posted a 20-minute and a 40-minute version of the same video on my YouTube channel. It is a different account. And I've posted a short video as well. I hope to post every other week now, just trying to figure some things out right now.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of it, that's great. That's experimentation right there. And that's a good, because you've got like the same content, but in different formats. And I reckon you'll learn some stuff from that. Definitely.
Red Steampunk says, try and make your own spin on things and do what you want more than you feel like you have to. People sense when you love doing something.
Could not agree more.
Lavender Lizards replies and says, yeah, that's why I'm trying to just enjoy it right now. Ray says, I really love that you do these long forms right now. It feels more one-on-one. I'm going to miss this when you explode before the year is over.
Well, look, man, I find this fun. This is just as much for me as well as it is hopefully for you guys that you're getting something out of this. I really love talking while I'm drawing. I never thought I would. It freaked me out in the beginning. It's like, shit, I've got to be entertaining or like say stuff that makes sense and it's got to be all educational and blah blah blah. This is just fun, like getting to meet you guys and sort of just hop on. It's really, really so much fun. So yeah, I don't see this going anywhere. But I appreciate you putting that out into the universe though. It's going to blow up by the end of the year. Fingers crossed. We'll see.
Still be here, just on a bigger budget.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's it. We'll have a studio. What I'd actually like to do is like do some figure out a way to actually draw along with some people as well. Like how I was talking about Jesse from Ahmen School. We've been talking and doing some like chats and drawing and maybe doing the same thing, or like drawing the same whatever topic, and see how we tackle things differently. And then we just chat life, art and whatever. And it's really not for views, because I don't think those ones necessarily quote unquote do well, but I think that'd be a lot of fun. And I just get to meet people, and when you're doing things, I find you get to know people a lot better while you're doing something together. These are almost like scales, even like hair scales. And again,
Lavender Lizard says...
Yeah, go.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right.
Lavender Lizard says, well, gotta go, guys, but hope to catch you next stream.
Catch you later, Lavender. Appreciate you popping in.
Sugarbeat says, thanks, the advice helps. My videos go viral on TikTok sometimes for my traditional, so I get lots of hate comments.
Ugh,
Sam, also good advice. Thank you so much. No problem, Sugarbeats. Red Steampunk said, to face hate, I usually just ignore the generic "you suck." I just look for a creative insult, then I get more impressed than upset.
Yeah, there's some clever. I don't even know if you'd call them constructive criticisms, but those ones I tend to engage with because there was some thought put behind them, and not like malicious thought. It was sometimes just funny.
Rick Marshall asked, do you get or have you been getting negative feedback recently, Ben?
None that really sticks out. Maybe I've just blocked it all out. But
he says the thing about the girl's hips you drew a while back was a bit ridiculous. I mean the feedback you were getting.
Oh yeah, but then I just had I spun it into content. I try to make lemons out of lemonade. Like my initial thought, because that was one of my first kind of bigger, well not bigger, but like more apparent, like a lot of people were thinking the same thing. I didn't disagree with them, but it's just the way that some people were saying stuff. I was like, all right, let's how can I excuse me, reframe this? And then that reel did pretty well, you know. So it's like, thank you. You got a conversation started between others as well. So it's like, yeah, making lemons. No, make it, I don't know, doing something with lemons and lemonade or something.
Well, Ray says, Sugarbeats, I was told to expect that half the world is not going to like you, and your job is to find the other half that do.
There you go. I don't know if any of you watch podcasts or anything, but sometimes I watch Tiger Belly with Bobby Lee. He's a really funny comedian, and his advice with that sort of stuff is what you want almost is like half the people to not like you and half the people to like you, and that's where the oh my goodness excuse me, that's where like the sweet spot is. I don't know if I want to go that far where people just don't like me, but or like what I'm putting out, like half the people don't like, but it creates a conversation and it gets people around you that really do like you, because it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not always a bad thing.
Valerie asks, what program are you going to use for sculpting?
Blender. So everyone can sort of pop in and do it themselves as well. They can sculpt along if they know how, or because it's not going to be real like a lesson, but it's a free piece of software.
Rick Marshall says, drawing things symmetrically using ortholinear lines locked at 90 degrees, helps you judge better.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They can sometimes be known as like plumb lines in like traditional sense, where some art, like painters, they'll actually have like a weight and a string. That gives them like a perfect sort of straight vertical line, and then they can judge things like that as well. So you can definitely sort of, if I wanted to check, for example, like this isn't symmetrical, but it kind of is in 3D space. If I wanted to check that the eyes were aligned, then I can be like, okay, in reality, this corner of this eye should fit between there, and that's kind of tracking. You know what I mean? The bottom of this eye, yep, that's kind of tracking if I was going to sort of X-ray view this. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely, that's a good point. Nice one.
Griffith says hi.
Hello, Griffith. Welcome.
Red says, I know you can cut, copy, paste, and flip that part. It'll look off, but Fro, there you can tweak it till it feels right. My sister does that often.
Yeah, do what you need to do. You got digital tools, why not use them?
Taylor says, I imagine this character having Kronk's voice from Empress New Groove.
Did you say, were you there when I mentioned that before? Because I mentioned that a little while back. That this guy's giving me mad like Kronk vibes.
Right.
Yeah, he's kind of like the lovable.
That's got to be up there.
Sorry, go.
That's got to be one of the. That's got to be one of the best animated movies. I don't think that gets enough love.
Oh, dude, I love that movie. I used to watch that on repeat.
Me too. Me too. Sugar Beat says the mirror thing is so cool.
Yeah, with the traditional artist, yeah. It's all these things that you just don't hear. I don't know. You just don't hear much about. Again, coming back to the why of things. Like why flip stuff. Well, it's like, look, it's just a progression of what the old masters did, which is why I love figuring stuff out and understanding the why, because then it gives me context.
Ray asks, what do you think of Burn Hogarth? It's a different style, but the sculptural thinking seems of a similar nature.
Burn Hogarth. Rings a bell. I almost guarantee that I love his work if it's the same person that I'm thinking of. I don't have it. I can't think. I think I know. There's a particular drawing or painting of sailors on a ship, or like pirates or something. I think. If that's the same person that I'm thinking of, that you're thinking of, who is Burn Hogarth? Let's knock this back. Maybe add a little bit of purple in here. I want to think.
Clarence Art asks, who is this character that you're painting?
I've got no idea. This is just my character that I just sort of started to build up with shapes the other day. And this is what he turned into. So I'm just redrawing it for stream. Or repainting it for stream. Recreating.
I think it's time for a name. I think we need some suggestions in chat for a name for these guys.
Alright, so he's got Kronk vibes. Is he like Kronk's cousin? Krink? Like
Bronk.
Yeah, what do you reckon? I don't know. He's got a deep voice. Or maybe he doesn't have a deep voice. Maybe he's got like a really squeaky voice. And he doesn't talk. Fronk.
CMG says, BAM Animation has an amazing video on character design and they mention shape language.
Ooh. I can check that out.
Remarkable Airbrush says, hello Ben and Sam, your streams are so excellent and motivational. I really appreciate the approach you take to painting light and exploring shapes, gradually finding volume and defining edges.
I appreciate it, man. I think it's man. This is I've got like a habit of saying man. Like, thanks, man. No, that means a lot. And yeah, it's just fun, right? But the thing is, this eyebrow doesn't fit in the shape language. Speaking of shape language, as the beard. So maybe we round these off, which might fit in a little bit better. And this one's in front of this one. It's also this principle of like big, medium, small as well, which I'm trying to kind of think of here. So there's like big, medium, and small.
Dazzling Action asks, could you draw through Discord?
Could I draw through Discord? I don't know. Maybe.
I think for like two people painting on like the same stream, I think is what.
I get you. Yeah. I might actually use Bobby Chew's, what is it, Studio something or other. It's like a web-based drawing tool where you can kind of like multiplayer. So you can kind of both
Denzel
draw the same
O'Neill
game.
says.
Yeah, go for it.
Nope, sorry.
No, you're all right.
Denzel O'Neill says, a painter and a sculptor doing the same character at the same time on stream could be interesting, riffing off each other.
Ooh. I reckon we should talk to Mr. Shane Olsen about that one, because we
Absolutely.
talked to him late last year. I got to catch up with him again sometime. That could be really, really fun. Or even if like I want to figure out how, so people can swap between the streams. So like he streams on his, I stream on mine. He's doing what he's doing on his stream. I'm doing what I'm doing on my stream, but the conversation's the same. So he can show up as like someone talking on my stream, and I can show up talking on his stream. We can sort of flip back and forth. It's just all these like these little technical things that you think like, yeah, just do it like that. But then you've got to really think, okay, logistically, how's that going to work?
Grace's Art says hello.
Hello.
Micah says, have you ever heard of Bobby Chew's Magma browser-based collaborative
That's the
digital art
one.
program? That's one way to draw.
Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm talking about. That'd be fun, I reckon.
Sugarbeat says, I feel like a tooth gem would look so good in his teeth. I know that's not your vibe, just needed to say it would look cute.
What was that? A tooth what?
A tooth gem.
A tooth gem. Like something like here. Like a shiny jewel. That's going to reflect the light.
Red says, I feel like it'd be a gold tooth, a kind of mercenary kind of guy.
Yeah, that could be cool. He's got like a dark past, but he's quite... Let's see what that looks like. Maybe not... It's kind of a bit on the nose, this one being the gold one. Maybe, what about this? Canine. We can just test it. So I'm just on a new layer. Overlay layer. Let's make this... Now, if we're doing different materials, it's not going to be a tooth material anymore. It's going to be a metallic material, so it's actually going to reflect more. It's going to react to the light differently. It's going to... These darker bits are going to be a little bit darker. Maybe it's probably going to reflect even more. I don't know. Maybe we'll keep that as a maybe. Good suggestion though. We can give him tattoos. We can do whatever we want, but we can give him like friendly tattoos. What's a friendly tattoo?
A nice pretty flower, or a mum with the
Yeah, I was thinking that.
like
That's
the
a
old
little.
sailor.
That's a little bit cliche though. That was my first thought. It's like a little love heart sort of thing there.
How about Dad? Flip it on its head.
Dad, that almost feels like it's a sad story. I don't know why. Like what else could we do? What's it like? Or maybe we do a homage to like Emperor's New Groove or something. Like
A little llama?
yeah. I can't even. This is off the top of my head, using my mind's eye right now. And that looks like a weird kangaroo. Like, oh no, I'm doing a Proco. If any of you know that. That kind of looks like a giraffe or a wishbone. So maybe I've got to get some reference for that maybe. What I actually do want to do though is get some of these darker occlusion shadows happening, particularly in the beard, under the chin.
So we've got some name suggestions. Are you ready for these?
Oh, okay, hit me. Go for it.
All right, Taylor said Franck.
Franck. Oh, name suggestion for him. Okay, cool. Yep, cool. I like Franck.
Red said Smorg. Smorg smart. Smorg kind.
So we got Smorg, Franck.
Sugarbeet says Frank. Frank would be great.
Frank.
Grace agrees. Yes, Frank would be great.
Frank. Yep, I like that.
Red says, imagine if he was a big guy named Dave or something super casual.
It's just Dave. I actually like Frank. Because he's
Big
kind
and
of
scary,
like...
the menacing Frank.
Yeah. Maybe he has that kind of switch where he's like kind of really friendly. But then if you mess with him, it's kind of like Hulk-esque, or even Bruce from Finding Nemo, where he's like, he smells blood, or he sort of sees red and he doesn't know what happens. That could be kind of cool.
Frank turns into Spank.
Sweet. Okay, that's a whole different a different character that we're making there.
Taylor says, I was also thinking gold tooth and a heart with mum.
Yeah, that is that compulsion to do the heart, isn't it? What
We've
do I
got a lot
actually...
of people agreeing.
Or maybe I do the heart with... Who's the... What is it? Yzma from Emperor's New Groove. So we do like a heart with that. So he's one of the guys that didn't make the cut, and Kronk like took his position. And he's like... He was almost too nice. He wasn't menacing enough. And she didn't respect him. And he's just like, oh, but I love you.
Grace's art thinks that his tattoo should be Father of the Year. Mr. Trendy said, Ben, watching your stream is like therapy.
Oh, appreciate it. Same for me.
It's cheaper too.
That's it.
Red Steamboat says, a llama on his bicep that jumps when he flex.
Yeah, that's like some Moana-esque sort of vibes.
And Sugarbeet says, like Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. So we got the gold tooth. I don't know if I like that. But I'm going to redo the freckles here. So let's zoom it in. Alright, I'm going to need to rebrew some coffee, aka throw some powder in a cup and boil some water. So if you're down to entertain the chat after I do some of these freckles, Sam, unless you need a break, you let me know.
I'm just going to do a quick loo break, but I can wait until you're back.
Do your thing. I'll do the freckles. You come back. We'll tag team and we'll keep it rolling.
Sounds good.
So these I would actually like to try and do some texture painting on the sculpt as well. That's if I can get it to a certain place. Grace is a bat, cause like that, like cute though. Red Steampunk. We can entertain ourselves. Go for it. What does Frank do for a living? I feel like he's, you know how, like actors, they go on auditions. He's trying to be like a henchman, and his dream is to be Kronk. Like maybe Kronk is his idol, and he's like, oh, one day I would love to be like Kronk. It's almost like the Kung Fu Panda story, but for a henchman. A kindergarten teacher, but a menacing one. That's kind of funny. I like that. Just giving him a little bit of texture or just like variation can really bring him a little bit more personality. Like maybe there's some lighter spots. Particularly, I think, I wonder if this actually happens, but I've got a feeling that sometimes freckles, because they're a different pigment in the light, they'll actually reflect differently. So for example, like if we crank this up just a tad, just a few of these guys. Just ever so slightly, just the light hits it different. I don't know, just something a little, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. This is the thing, this is freedom. We can do whatever the frick we want. Now, because he's got a beard, do we want him to have like 5 o'clock shadow? But just ever so slightly, as if it's like, okay, he's chosen this hairstyle, this facial hair. We need to darken in some of this in the eye a little bit as well. But let's say, actually, I think I want to, there's an opportunity here to make that cheek even bigger and cross over the ear. Maybe. We'll see if that works. Right, and then this.
My goodness, chat is gone crazy with suggestions.
Red Steampunk kicked him off. I appreciate it, my friend.
Sugar Beats. Frank is a hitman, but he becomes a dancer.
I like it. His true passion. Maybe that was his family. Like his family lineage is just like all hitmen. Or like henchmen or whatever. And he's like, but I love to dance. Maybe he has like that kind of accent.
I'm getting vibes. Do you remember, what was that movie with Steve Martin and Martin Short, that where, oh my goodness, people are going to understand what I mean, where he's got that ridiculous, Martin Short has that ridiculous accent.
Oh, I kind of know what you're talking about.
Frank. Oh my goodness.
This is where I need
Someone
a studio.
in chat help me.
So we can do like the Joe Rogan, like pull that up, Sam.
Okay, father of the bride. Here we go. Father of the bride. Thanks to my wife for shouting that across the house that
Nice one.
it was father of the bride.
Shout outs to Sarah.
But he's got that thing where he talks like this. He says, Frank.
Yes.
Hello, I am the henchman, Frank.
Yeah, thank you. All I want to be is a dancer. I'm not sure. Is it bad? I don't know. Fuck it. I don't think that's politically incorrect. I think this is fucking great. Yeah.
No, Ben, we don't want you to get cancelled.
No, I try and can't do it. I tell you. I draw my way out of it.
You've got to be one with the dance and one with the drawing.
Yeah. All my life, my family, my dad, they're just the bad people. I'm a good guy, you know?
You don't need to hurt people, you dance with people.
Yes.
People are for dancing, not for hurting.
That's his catchphrase. People are for dancing with, not for the hurting.
He's got like a knitted jumper with it like crocheted on.
I want him to be in like a leotard. He just like rips off his henchman like uniform. He's just like, oh, this is the true me. Apologies for the German people out there for us doing the horrible German accent. Do you want to try my spinach puffs? I also am an avid chef and cook, home cook. I try.
I'm trying something new this week.
Yeah.
It's spaghetti meatballs.
Yeah. And the secret recipe, extra tomatoes in the sauce.
I grow them myself in the backyard.
Yeah, I also am an avid gardener. I have so many hobbies, too many, some say. Oh, man.
I dance with the tomatoes.
Yes.
I make them grow. I sing to them every morning.
This is the through line through my life. I dance through life. With the tomatoes, with the meatball, everything. Oh, man. This is too fun. I'm so happy this is being recorded. I'm not so happy. I forget this is bloody being recorded. Oh, man.
Red Steampunk. Mother thought I couldn't. She wanted me to hit peoples. I love the theater and dance.
Yeah. I want to beat the eggs. I don't want to beat the people. I want the smashed avocado on toast, not the smashed people.
I think you now have to put him in an apron.
Oh, yeah. I'm liking the chef vibe. Like, that's his passion. Like, he likes dancing and stuff, but I think I'm kind of going down the route of... Yeah, okay, I'll throw him in an apron. And this is what... It should be fun doing this stuff, right? Like, figuring out different characters.
Can we give him like a tiny chef's hat that doesn't quite fit on his head, as if he's like a giant?
Mate, what's a chef? Oh, like this kind of... I'm just trying to think what a chef hat looks like. Like that kind of thing.
Like the big poofy thing.
He's like a cook. I'm going to leave him bold for now. Like, but that's not a bad idea. Maybe we can model that and see if that... Because we can keep iterating in the sculpting stage as well. I can sometimes even be faster. And maybe he has like a pin here instead of like a tattoo. Because he's scared of needles.
People are for dancing, not for hitting.
Yeah. How do we put that as like a pin? Oh,
What if he's running for like mayorship or something, like city council, like vote 1 Frank?
oh yeah, it's like a pin, like a voting pin. I do like that. I do want to incorporate the people are for like smash eggs, not people, or something, or like crack eggs, not people, or something. I don't know.
Red Steampunk says Frank definitely takes pictures of his plants and shows them off like kids.
Yes. Every meal he's posting to Instagram.
CMG says we must protect Frank. Knife emoji.
Yes. He's a kind soul.
Taylor says mashed potatoes, not people.
Oh, I love that.
Red Steampunk says, this is my petunia. I raised them from the seedlings.
The little seedlings. They're like my babies. I reckon, you know,
This is Little
Flula?
Frank number 1.
Hey.
This is Little Frank number 1. This
Yeah.
is Little Frank number 2.
Two. This is also Little Frank 572. He's been around for a long time. Yeah, what? Maybe he like loves gardening as well, so we just put like a love heart and like a seedling or something. Or is it? Yeah, I wonder if the pin's the right thing. Maybe that's the tattoo. Maybe the pin's going to be a little bit too, because again, we want this to be the focal point. So we're getting carried away, getting way carried away. But that's cool. So maybe it's like the love heart. Imagine this is how they do it in Pixar. They just hop on Zoom and they just start doing accents.
I'm hoping that, like, you know, that there's some really serious studio, you know, art directors that are seeing us do this. Like, these guys are professionals.
This is what we need. We need the Frank. All right, then how would I do? So if I, it's not going to be, I think I'm overthinking this. Let's just do like,
Mr. Trendy says he looks like Ratatouille.
yeah, oh yeah, like a zombie blue Ratatouille guy. And then it's like,
Taylor says, Sam coming up with some genius ideas. Thank you,
Yes.
Taylor. I'm really just here for the content and the accents.
dude, we're all here for the content. It's great. I love it. This is what I like not just art talking, like this is how to do this and this is what I do. Like this shit. It's funny, man.
Oh, Ray said, kiss the chef, pin button.
Ray wins again. He guessed my mum's name now. He's 2 for 2, my friend. So it's like, I love to garden.
Ray says, a polar bear with ballet shoes and an outfit as tattoo.
Whoa, look, man. I don't know how long you think we got here. That'll take a while.
Sugarbeat says, Frank is going to have his own movie.
Imagine. He's like the first character I animate when I figure out how to animate. Oh, he's a chef and he likes gardening. It's like farm to table. I grow all everything's organic. All right, and then he's got his badge here.
But he's also like vegan or vegetarian or something because he doesn't like violence in any way.
Yeah, and even when he's going to like clip the like spinach, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Ouch! This will only sting a little.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
very sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
So, count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's over. Look away. Look away.
I promise you, this is going to hurt me more than it will hurt you.
Oh man. Yeah, this is great. I like.
Red says, vote for Frank. A vote for Frank is a vote for a new petunia garden.
Oh man. So then what color should this be? Like, because we don't want it to compete with the focal point, right? So I want to...
Taylor says, I love that Aussies say love heart. They say that on Bluey too. Do you not say love heart in other countries?
What do you say then? Love heart? Yeah.
What else do you say? Just heart, I guess.
It's just heart. Oh, boring.
Yeah.
There you go. Export that over to wherever you're at. Just
there we go.
heart.
Everyone on this stream is now going to start changing the culture of wherever you live by starting to say love heart.
We're infiltrating.
Grace's art says you could do vines as a tattoo as well.
Oh, not bad. I like. Maybe like tomatoes as well. Tomatoes on the vines. Oh, but this is getting way away from this being the focal point.
Squish tomatoes, not people.
I'm just doing this quickly.
Sugarbeat says, I hope Frank gets a movie poster.
Oh, that'd be great. Because these kind of characters are my favorite. Do you remember A Bug's Life?
Oh, what a banger of a
And
movie.
then you've got the little like, what's his face? What is the caterpillar? And then he finally sprouts wings at the end. He's like, I'm a beautiful little butterfly.
Yes.
As a kid,
yes.
I could not stop laughing at that. That was my absolute favorite.
Yes. Maybe that was embedded in our brains, and that's why we've got this accent.
Must have. Because it just made me laugh so much. All right, that really doesn't fit in. I need to spend some time on that Kiss the Chef one. But this is cool. This is a good start. I don't even really like the tattoo to begin with, but I like the story behind him. His name was Heimlich, I think. Yeah.
Taylor says Frank should have like 5 kids, all girls, a big softie.
Oh, that's fantastic. He's a family man. Even Shrek. I think it was the 3 little pigs. There's that accent. And they're like, yeah, it's a wolf. They hoofed and he poofed. And then he signs the eviction notice. Like, it's that accent. It just makes me giggle. All right. I think, look, I'm going to need some coffee. No, Frank is not going to have irises. I think just keep him like that. Because I think he comes from a dark past, but he's like changed his ways maybe, and he's just like, he's a kind soul, but he comes from like a, I don't know, like a more less savory crowd potentially. All right, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Sam, you keep him entertained with the accents. Teach him more about Australia.
Okay.
And yeah, what can I? Your Australian word of the week. There you go. I'll be back momentarily.
Goodness. Australian word of the week. I'm going to think on that. Let me catch up in chat. Yeah, I didn't know that you guys didn't say love heart. I just thought everyone said love heart. That's crazy. Taylor, your toddler says love heart because she watches Bluey all the time. And she also says petrol instead of gas. That's so cute. Sugar Beats, you don't know how to use love heart in a sentence. Well, you just did. Love heart. Really easy. Just say, I'm drawing a love heart. Red Steampunk. I think Frank has a clip-on pin. He's the guy who gets poked by the pin too much otherwise. Yeah, I was always scared of those as a kid. I don't know if anyone else had that, but like I was always scared when like someone was gonna like pin like a badge on me or something, that like I was gonna get, you know, like impaled by this tiny little thing. The caterpillar, yeah. And Bluey. I wonder what's your favorite Disney movie, like of those old school ones of like Bug's Life and Emperor's New Grooves and things like that? Because I think there was a certain generation that that just really loved those. Yeah, Red, the lumberjack that sung about Broadworth, yeah. Yeah. And Mr. Trendy, yeah, what if his chef's hat was comically small? I really do think that that's the way to go. Like, even if it's like smaller than like his ear, the whole thing, and it's just like sitting on the back of his head on like a tilt. KO, yes. Frank is an OC. Ben's just come up with him on stream. We've given him a name and a whole story and a past, and we're going to try and get him made into a movie. Unofficially, not really. I think this could definitely be a Way of the House Husband. Definitely recommend. Yep, I agree, Red. Taylor, you watched Hercules today. One of your all-time favorites. It is so good, and this guy's kind of got the like the Hades vibe to him, like the way that they did that character. That was awesome. Treasure Planet, also a good one. Also a good one. Lilo and Stitched, man. I'm gonna have to go back and watch these again. These are great. Mulan, where she climbs up the pole with the weights. Yep, a girl worth fighting for. They're coming out with a live-action Lilo and Stitch, Taylor. Is that right? Oh, I mean, I feel like they're doing live actions for like all of the classic ones. Space Pirates, forever a cool idea. I'm still here. Have you been to the Great Barrier Reef? And how do y'all? I personally haven't. I don't know if Ben has.
I have.
I personally haven't.
I've swam at the Great Barrier Reef. Freaked me out, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know. I've got.
What about it freaked you out?
It's just like what's stopping the sharks just coming and just like biting half of me off. You know, like I just didn't like that. It's just so vast, and it just freaked me out. It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it just didn't. And it was good fun. I'll do it again, but it was just that whole like whoa. It was pretty nuts.
Yeah. Mr. Trendy, he needs a massive spatula. I do agree. I think he needs a massive spatula, and like you said, a ridiculously small chef's hat.
All right, let's do the spatula and the chef's hat in Blender. Let's give us some things. I actually might want to do a little bit more specular highlighting on him. So let's have a go here. So we just grab this highlight color. It's pretty bright as it is, but
we were just talking in chat about like those amazing classic Disney movies, and Taylor brought up Hercules, and I'm definitely getting a bit of that like character vibe in this in Frank here with the way that they did Hades.
Yep, 100%. I don't exactly know why. I think it's this. Actually, it's this. The nose, I reckon. It's they all have that very like sharp nose with like very like minimal bridge dip in. I think that does it.
It's amazing how like you do build up your visual library even from like things we watched when we were a kid, and we don't know why they're funny until we start riffing on them in chat, and then we realize the power of those films and the way that they were designed.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. CMG says, I can see Frank with kind of small legs.
Yeah, like he hits the gym, but he like just does upper body. He skips leg day.
Yeah, that's exactly what Taylor asked. Does Frank skip leg day?
Oh yeah.
Sugar Beat said, I think you should have a baseball cap on theme with Ben's hat, with an F on it, the exact same hat.
Oh, not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea.
Red says, but a flower or seedling, or the classic dad hat.
Oh, yep. These are bloody fantastic ideas.
Oh, I love the idea of, do you remember like the primary school hats, like the big brimmed hats that were like floppy hats?
Yeah. Yep. Did you guys have like wherever you're from? Do you remember those like bib? I doubt it if they did, because I know in America a lot of the kids, they didn't have a uniform.
Yeah,
like
I think that's a very Australian thing. No hat, no play.
Yeah, no hat, no play. Sun safety is a big thing over here.
Taylor said, or the hat with the hat emoji embroidered on it. Most public schools don't have uniforms.
Fascinating. Yeah, all uniforms all throughout. Well, my schooling at least. And then we had a casual day. I remember Fridays we had casual day, and I was so excited for it. I don't know why. I just loved casual days. I'm like, oh, now I can be my real self.
I think we need to see photos from like what.
Oh no, we don't need to see photos of that. We do not need to see photos of that. My fashion sense, I'm not saying that I've got any at the moment, but I don't know if you guys are familiar with FUBU and Wu-Tang and the silver shirts and silver jeans. I was all about that life. That was me in
my goodness.
Yeah. And I had hair, like big hair, like massive, like buffy, like blonde hair. Yeah. It was a time.
Yeah, I think. Oh, I love Sugar Beats. Yeah, we need to see photos. Or can you draw younger you?
There you go. That's a good idea. I can edit out the things that I don't want to share. We'll put it this way. Okay, this is a real bloody embarrassing story. I went to Disneyland in Japan when I was like 11. All right. This is kind of traumatic in a way. Not really, but it wasn't fun. Speaking of the buffy hair, I don't know what it was, whether they're just like not used to seeing like Caucasian people or what, but it was just, I sat down to get my caricature drawn, right? And all my friends, the whole baseball team, they got it. They were on like whales and like some were on sharks and stuff, and they were riding sharks and they looked really cool. And then it came to me, and then like she turned the bloody page around and I'm a mermaid sitting on a rock. She thought I was a woman. As an 11-year-old kid, that was pretty bloody traumatic. I was, especially with all my friends around me, I was like, what the fuck? Are you shitting me? My heart just sank. I'm just like, oh, well, that sucks. And you know, like when you're a kid, it's just amplifies those like embarrassing times tenfold. Oh.
And we all know that baseball teams, when you're a teenager, are the most forgiving and welcoming of places.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was had very feminine features apparently, particularly the hair. So there you go. You know, it was not a good time, actually. I was not having fun.
Well, Taylor said where I went to school, we had to wear full snow gear for recess. So
That is so cool.
Be grateful that we didn't go there.
I think that's freaking cool. I've never seen snow in my life. I've never seen snow. I think that'd be so cool. Probably because I've never seen it before, and to you it's like normal. But never seen snow, never been around it.
I have friends in the States that honestly have like never seen the ocean, or like have seen it like once or twice.
What? What, were they living in like Alabama or something? Or like in the middle?
Like they're living in
middle
like
of
the
America?
central states, yeah.
Holy shit, dude. That's crazy to me.
Doesn't that blow your mind?
That would almost make me claustrophobic in a way. Like, I can't get to the ocean for like ages. I gotta like fly somewhere. That'd be crazy.
Sugarbeat said we had a uniform but no hats.
Yeah, we've.
I think the hats thing is Australian. I think it's a sun safety thing because of how hot it gets.
Yes. Do you guys have slip, slop, slap? I doubt it. I feel like that's an Australian thing.
Oh man.
Slip, slop, slap. That's you tell any Australian that, they know exactly what you're talking about. What is it? Slip.
And like no hat, no play.
Yep, no hat, no play. And that's in regards to sunscreen, putting sunscreen on, slip, slop, slap. Yeah. Well,
And no hat, no play meant that if you forgot or didn't bring your hat, like which was part of your uniform, to school, they wouldn't let you outside at lunchtime to play, because it wasn't considered safe.
Yeah. The sun
which
is
must sound
nuts
bizarre to so people.
Yeah. But it's like legit. Like, I appreciate it now. Because you just wouldn't think of it when you were a kid. You just come out and come back from lunch and recess and you're burnt to a crisp.
Mr. Trendy said, Ben, can we have a setup tour? I'm curious about what you're using to draw.
Yeah, that could be cool. At the moment, I'm using a XP pen, not sponsored. This is a gift from a friend of mine. XP pen Pro 15, whatever. I don't even know what it's called. Nothing fancy. I've got my beautiful, recently purchased after almost 8 years of working on a bloody glorified toaster. MacBook Pro M1 Max to allow me to do some sculpting stuff. And I got the studio display here as well. So I splurged a little bit recently, which is unlike me, but it's for the content. It's a business expense.
People are absolutely loving your mermaid story.
Oh, Christ, why did I say that? I don't really care. It's what happened. As a child, I looked like a lady. Oh, and it happened again here in Australia. I was in a pub, like at some whatever. I can't even remember what it was for. Went up to the bar with my mum, and the bartender said, "What can I get you, ladies?" And I was like, "You fucker." Like, that just ruined the day for me. Like, just comments like that, I was just like, fuck, I'm just gonna cut my hair. It just, yeah. Wasn't, for whatever reason.
That's why you can low-key handle all of these, idiots on social media.
Yeah. oh, my drawing isn't to your standards. I was called a woman as a child. Give a fuck what you think about my drawings. Yeah, it calloused me. All right, let's crack open Blender, shall we? I'm anxious to do that. I reckon this is gonna be fun because he's just got big basic shapes. So, save. Make sure we're saving blockyguystream.psd. Nice.
All right, we've got quite a lot of reactions to.
I've been missing some chat. So when was the last one? So we had Sugar Beats. We can draw me. Set up tour. Show us a pic. Don't be shy from Grace. Oh, I'm very shy, and I don't have them on hand. They're times that I would rather not remember. Did you have to swing your head to the side to get your bangs out of your face? How did you know? Yeah, I was like this the whole time. I was like all the time, just but doing this freaking thing. And then in high school, I straightened my hair. I straightened the bangs. Like, whoa.
Yes.
I thought I was hot stuff. I tell you, without straightened hair, I was an uggo. But as soon as I straightened my hair, I just thought, look at you. Are you a guitarist for Red Jumpsuit Apparatus or fucking whatever other band I was listening to back then? Whoever gets
Did your partner know you back in high school?
Yeah, we've known each other since high school. We've been together 12 years now. So
see, my wife constantly says to me, which I can't get over. She constantly says to me when she sees photos of me from high school, she'll sigh and she'll say, I would not have liked you in high school.
Well, funnily enough, me and my part, she broke up with me in high school. So technically she didn't like me in high school. Was it the straightened hair? Hey?
Was it the straightened hair?
That's what I thought. So I was like, oh no, I must change my appearance. Not really. No, so we only dated very briefly actually in high school, and then we got together after high school.
Suspiciously around the time that you stopped looking like a woman in bars and things.
Yeah, for context, I was a child for that. I was like 13, 12. So, yeah. All right, I just want to make sure you guys can still see the reference. Actually, I might take this out of here. Minimize that, because I'm just going to be using this for reference. Now, the mouth's going to be a tricky thing. I haven't done too many open mouths in Blender. So that's going to be fun. A cool challenge. Whoa.
Airmarkable says, Ben, can you please recommend the service you're using for the background music? I'm feeling this vibe and I never know how to get commercial-free music when I stream. Many thanks.
No worries, my man. So, or lady, I can't remember the name that Sam just said. Epidemic Sound. So I'm paying like, what, $15 a month or something? It's worth it. Just to know that you're not going to get demonetized or infringing on copywritten bits and pieces. Okay. So, where do we begin? Bugger the cube off. And let's actually, I need the cube, and then we throw the cube back in. That's all right. It's just a necessity. You have to get rid of that default cube. It's bad luck otherwise. All right. So this gives me a good starting point with like nice topology. Right. So front. Where's front? Hold on. Front. Okay. So I'm going to apply this. Sculpt mode. Now, I want to look at these big basic shapes. So instead of, I'm going to try and do it in segments. So I'm going to try and sculpt this not just out of one block, of clay, I'm going to attempt to do it in sections. So I might do the top head part, then I might do the bottom jaw separately. I think that's going to actually help me a lot because of the jaw and like the open mouth. So we're just going to use the move tool a lot now. I've got to get used to, oh, need symmetry. Lucky. All right, Sam.
Taylor says my partner and I. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. I was just saying how's chat going?
Taylor says my partner and I didn't know each other in high school. He was a jock and I was an emo, so it wouldn't have worked out.
Oh, it's funny how we change, hey?
Sugarbeat says, do your partners do anything, any creative things?
Depends what you classify as creative. I mean, I'm not sure that my partner wants any of her business known, so I'm going to be pretty vague with it because she didn't ask for this life, this YouTube life. What? She loves gardening.
Just like Frank.
Just like Frank, yeah. There are 2 peas in a little pod.
Oh, how I love the little peas.
Yeah, so cute. Yeah, so she loves gardening. She loves her dogs. So I guess you could think gardening's creative. As to where to plant the things, what type of things to plant. Landscaping, somewhat. Alright, let's just get these objects in here. So then we have maybe a cube for the jaw. This is going to look jank as fuck for a while, so bear with me, everyone. It's going to be janky jank. Janky jank Frank. So let's go to the side. I would actually...
Brett says, man, I can't get over Frank. He's peak character. We're going to need voice clips.
You best believe I'm going to clip some of these into a reel.
Absolutely. You have my complete blessing to add me and you doing
good.
Frank's voice
good.
on the reel.
Nice. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe we, like every character we do, like we have to find the character within ourselves and then express it through digital art. What am I trying to do here? Solidify. I would like... No, not solidify. I want subdivision surface. Thank you very much. Do it simply. Give me some viewport levels. Thank you very much. Bada bing, bada boom. So what that's done is actually given me way too many cubes or sections in that. So let's knock them back a little bit. Maybe just go 2. Yeah, that's good enough just to start moving it about the place. Then we go sculpt mode. We want the X. So now I'm just sort of doing the jaw here, right? He's got a big old jaw. Now this will come together eventually.
Spider-Man says, hi, Uncle Ben.
Spider-Man. Peter, what is past your bloody bedtime? Remember, with great power comes great responsibility, and if you're tired all the time, you can't do your job.
Mixter D says, thank you for sharing your time and art with us.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for sharing your time with me. And us. Both Sam and I.
Mr. Trendy says, how do you like Blender? I'm currently learning Maya in college for game design and Unreal.
I love Blender. I haven't tried Maya. I have the opportunity to try Maya. but I'm kind of just comfortable in Blender at the moment. But I think the main thing are the principles and the workflows. That's going to get you to where you need to be regardless. You'll be able to learn the tools. It's more just like the principles of when and why they're used in certain scenarios. But I might dig into Maya and Unreal. Unreal's I'm looking forward to. Because imagine like we build this character and then we can like have him run around a world, and then I can like animate his like little idiosyncrasies, and like maybe we can animate. Okay, this is going a little bit far afield. This is going to take a while for me to figure out, but like have him like pick up a daisy or something and like put it in his little, or like he picks things up and puts it in his bag to cook later or something. There's just so much you can do, and this is the beautiful thing about where we're at technologically as artists. All this information is in courses and in like online. Like we can figure this stuff out. Everything is figure outable. And yes, that's a word. All right, now I'm just going to throw his neck in just so we've got a bit more context of where everything's sitting instead of just having a floating head. So we're going to do a cylinder. And you see how this, like a lot of this stuff, I'm thinking about quite a lot of this in my 2D stuff, right? I'm thinking about then all of these things as 3D objects. All right. Whoa. So this is the only thing that shits me, is that thing always happening, but I'm sure that's something that I'm doing wrong. All right. So let's scale this down. I'm going to scale this neck way hello. All right. He's a chunky boy at the moment. But if we add a loop, so these are called edge loops. Here, this is called a loop. All right.
And walk us through why you're adding that.
So that's just to give me context of where the head's going to sit. Because even when I'm drawing, I like to add the neck in instead of just doing the head, because it can help with like direction of the head, the face, and all that sort of stuff, and all the features. It's just giving me good I don't know, context essentially. All right, so then we can come in and we can do this thing. Go bada bing, bada. Oh, no. No, not solidify. Subdivision. Actually, I'm going to remesh this. To something like that, maybe, if it wants to work. I want symmetry, thank you. Remesh it.
People in the chat talking about Nerd and Jock, a webcomic.
Is that a current a current web comic? Or is this something made up?
I think it is a current webcomic, yeah, Nerd and Jock.
Oh, sick.
Taylor says, I just started drawing last year, but I'm trying to get to a point where I can monetize when my kid is old enough to go to school in 2 years.
Nice. So you got a
That's a great goal.
2 year runway. I like it. So what are you doing to monetize at the moment? So that was Taylor, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. So what are your ideas?
Red says it can range from full stories. Oh, sorry, I've missed one. Here we go. Red says webcomics can be really short and sweet. They build fans quick, especially if the characters are lovable. It can range from full stories or a simple slice of life. Slice of life for Frank would be gold.
I got so many ideas now. Like I want him to, like, just be very, like his actions don't match his physiology. Right, okay, cool. So you notice I'm looking at the concept here that for those that are just popping in, I did this concept earlier on in the stream. So if you want to sort of go back and see how I painted this guy up, you can see his neck is pretty connected to his head. So now we've got that real thick boy sort of feel to him.
Long Arm 358 says, hello, Ben.
Hello. Was it Long Arm?
Long Arm.
Let me just... Welcome to the stream.
Taylor says, yep, 2 years left to get good and 1 year down. Currently not monetizing, but I'm wanting to get commission work, but I don't want to commit to Patreon or anything like that.
Yep. Yeah, I've got my thoughts on Patreon. It's I don't know if I want to go into it right now. Long Arm. I just saw chat, so apologies if I'm jumping ahead. G'day, mate. This is the guy from Cap U. How you doing? This man is or late. I don't know what to address you as, but is in Discord saying that, from my astonishment, that in a university they're saying they're showing some of my work. I was like, what? That's pretty crazy.
How long have you been working in Blender for, Ben?
I started Blender in I don't want to say the word. When that nasty little thing, the old pandy, happened, I thought, all right, let's just have a play around. I just started to have a play and that kind of thing, and then I kind of dropped off of it. Then kind of picked it up recently again, so on and off for maybe like a couple of years, but definitely could have sped up that learning curve if I was more consistent with it.
So some interesting content here from Taylor and Red about what Taylor wants to do to monetize the content.
Go.
Red asked, what style are you good at? Red said, honestly, I don't know. I've been working on fundamentals for the past year, been doing portraits, trying to get head anatomy down.
Yep.
And Red says, yeah, I hope you can monetize soon. Remember that your art is worth something, even if not a lot. Never sell yourself for zero. Everything has value. The more people want a commission, the higher you go.
Preach. Yep, I agree. And
from having seen some of your work, Taylor, because I know that you follow what I do over at Sam Scribble, so thank you for that. Your fundamentals are really growing. I think that they're doing really, really well. And I think, you know, as Ben preaches, and Ben's got more experience than me, but you never stop learning those fundamentals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's and that's why I don't like the necessarily I'll wait till I get good sort of mentality. See what you can do now, because that's, I almost guarantee you're gonna, if you have that mentality, you'll start too late. And not too late, but like you could have started earlier, if that makes sense. So even like, yeah, see if there's a way to sort of get creative and figure out ways to monetize. And it could be just like, I think there's a lot of different ways to monetize and not just say commissions or anything like that. Maybe you start sharing your process of your learning, you know, then you sort of do a little bit of the YouTube stuff and you share. Oh my God, where's this gone? There we go. And then you share your process. And I mean, that's just coming from me because I like doing that stuff, but it's, I don't think I've ever done a commission. So I've made zero money from commissions.
So one thing that I'm going to do, which might be a good thing just while you're doing the kind of the mental RAM heavy stuff of doing the modeling, is I'm looking at doing, I was thinking based on, you know, what you talk about in the podcast with Francis about starting with like the lowest point of entry. And I was thinking about, you know, I've wanted to do some like awesome, like Sam Scribble style iPhone wallpapers and selling them. But I was thinking, well, you know, I've got a couple there that I was building and stuff like that, but I recently just did one, which I just posted today. And I was like, you know what? That would be a great tester one to just throw up on Gumroad for like $1 US or whatever, and just start using that as you know, it's out there. I can learn about uploading to Gumroad. I can learn about doing that, get some of that anxiety out of the way. And that way it's up there. It's an opportunity to make money. I'm not expecting it to make thousands and thousands of dollars. It might, but that's the lowest point of entry for me, rather than waiting till I have a whole pack to do, or waiting until I have more expertise or more knowledge. I'm just going to try and get it out there. And if it makes some money, that's much more than if I just, you know, held it back and struggled with perfectionism and overthinking.
Definitely. And there's even another level to that, is getting people into your ecosystem through emails and building that email list as well. So when you do come out with something and you've got a pool of people that have already got something from you, that you can reach out to and say, hey, look, this other new thing is available, instead of sort of relying on the algorithms, and which is why I've got to get back onto the newsletters. I've got one in the bank ready to ship, newsletter wise. But with the newsletters, it is a thing of like keeping. If you are going to, I'm very conscious of, and it's why I probably haven't posted a newsletter in a little while, is because I want it to be good and of value, because people have they've trusted me with their email, you know, and I want to make sure that it's a value that of what I put out. But yeah, that's fantastic, man. It's good to just get started, and there's absolutely no reason why you can't, as you said, start with the lowest hanging fruit and just get cracking with it, you know.
Gotta start somewhere.
That's it, man.
And the podcast I'm referencing, by the way, is Make Now, Think Later, which Ben does with Francis Lee, who is another amazing guy. You might have caught him on Ben's podcast last week, I think.
Yeah, it was a stream that we did last week, just like as an experiment, which is good fun. But you can get us on everywhere that you can get podcasts. We're on it. It's called Make Now.
And I think definitely if you're sorry.
No, you're all right. No, sorry, I was just blabbing on.
No, that's all good. I just think, you know, Taylor, Sugar Beats, Red, anyone that's interested, anyone watching later, like, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, if you want to know stuff like that, I've really been enjoying the content that Francis and Ben have been putting out, because it goes through this stuff, but particularly, you know, what Francis is building, what Ben's building, and you kind of get a bit more of an understanding of kind of what's gone into it, and a bit of the numbers and things like that.
Yeah, like I break down, I think it was episode 7 or 8, I break down all of like the real financial numbers of like what I made on the tutorial, my launch process, what I did to sort of prepare for that, my expectations were like what happened and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's just another outlet for both of us to share stuff and sort of, and by sharing, learning things ourselves. So I love it. Okay, so let's...
So just catching up on chat while you're doing that.
Yeah, beautiful. Go for it. Yeah, keep shooting the chat through.
Taylor says, "OMG, Sam, thank you so much. Means so much to me. You are so welcome. I really mean it. Keep working on those fundamentals and do what you can now. Like start making and try and figure out who your audience is, because you'd be surprised just how many people want to support you and find value in what you do. We're our harshest critic for sure."
Mm-hmm.
Red said, "Portraits are great. They make great PFPS and the like. Full body is also a favorite. Learn how to draw a reference sheet. Those are useful to people who want them."
Mm-hmm.
Sugarbeat says, "Thank you so much for the live stream today, both of you. Help me feel more calm about posting my stuff." How awesome is that?
I'm glad, Sugarbeats.
So glad that we can help in some way. Okay, Mr. Trendy says, "Okay, hear me out. Frank, but in Hell's Kitchen getting yelled at by Mr. Ramsey."
That's cool. I've actually been watching a bit of his stuff recently.
"What are you? A lovely sandwich."
No, you're an idiot sandwich. Get out of here.
My wife just shook her head at me as she was walking past. It's funny though. I hear so many people say that Gordon Ramsay is apparently like the absolute loveliest guy.
Oh, it's a character. It's a character he's playing. Guarantee you. It works. It's made him a shit ton of money. But like, you can't get on in life being like that with everyone that you meet, But he's like passionate about it though, which I respect. Would I ever talk to anyone like that? Definitely not. But it's also a TV show. So he's got to keep it entertaining, and it's why we're talking about him now, right?
Urtkash Sharma says, "Hey, love your art from India. Could you please tell me in your course, can I be able to learn to draw these characters?"
The tutorial that I go through is learning to draw that one particular character, but from beginning to end. But as I said a couple of times, I'm looking to do more of a course sort of setup, where I might even do like different tiers, whereas like you get critiques for going through the course, or you can just get the recorded course or something like that. So, but yeah, no, it's just taking you through drawing that one character from sort of beginning to end, while I go into more detail than probably I can with the live streams or the Instagram posts.
Micah says, "Make now, think later" is a great philosophy.
Yeah, we're bloody lucky with that name. Like, we were just brainstorming, Francis and I, and we're just like, shit, what do we call this thing? Because that was like a big bottleneck. Well, not a big bottleneck. We were just like, oh man, we've got to come up with a name. And then we're just like, oh, make now, think later. Is the domain taken? Nah. Is anyone else doing that? Nah. Beautiful. Ship it. Do it. All right, cool. Now we got a name. We're very fortunate.
Ray says, "Are you familiar with two upcoming movies? Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and Cocaine Beer. I would be curious to see your take on the two." I hope they're separate movies.
Winnie the Pooh, I don't. They're not real movies, are they?
I mean, I hope it's one movie, like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and Cocaine Beer. Taylor says, I just finished episode 10. I think that's the financial transparency one. I've been loving the podcast. They're super motivating.
Well, appreciate you, Taylor. You've been one of our biggest supporters.
CMG says, I'll be heading out, Ben and Sam. See you next time. See you next time, CMG.
Catch you later, CMG. Appreciate you popping past, my friend.
Done guns. Sam the voice man. Sam, you better draw an idiot sandwich. It's good to see you, Thud Guns. Red Steampunk. If you want to see the real him, I think this is Gordon Ramsay. Junior Hell Kitchen. He's super nice to the kids. He's just real with the adults.
Yep. Because like, also, if he was going to be an asshole to the kids, like that's not great for his brand either. Like he'd be like, what an asshole. Like what? Just chill out.
Ray says, what if you placed Frank in Frank Miller's Sin City and meets Marv character or other characters?
Yeah, that it does have that vibe, doesn't it? What am I trying to do here? Let's do a cube.
Chill with Frenchie says, still around.
Frenchie, good to know you're still here.
Ertkash says, you should start posting videos on how to draw hands, arms, and calves in your way.
That's very specific. Calves, of all things. I guess no. Yeah, look, I do accentuate the calves. You're not wrong.
And I was thinking of the VR one that you did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
With the calves on that were just phenomenal. With the flat bottom edge, that was awesome.
Yeah, no, they're good fun. Really, really good. Just to push the shapes. Like, why not? Like this is the whole thing. Like I'm even thinking about doing like a course on just getting away from reference, like moving away from reference. And just sharing everything I've learned, so then you can go off and do your own thing.
Sanjar says, hello, why Blender over ZBrush?
Because it was free and very attainable at the time when I just started to play around with it. Low barrier to entry. Didn't have to like commit to anything. It was just, all right, let's give it a whirl. And I absolutely love it. Nothing wrong with ZBrush either. Like I believe it's industry standard still. But it's the principles still apply though. Like some things Blender does better than the Blender does better than ZBrush, and ZBrush does better than Blender. Alright, I've got to move this out of the way. No, this looks weird as in the beginning. Like but so does a lot of my drawings. Oh no, I've lost it. There we go.
Dino Gamer says, hello guys, I've been watching the stream while drawing. I've been liking this very chill stream.
Nice, man. Great to have you.
Red says, sometimes you're going to have to put the soundtrack. It's very much a vibe, but no names, it's hard to give it love.
Excuse me, say that again? That was...
Yeah. Red Steampunk says sometimes you're going to have to put the soundtrack. It's very much a vibe, but no names, it's hard to give it love.
Oh, get you. Okay. It's. I've literally gone into Epidemic Sound, and I've gone into the browse mode, and it's under the Beats soundtrack, and it's just playing. So I've not changed anything. I've not handpicked anything. It's yeah. Y. Whoop, nope. Rotate X. Actually, maybe I would like to come up here, cylinder, scale this in, scale this up. All right, then make inset. Actually, do that one and that one. Inset them. Then how do I merge? How do I bridge these two? Bridge face. Is it like a bridge face or something? Bridge edge. Sick. What a guess. Okay, now whoop. Wrong. Edit. Why is that doing weird shit? See, it's like things like this that just like get me stuck. I'm not sure why it's doing this weird stuff, because I'm pretty sure these are all connected. Oh well, it'll do for now. We're gonna be redoing the teeth eventually, but just to get a placeholder in there. Duplicate this, flippity do that one around, so we maybe it would have been more entertaining to just sculpt it all from the one. There's a little bit more involved. I like doing a bit of this modeling to begin with.
Fun Guns ask, anyone else find the shoulder girdle area the hardest part of the body to draw?
The shoulder girdle? I like drawing that part. It is tricky because there's a few things going on, but this is where I think picking up like an anatomy book of some description can actually really help.
Red says, for me, what is it? I think it's just getting background limbs to fit for me. I have a handle on the neck. Any tips to make the background limbs feel right?
The background limbs. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Do you have an idea, Sam?
No, I'm guessing maybe like the scapulas and things, like where the actual arm. Yeah, look, I'm just guessing. I don't know. Red, if you can
yeah, give some context on
kind of
that one.
clarify. Yeah, we'll get back to that one. Taylor asks, is there any reason you two chose YouTube instead of Twitch for streaming?
100%. YouTube people can discover you more, just out of happenstance. Whereas Twitch, I've found that it's almost where you would take an audience that you've already built. Versus, yeah, I'm looking for discoverability, and I want to do YouTube videos as well, so it kind of fits in quite nicely to my overall content strategy, where it's just like one place where most of my long form stuff is. I very well might experiment with Twitch eventually.
And yeah, that's some people in the stream kind of saying the same thing. Red says Twitch is very bad discoverability. Plus, using his shorts, he can bounce off to get more peeps in, just a guess.
Yep. And
Thungun saying Twitch ads are annoying as F. Dino Gamer says it's great to catch a very chill stream that puts me in a creating mood. Loving Frank's sculpt so far.
Thank you. That makes one of us. It's annoying me at the moment. That's all right. I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the chill streams. That's what I kind of want them to be, is more on the chill side of things.
So Red says background limbs are the ones that are behind everything. So the right is the front and the left is behind. Being able to pose those left parts is a little tougher for me.
Oh, so if I'm here, this is the background limb, I'm assuming. And this is the front. Is that kind of what you're talking about? I think from that description, that sort of makes sense. Right, exactly that. Cool. All right, let's throw some eyes in just for some more context.
Sugarbeat says, I'm going to draw one more thing before I sleep. Finish my watercolor and made a TikTok/reel.
Good stuff, Sugar Beats. Momentum. I like it. He looks scary at the moment, but yeah.
Kaser says, any idea how much longer the stream is going to last? Really enjoying working alongside Ben.
Well, let's say another maybe 2 hours, I reckon, because I want to get this sculpt up to a certain level. So again, yeah, Sam, if you want to bounce and you need to do what you have to do,
Yeah, I'm cool
No
to keep
stress.
going for a while.
Hey?
I said I'm keen to keep going for a while.
Yeah, man. Oh, sick. Yes, I'd say what, around 2 hours. I may need to take a break and have a little pair break. But apart from that, I'm having a lot of fun.
Urtkash says, it's 11 a.m. in India, just woke up and got onto your stream.
Oh, beautiful. Good morning.
Sugarbeat says, one thing I like to do is share people's music with my art. I like when artists' songs get heard.
That's cool. Yeah, I should probably do more of that actually. Like, figure out a way if I can hook up into Epidemic Sound API or something and just show it on stream as it's playing.
Mr. Trendy says, Frank is my main in Valorant.
Yeah. I think it's Valorant, like that game. I've not played it.
Nathan PA1000 said, also, what's the minimum graphics card you need to buy if you're going to be a 3D artist or animator?
Oh, that's not a question for me, my friend. I do not know. I mean, I'm working with a MacBook Pro, whatever it is, M1 Max.
Taylor says, okay, I've absorbed as much knowledge as my tired brain can carry. It's nearly 1 a.m. here. Good night, Ben and Sam. Thanks for the stream.
Good night, Taylor. Appreciate you popping past. Let's remesh this one as well. Nice.
Sugarbeat says, I'm going to start using the word keen.
Keen. Nice. Is that not something that people say?
Didn't realise we had our own little language. I
knew we had
thought
some
that was fairly
things,
universal.
but like, yeah, I think we just use it so often. Like, oh, yeah, keen to keep going. He's looking funny at the moment.
Tusha Kapoor says, hi Ben, you've been really enjoying your streams and IG content. It's helping me learn a lot about stylizing. My drawings have started to look less stiff.
Beautiful. That honestly means that makes my day. Stuff like that, it's just like sick. I'm really happy and glad to hear that you're enjoying the streams as well.
Thumgun says, Glen Keen.
Glenn, very good tongue guns, very good.
Sugarbeat says, you guys do have a lot of words that aren't common in Ohio or the US.
Right. That's fun. I like that. It's like everyone's discovering how we talk. Although sometimes how I talk is not advertiser friendly, so I've got to reel that in a little bit.
Have you been seeing those fantastic entertainment gambling sites? I wish I won't say the name of, which have been doing ads with Shaq in Australia.
Oh, maybe. I kind of know what you're talking about.
They're very, very good. So they've got one there, and he does talk a bit about the language, but he says, you know, you guys are as mad as cut snakes, but he says it with his, you know, his big booming Shaq voice, and it's just fantastic.
Oh, he's funny. I like Shaq.
And now there's a guy that's also, you know, you talk about business and things like that. I don't know if you know too much about him, but that's a guy who really understands business. And you know, instead of doing ads for companies, he buys into the company and then does the ads for them. Like, he really gets it, and he really understands content and the value that he has as an IP, basically.
Yeah, he's very self-aware, which is great.
Red says, I'm most likely going to lurk and sleep. I hope to see Frank next time. This place is very nice. Watching your shade for like 2 hours was very nice.
Ah, fantastic. Well, you lurk and you sleep all you need. I appreciate you popping in. Maybe we join these two. So bada bing, bada boom, join. Sculpt mode, remesh it. You're gonna do it for me? No, it didn't. Huh. Let's sculpt mode.
Thungun says, this current music has jet set radio vibes.
Jet set radio? What on earth is that?
Red says, y'all got a relaxing voice, so off I go to lurk, sending a love heart your way.
I'm glad, because I didn't know that from the get-go. Like, are people just gonna be sick of me jabbering on? I'm sure some people are. They're like, ugh, shut up. I've heard that more than once, though, that like I've got like a relaxing voice. Not a bad thing. Spin this up into like an ASMR channel.
You are now with Frank in his happy place, his garden.
Yes, his happy garden where he plants all his vegetables.
Good night, my little pea pods. Good night.
Oh.
That has to be the end of the reel. Just me saying that, like, just as it fades to black.
My little pea pods. Oh man.
Sugar Beat says, Shaq seems like a sweet guy. I agree. And Thungun says, Shaq is also a DJ. I have seen that.
Yeah, what a legend.
What's your favorite part about the sculpting process, Ben?
like making planes on objects. Like for example here, I like how I can just sort of like use, I think this is the scrape tool. I can just scrape away stuff and it just sort of planes things out. And just like this whole process of simplifying the shapes down, because this like, I think not consciously but subconsciously in a way helps with my 2D work, because you've always got to be thinking about things in different perspectives. And yeah, so like if I'm going to come here for example, I want to really accentuate that line on his forehead, I can just do that. And it's like, bam. It's like, cool, now we got dimension on the forehead. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's really, I just find it really, really fun. Just overall. But the annoying part is sometimes it takes a while to get to the kind of to the fun, like not that it's not the fun part, but there can sometimes be a lot of dicking around to get to the point where you can start playing and pushing these shapes. Right, because I could have started with that big hunker, just that sphere in the beginning, but it would have probably taken me a little bit longer to get to this point if I just did it like that and it just kept carving in and in and in. Whereas I did them all as separate objects to begin with, which gave me my big basic shapes, and then I merged them later when I got them sort of in place. So that is a little bit tedious, but I still find that fun as well. Now I feel like the eyes have
Kareem. Oh. Kareem or so Karime. I'm going to go with Kareem. Let me know if I'm wrong. It says hi.
Hello.
Thungun. Sam, let's hear about you while you're here.
Yeah, go
what do you
for
want to know, Thunguns? Feel free to ask some questions. I'm an illustrator, professional illustrator, artist. Do some work for some small studios. Do some freelance stuff. Do some private client work and things like that. Yeah. What do you want to know? And Keanu Steve said, "Where did you learn how to sculpt?"
Keanu Steve. That's so close to Keanu Reeves. YouTube. Lots of YouTube videos. That's pretty much it.
Funguns asks, what inspires you and what do you enjoy to create most? Well, I'm going to ask that to you, Ben, first, before I have a go. What inspires you and what do you enjoy to create most?
Other artists inspire me. And I like doing this sort of stuff, like the character, stylized things. Just to sort of having fun with it. It's kind of, really in a nutshell, that's me. What about you, Sam?
Yeah, I'm definitely inspired by other artists and things as well. I really enjoy, I grew up with this fascination with Da Vinci where, like you think back in sort of Da Vinci's time, I mean, Da Vinci was really a scientist. He wasn't an artist, really. And so there's this really interesting like crossover between like he was solving like real problems. And so there's that fascination for me with solving problems and, you know, really contributing to the sciences as well as, you know, what we consider the arts. But they were kind of the one in the same when Da Vinci was doing, you know, what he was doing. And so I'm inspired by that. I'm very much inspired by other artists. Obviously Ben and plenty others. Lin Chen is an amazing artist. JC Linedecker as well. You'll absolutely love him. Lowish, and 1,000 more that I could just go on forever. But yeah, and what do I enjoy to create most? I love working with people to solve their problems. I love being able to add that piece that, when combined with others, individual works, comes together to create something special. I love, having my piece that can't do the project without, but then also I couldn't just do the project on my own. I need other people to add their pieces to make it special. In terms of like a really technical thing, I love the feeling of a nice like chalky brush, like when you start rendering things and you start like rendering like reflected light and you just paint in that first little bit. Oh, that is so nice. That is so nice.
Yeah, I second that. When things start looking 3D, it's like, oof. It hasn't gotten old yet.
Denzel says, Sculpt looking great.
Ah, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Dino Gamer says, thank you guys for the stream. I'm drifting off to sleep. Hope you all have a nice stream and day/night. Totally vibed and relaxed.
Fantastic. Now, if you want to help us out, you keep this stream on and you go to sleep while it's on. Get us those views ticking over. No, I'm joking. No, you have a great sleep, man. I appreciate you.
We currently have...
Sorry, go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we currently have 76 concurrents, 54 of which are currently asleep.
There you go. Oh.
Eloise, hello friends, I hope you're well.
Welcome back, Eloise. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Eloise has a question. She says, trying to break this down. Are you going through this stage, or am I just trying to paint for 3 days? I open up a canvas and leave it white for hours, then go to sleep, or something else. So maybe like tips for like how to approach a blank canvas?
Don't give it any more power than it needs. It's a blank canvas. It's not anything special. Same as a sketchbook. It's used for study. Don't try not to stress yourself out about it. Try not to have too many expectations up front to be like, this has to be the best thing ever. It's the goal, at least in my mind, the goal should be that you did it versus the outcome, because that's the one thing that you can control the most, is that you did it, that you worked on the thing that you want to work on. Sometimes you can't control the outcome because of a myriad of reasons.
MD Azim says, hello, how are you? I really like your art style.
Hello, I'm well, thank you very much. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Tungun says, you've collabed and helped solve creative problems. What's your favorite solution you've come up with? Good question. Probably recency bias, but just before Christmas, there's a franchise here who does all sorts of things. They do bowling and dodgem cars, and they have a restaurant and a bar and all sorts of things. And I've worked with them before, and they came to me and they said, look, we've left it a little bit late for some unavoidable reasons, but we want to get our summer campaign going off, and what we want to do is we want to have a little like A6 booklet, which will have a little front cover on it. And then you'll actually be able to open it up and it will fold out to an A2 poster about summer. And would you design that for us and design all the thumbnails and everything that goes in there for it? And so that was really cool. It was really cool to see that come together and do that on a really tight timeline. But it's amazing when you get to work with cool people and see everyone, do their bit, do what they're good at, and manage to pull some awesome things together.
Yep. Now, you said it was like a tight turnaround, yeah?
Yeah, it was pretty tight.
Yeah. Do you like with your client work, do you charge for that? Like if it's like, look, it's a rush job, like that. This is pretty. You've not given me a whole lot of time. Is that something that you take into account with your pricing, or?
Definitely. What we actually did with this one was interesting. So we, it's a little bit different because I had a relationship with the client. Like I'd done some work with them before, so I knew that they were always going to give me, they were going to give me a reasonable budget to work with.
Cool.
They weren't, irresponsible. The reasons that it hadn't been done yet wasn't like that they just hadn't bothered to do it. Like there was reasons and everything.
Yep.
So, working with them previously, I know I've got a bit of leverage there. So I actually did something a little bit different. And I said to them, look, let's work through kind of what timeline you're thinking about. And, let's try and figure out if this is possible.
Cool.
But also, if it is possible, how soon, can we get it done?
Yep.
And then what's the soonest that I could, physically get it done?
Yeah.
And then the client, gave me all that information. I said, okay, so how about we do this? Because I'm gonna, do as much as I can, pull some overtime and stuff. And we'll get it to you by this date at the absolute latest, and we'll charge, X amount for it.
Yep.
And I said, but if I could get it done for you in, say, half that time, what if we added in a bonus there of, X amount of dollars?
Cool.
So there was an optional thing in there, like a little bonus in there. So we were both aware that, like, if we did hit that, there was a bonus, great. If not, that was fine. And we wanted to be able to, deliver a quality product more than just get it out quickly. So yeah, that's what I did with that project.
Yeah, nice. That's a cool way of going about it. Because I think there's also like a hesitation, at least from freelance work as well, to like not do anything about that. At least when I first started freelance stuff, like particularly in the tech space when I was designing, whoa, hello, what's going on here? Like UI designs and user interface designs and that kind of stuff. And oftentimes it's very like quick turnaround stuff. They're like, okay, we want this and this and this and this and this. I'm like, okay. I just want to please. And then that can quickly slip into me losing my weekends for no reason because they decided to not give me the right information and blah, blah, blah. So no, that's cool, man.
Yeah, and I think that's part of going through freelance work is you make those mistakes and you go, oh yeah, we can do this. And like, I've always been, like my methodology has always been like, I'm going to like under promise and over deliver.
Me too. Yeah.
But you can get yourself in the situation without realizing it where you're like, you're almost like being taken advantage of in a way that like,
but they sometimes don't even realize it.
Profession wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the client's fault. It's just the situation in general.
And it's kind of like, like I try and think about it like, so imagine, you go to a restaurant, a fast food restaurant or whatever, and you pay your money and you sit down and you're having your meal. If you go up to them and be like, hey, also, can I grab another side of fries and another drink? They're going to be like, yeah, absolutely. This is what it costs.
That's going to be
and nobody, and nobody bats an eye about that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to creative work, it's like, oh, what? That's extra.
Yeah. I think, yeah, the whole thing, a big part of that is communication up front. So there's no surprises for either party. Like, that's what I used to do was, cool, this is the block of work for X amount. Then any extra, happy to do it. But it'll be charged at X amount per hour, or we'll reassess the requirements and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, it's interesting.
Absolutely. And I think another thing to think about as well is thinking about how, like when you communicate that early on, saying to people like, yeah, if we do this, that could impact timeline as well as budget.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not just one or the other. Like, hey, we can do that, but doing extras is also going to mean that we're gonna tack on some time here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I often find the best clients as well is they don't even bat an eyelid about that stuff. They're like, yeah, cool, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever it costs. And you're just like, okay, well, cool. But it's the ones that sort of like nickel and dime you. It's just fucking a nightmare.
And I experienced that early on. Was my like the worst client experience I ever had was very early on.
Yeah.
And I've never experienced anything like that since. So like a lot of the lower budget stuff tends to be clients who aren't happy to spend like any extra money, and therefore there is a little bit of that risk of, you know, running into a bad client.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Airmarkable says, loving this build out process. I have to explore your method.
Yeah, definitely. I don't even know my method yet, to be honest. I'm experimenting as I go. From sculpting something the other day to this, it changes, and I'm trying to figure it out as I sort of go on.
Keanu Steve said, ever thought of doing a Twitch stream?
Yeah, definitely. Once I get in the rhythm with these streams, I'll probably. I was thinking about signing up to something that allows me to post to all different platforms at the same time. So this would be on Twitch at the same time as it is on YouTube, etc., etc. But that sort of costs X amount per month, and it's just like, look, this is fine for now. Oh.
MD Azim, sometimes your art style looks like Randy Bishop art, especially this one.
That's a fantastic compliment. I love his work. Sculpt mode. See, this is satisfying, like smoothing all this out and just getting all the large shapes. Because the cool thing is, this is why I think like I should really knock this jaw inwards, I think. Is like, say if you want to figure out where certain things lie, you could just sculpt them in. Like, say there's two muscles at the back of the neck here. You could literally just come through. And there they are. All right, and you can smooth them out, and you can sort of divot them in if you want to. Right, and then it's just like a really different way of thinking, but it's still getting to the similar sort of result.
Alawi says, I don't know. I want to paint, I feel it, but when I open the canvas on Photoshop, the ideas and energy fade away too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things you just got to do it. Like, just start doing anything. Anything is better than nothing, right?
Thungun says, gotta love it when the client has a proper budget and kind of understands the process.
Oh, yeah. That is lovely. But as well, like even these quote unquote bad clients, I don't think they're bad clients. It's just like a communication issue up front. Because if you communicated what the way that you work, the process and everything, then there'd be no surprises, and it might turn out that you don't work together. But it's probably for the best as well. So yeah, a lot of it is, at least I've found, is the communication.
Sugar Beats, have you ever done a Norman Rockwell study?
I'm sure I have, not for a long time. I think I'm overdue. Some bloody trippy music, I tell you what. Now, this is an interesting thing when it comes to stylization. Sometimes a 2D thing makes sense, but when you try and put it into 3D, it's just like, it doesn't quite get there. For example, look at this eye. Like the eye's not there quite yet, but look how far back like this eye is here. So we've got to take that into account, but then it looks like he's boss-eyed if we bring it in too far. So you've got to go back and forth trying to figure out how that fits in. Because it's either got to go one of two ways. It's either got to go this way, or the whole thing has to go backwards. Alright, so the whole, which kind of feels a bit better actually. So these are just different problems that you don't even think about with the 2D stuff.
Tungun says, since Ben is creating blue people, I think I'll color my skull animation with yellow.
Nice, change it up. Good stuff.
Nice complementary colours there.
That's it.
Ray asked, do you rewatch these videos and do you find yourself learning? For what example?
I don't, because I don't really like watching myself on camera. That's the main reason. Maybe I should though. Maybe I should.
Sugarbeat says, I'm having so much fun sketching. When I use a blending stump, I think about how it's similar to your sculpting or just grayscale in general.
100% sugar beets. It's that, like, the blending stump is like this. Like, say we've got this whole thing here. Whoop, hold on. It's like this. If you have that muscle out the back here, and you get your blending stump, and then you just sort of smooth it all out, and it just makes everything okay in the world. It's just like, nice. Whoa, what in the frick happened here? Let's, everything's not okay in the world. Please come back. Oh, thank goodness. So I think when I did that, yeah, it pulled it from the back here. So that's another thing to be careful of. To, yeah, not do that.
That was the melting face scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, man.
Have you heard that theory about that movie? I think they might have even talked about it on Big Bang Theory, where basically the whole movie is irrelevant.
How so? Go on.
Well, they made this point. So, like, Indiana goes through this whole thing of, like, stopping, like, you know, the Nazis from getting their hands on the Ark and everything.
Yeah.
But then when they open it, it just melts their faces anyway. So even if Indiana hadn't stopped them, they just would have been melted anyway.
I got a secret, Tom. I've not seen that movie.
Really?
Yeah, I've not. I'm so uncultured. But I get the logic there. So, like, the shit, they would have been handled either way. So it's kind of just a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, with some entertaining 2 hours.
Yeah, it's entertaining for the audience, yeah. But it's like, well... Oh, this looks like... what's that dinosaur show? It was like the live-action dinosaur back in the day. I can't remember. It's like a family and there's like a baby dinosaur.
You're not thinking of Dorothy the dinosaur, right?
No. No, it's something else. I can't remember. Whether it was like John Goodman was was like the dad of it or something. I can't remember.
Alawi says, hi Ben, why don't you make the whole character in Blender to make it easier for you to draw it from all directions in the future?
Because that's not how this guy worked. Because I just started with this concept here. So the concept was first, and now I'm sort of throwing him in 3D. But yeah, then I could start sculpting different ideas. But oftentimes, I think, from what I understand, it's usually the concept first, then the 3D that comes after it. Doesn't always have to be like that, I don't think. But it's kind of easier, like maybe even faster, to sort of start just playing with ideas in 2D first. And then start tweaking it in and sculpting it out in 3D. But yeah, now, once I get this view looking good, now I can understand, okay, now that's what he looks like in front view. And maybe that's not how I wanted him to look in front view, you know? So we can start to tweak and change and all sorts of stuff. I like his head to be a little bit more blocky. So So let's get the old scrape tool out.
There you go. Denzel says it was called Dinosaurs.
Oh, that's very on the nose, isn't it? Yep. So if I take this away, it looks like the baby from Dinosaurs. Hold on, let me get a quick Dinosaurs TV show. Quick, hold on. This guy doesn't it look like him? It for sure does. At least I think so. It reminds me of him. Little baby one. So there you go. That's what I was talking about. Thank you, Denzel. Maybe I'll do that. So then maybe that wasn't the right move. We're going to make it harder. Oh, well, we've gone too far. So I'm trying to get that kind of shape in here to match up.
Eloise has a question. She says, based on your experience, does the daily download on Instagram work?
I have no idea what you're talking about. The daily download?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Is this a new thing?
So at what point during this sculpt do you start thinking about hard edges?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. As I mentioned, this is kind of newer to me, and I'm trying to figure out my thought process as I'm going, like what's helped me in the past and blah blah blah, because I don't have as big a sample size as say with drawing. But the hard edges like this hard edge here, the hard edge of the jaw, the lips, the nose, even, like thinking about those from the very beginning is not a bad thing, because it's almost easier to round them off versus go the other way, right? So what I was saying with the nose here, like what I was just talking to myself, making this more square is going to be trickier now to do versus if I like sculpted it out or like modeled it out first. It was like really low geometry versus sort of coming in and just sort of doing what I did, up the resolution, and then just went to sculpt town on it. So yeah, always it's just a push and pull at the moment. I think these eyes don't make sense the size that they are in 3D. Let's see if I can move them out just a tad. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe. Alright, I might need to take a smidgen of a break just for my brain. But I'll just hang out here and eat a pear.
I'm going to hang out for another half hour or so because we're about half hour ahead and I'll need to get dinner on at some point.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries at all. What's it looking like? So now we can kind of play around with lighting, see how it's looking. If we had similar-ish kind of lighting. You're looking creepy at the moment. Yeah, we're getting there slowly. Slowly but surely we'll get there. Alright, I'm going to, yeah, as I said, just take a bit of a break. Oh.
It's nice how fast that MacBook renders.
Isn't it? It is good. You see the M2s came out last night? Or they were announced last night?
I did.
Like, I just bought this one, and this new one's like 30% faster. I'm like, oh, of course it is. It's probably like 30% more of the price though, so. Oh. Let's have a look. So what are you having for dinner, Sam?
I'm not sure. I think we've got we do these awesome things. I don't know if they have them in other countries, but we buy like meal boxes, so they come. So we use one called Every Plate, and basically you pick from a menu of some items, and they send you all the fresh produce with a recipe card, and you go through and make it. They're pretty healthy. They're pretty easy to do. They're quite nice. We've been doing that, so we'll pick out one of those.
Sweet. That's kind of like your HelloFresh sort of.
Yeah.
Sort of thing, yeah. Nice, man. I'm gonna be eating, so I'm gonna turn the mic off when I'm not talking.
Could be like ASMR, like the rabbit chewing on the carrot. This is Ben chews on a pear live stream. You could troll people and like make that a reel. Just like you set it up with like super clickbait, like 60 seconds to better art, and have like you in process, and then the entire reel is just you eating a pear.
Imagine. Oh, I need some of that natural sugars to get me through to get this sculpt to a decent place.
Rod Hire says, "Wow, you're still going. I'm back."
Welcome back. Yep, that's the general thing. If you have to ask a question, I wonder if Ben's still going. Probably is. I probably am. Actually, I'll be back in a sec. Actually, I'll write it here.
Go for it. There you go. Work smarter. Work smarter. Fun Guns, done your study. Posted on Discord. Now for animation. Nice. Sugarbeat, Sam, what do you like to scribble? I like to scribble everything. Funny story about that handle. I started doing this whole professional art thing a bit accidentally. I was doing it while I had another job, a bit like Ben actually. I had another job, I was doing it, and I was with my girlfriend, now my wife, who was at a hairdresser. And she said, hey, we had some stuff to do after. She said, hey, would you mind coming with me? And I was a naive young lad. And I was like, yeah, of course. Thinking it would be like, an hour, because, I'm a guy. And anyway, we were there for like 4 hours. She had like a color and a cut and everything. And so I'm there, and I brought my iPad, and I'm there, and I'm just painting away in the corner. And the hairdresser said to me, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, just doing some drawing. She's like, oh, show me. And so I reluctantly did. I was very, very careful. Like, I didn't like showing my art to anyone. I was so scared. And so, I showed her. She's like, oh, that's amazing. She said, my partner is actually a bit of an influencer. And I really want to get like a new profile photo done for him. Would you do it? Like, would you do it? And I was like, oh, no, like I don't do that sort of thing, I just do art for myself, thanks. Anyway, and my girlfriend, now my wife, said, no, you got to do it. Like, what do you mean? Like, you've totally got to do it. So there I am, and I'm like, okay. So I said to her, yeah, look, I'd do it. And I was like, I don't know what to charge and all that. Anyway, so I ended up doing this, and sent through, and the guy actually got in contact with me. He's like, I love it so much. I'm so incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. Like, where can I tag the place you share your art? And I'm like what place did I share my art? Like, I didn't do that. He's like, yeah, well, like I'm planning to post tomorrow, so like give me somewhere that I can do it. So overnight, my wife and I quickly brainstormed what we're going to call this page that I was going to start sharing some art on, and we came up with Sam Scribbles, but that was taken. So then we're like, okay, what about Sam's Scribble? And I liked that because it was like it didn't. I wasn't taking my art too seriously. Like, it was like, oh, they're just scribbles. Like, it took a bit of the weight off doing it that way. And so, yeah, it stuck, and it ended up turning into a full-time business. Ray, how did you and Ben meet up? We basically just connected through Instagram. Started chatting, going backwards and forwards, and we're in a similar time zone, so yeah, kind of works well. Thank you, Sugar Beats. I like yours too. I want to know the origin story of Sugar Beats, and I'm assuming beets meaning like, you know, like beetroot, right? Like Bears Beats Battlestar Galactica. Hoping you know the Office reference that I'm referring to.
Yeah, you Americans don't say beetroot, do they? It's just beets in general, I think.
Are you a beetroot fan?
I love it. I never was.
Really?
They're a little bit sort of more hassle than they're worth. I think they get pretty messy, but I do enjoy them.
I never really liked them because I feel like they overpower. Like if you put them on bread, like all the juices get soaked up into the bread, and it kind of overpowers the taste of anything else on the sandwich.
That's true.
So I was never a huge fan. And then, I'm a golfer, and at the clubhouse there, they started selling these, fresh salad sandwiches. And I was like, I got it, and I didn't realize it had beetroot on it. And it also has like ham and like pickles and like fresh salad and stuff. It is dead set my favorite sandwich. And my wife gets so jealous because there's like these lovely old ladies that like prepare the salad sandwiches. And so every time my wife cooks me and she puts beetroot on it, and I'm like, oh, look, I don't love beetroot. She's like, well, you don't say that when the old ladies do it for you. Right. So why don't you just go have one of their sandwiches?
Oh, man. So you're a golfer, yeah?
I am. Nice. I am. I'm kind of addicted to learning a little bit like you, like there's definitely that thing of like, you can, I see it very similarly to like art and things like that. Like you'll never master it. You've just got to find joy in doing it, even if the outcome isn't what you want.
Yeah. That's why I don't want to get into it, because I feel like that's dangerous. That's like a time commitment.
Oh yeah.
You got to go somewhere and do something outside. No, I do like the outdoors, but it's like, there's a bit more involved. The gear can get really expensive as well, I'm sure. You got to get the right bits and pieces.
And it's funny, you talk about starting, and I mean, this is a little bit, deeper, but so my dad's always been my dad was a very, very, very good golfer, still is.
Yeah.
But he had the opportunity to turn pro, basically. Like he was really, really good. And so growing up, he, was playing in a lot of competitive teams and things like that. And so I was around it a lot. There's like a lot of photos of me like being very, very young, holding golf clubs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And when I was 18, we ended up moving to a new city. And when that happened, when that was kind of happening, my dad was diagnosed with cancer. It was stage 4 cancer at the time. And they said, look, you've got about 6 months. If you want to like go on a holiday or something like that, absolutely, we'll try and get you to do that. But, that's probably it. And so that was 7 years ago, going on like 8 years ago. And my dad's still with us.
That's great.
I know. And so I watched him go through, chemotherapy and radiation and all of that. And like the physical toll that took on his body, which is obviously intense. And then basically have to learn golf from the ground up.
Right.
And I mean, he's still winning events now, like senior events now, at 70, being told that he wasn't going to make it to, 65.
Yeah.
And I remember I was always like, because I've had my own health challenges and I've got a chronic illness myself. So I was always like, I'll you know, when my dad passes on, I'll have golf to like, you know, get into, and that will be like maybe, you know, a way of like connecting with that memory and things like that.
Yeah.
But then I remember driving, and I was thinking that one day, and I was like, you know what? That is such a silly thought. Like, I can do that right now.
Yeah.
I can just start. I can just do that right. Like there's nothing stopping me from just doing it right now, other than me. So I went home and I was, you know, talking to my girlfriend. I was like, you know what? I think I want to do this. She's like, absolutely, go for it. I said, you know, I've been saving some money, and I was like, you know, I'm going to take a little bit of that money that, you know, been saving, and I'm going to buy some clubs, and I'm going to start learning. I'm going to start going out there and playing. And so since there, I've had a couple of years of playing almost weekly with my dad, and you know, made some good friends, and ended up getting like business opportunities through it, because, you know, you end up meeting people on the course, or you do, you know, various different things. And they say, hey, what do you do? And you go, you know, you're an illustrator, and they say, okay, what's that? Or you get all I can do is stick figures.
Oh, mate. Just like, and you're just like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, oh, that's so original.
Ha ha ha. You just fucking, yeah. Oh man, the amount of times I heard that one.
I think it would be really funny though if like the world's crossed over, and, you know, like you're out on the golf course or something, or in, you know, just in life, and someone says, you know, what do you do? You're an illustrator, and rather than making one of those comments, they go, oh, what brushes do you use?
I'd actually like respect them. I'd be like, nice, fair enough, cool. That's...
Yeah, like, you know, okay.
Yeah, okay, yep, cool. We can, we can talk. But just don't ask me about the brushes again.
Oh man, Sugar Beats. My username story. I was listening to Sugar by the Archies, and there was a beat on the counter near me. I mean, that makes as much sense as anything else.
Beautiful.
Sugar Beats. I always want to learn too many things. I have so many instruments I want to teach myself, and then art. Too many things.
Yep, I can empathise with that. Oh, yeah. A blessing and a curse.
Sugar Beats. Also, you seem like you've been friends forever. Did you guys ever meet up? We haven't yet.
No, just did one Zoom call, I think. I think, yeah, it was just one Zoom call.
Yeah, some accents, and we were friends.
Yeah, that's it. That's how Australia works.
Friends.
You meet another person, and you're just like, hey, yeah, bada bing, bada boom.
I tell you what, it's starting to feel like summer here at the moment. We've got the cherries out and the aircon pumping. Oh.
Yeah, dude. It's been hot the last few days. Been like I think it hit 40 yesterday or the day before or something. So that's Celsius for you other people. Which is, I don't know what it is in the other degrees.
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
How tall?
There you go. Yep.
How tall are the ferrets? One of our dogs, Winnie, who I know that you've also got a Winnie.
Yep.
She's got this thing at the moment, which we've been trying so hard to make sure she doesn't do, where she's been going out and just laying in the sun. Just like each morning she's been going out and laying in the sun. She comes back smelling like roast dog. Like she's just it's like wet dog. There's like a roast dog smell. Oh man.
Yeah. No, I know exactly the smell. Dogs, for how great they are, they fucking don't smell great, do they?
Yeah, they're hard work.
Yeah. And when you get them smelling alright, it doesn't last long. They just need like a dog deodorant just to like spray them every now and then.
And every kind of like thing like that we've tried to use has always made them smell like super artificial. It's almost like Lynx Africa for dogs. Like it doesn't make them smell any better.
Oh man, Lynx Africa. Those are the good old days. I've wore Lynx Africa like no one's business.
I think every teenage boy in high school gets like a can of Lynx Africa on turning 12.
Yep, that's it. Now you're stinky, you're hitting puberty. Here you go. Here's the latest scent of Lynx. It's funny how like presents from others change and how much you appreciate them. Like a pair of socks now, it's just like, oh hell yeah, nice. Whereas back in the day, you're like, what? I hope there's something else. Whether that's just me being a spoiled asshole, I don't know. But I feel like I appreciate those like grown-up gifts more and more now.
Like everyone used to say about, socks and undies for your dad, and like that must be a terrible gift.
Yeah, no.
Like nowadays, if someone's happy to buy like my socks and undies, that's a fortune that I'm saying. That would be
like
awesome.
One less thing I have to worry about. Beautiful.
Yeah. Or like when you get really excited about like new Tupperware or something.
Yeah. If you get that like glass, you get the glass containers. Oh.
Premium.
Mate, they're freaking expensive as well. They're not cheap, but they last forever though.
Although, yesterday my wife said to me, hey, I think there's some fruit that I had in some Tupperware that I've left in the back of the fridge. Could you empty it out?
Oh, no.
And I was thinking
Just throw the whole
I was
thing
like, oh yeah, okay. And I opened it and it's obviously been in there a couple of weeks. Oh my gosh.
You just look, if it's a see-through one, just look at it and just be like, no, it's not worth it. If it's plastic, out of here. Just get a new one.
Sugar Beats said, is that like Axe? Yeah, it is like Axe body spray. It's like...
Did we have Axe? I think we had Axe. But like Lynx is our Axe. Like it was a lot more popular here. Maybe.
Sun Gun said, I'm more concerned as to how they know my underwear size. That's a good point. Touche.
Yep.
Mr. Trendy, my grandparents got me an electric toothbrush and it was the best gift ever. Oh man, I'm jealous.
I want to get... Have you seen those water picks?
Oh, like the flossing thing with like the high pressure water?
Yeah. Those look legit as hell.
Yeah.
How boring.
I just know that... I know, right? Well, and you can only do so much as an adult before you get excited by this, or like a new Dyson comes out or something and you're like, oh, wow. We're at that stage where my wife will send me like reels for like household hacks and things like that on like Instagram.
Yep.
And it's like, like put a hook like inside the cabinet under the sink to put like towels and things like that. And you're like, oh yeah, babe, that's great.
Yeah. One thing I found, cooking eggs, instead of like cracking them in the pan, just bloody throw them in the pan. And when they crack, they just crack perfectly, and then you just take them out. And there's no shell.
Ah!
I was just like, I eat a lot of eggs. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, TikTok. And in return, here's all my data.
Yeah, it is a bit of a trade-off.
Yeah.
Sugar Beats, I once got a towel with my name on it for Hanukkah. I was upset. Are you introverted or extroverted? Asked Sugar Beats.
Is that to who? You go for it first, Sam.
I'm definitely introverted in the sense that Ben's probably going to explain, because I've heard him explain this before, is like I get my energy from like alone time and not talking and doing stuff like that. But like in these situations, similar to Ben, like I can, you know, I guess turn on those characteristics and things like that to be, you know, more socially engaging and things like that. But I'll feel exhausted after this stream, like mentally. I'll just be like, oh, that was a lot. Even though I haven't done anything, I haven't done any sculpting.
No, dude, you're doing it is definitely a well, maybe that says a bit about us. Like, yeah, I'm the same as Sam. Like, it is my default, I guess you could say, is introvert-ish, but it's on a spectrum though. It's not like it's not black and white. But yeah, my default is sort of more introverted. And I get my energy from just doing my own thing.
Mr. Trendy, what was your thought process with coming up with Frank's characteristics?
Well, it started with a German accent.
As all good things do.
Yeah. I don't know, just simple shapes really, and just pushing them. Like, I think I actually started with this, like the bridge of the nose just not having like an indent, right? And that looked kind of funny. And then I just sort of kept going from there.
Stun Guns, obviously talking about your egg revelation, says, wait, what? Won't this shell be in the pan?
Yeah, but only for a split second. And then you take it out. Problem solved. So you just grab it, alright, and you just go, boom, let it go. It cracks, and then you just pick it up, pick the two pieces up, and 9 times out of 10, there's no shell.
I'm definitely trying that tonight when I cook eggs.
This stream that you've learnt, that should be it. That's the most important thing.
Radiah says, my family once planned a surprise birthday party, but I saw the cake beforehand and my sister told me to act surprised when being recorded.
Oh no, that's the worst feeling, to be like, oh thank you. Oh wow, what a surprise. Oh what? Oh.
We did a surprise party for my brother once, and we got those candles that like the trick candles that like don't blow out.
Yeah.
And so the poor guy almost passed out. It was so funny. It really was. It was absolutely hilarious.
He just kept going. He's like, what the fuck? What?
He's exactly. He's gone like blue in the face. We're like, no, just keep going. Like they're just hard to blow.
Yeah.
Couldn't eat the cake because it had so much spit of it. Like it was so funny.
I remember.
And he had like a.
Sorry, go.
Yeah, go.
No, he had a.
He had a young son at the time, so the worst thing was like the poor kids also trying to blow this thing out, and we're just crapping ourselves laughing.
Those are great, those candles. I remember my partner on my 21st. She did a surprise thing for me. It was the one time ever that I just had absolutely no idea. It just came out of the complete blue. Like, we were like going out to dinner. I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, let's go out to dinner. Like, just as a family, like mum, dad, my sister, and my partner. And I'm just like, yeah, just walk up the stairs, blah, 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 blah. This is a bit fancy for, all right, cool. Well, I guess they're being nice, my 21st, blah, 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 blah. Turn around, see one of my mates. I'm like, no way. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? It still didn't click. And then I just like, oh, right. And then I just look up and there's like another friend. And then there's just like a whole table of all my mates. I was just like, what? No way. Like it was just like a complete, just not a clue. That was good fun.
I remember the best surprise birthday story I have is that we had planned to go out and take my dad to have like a surprise birthday. I think it was his, man, it might have been his like 50th or something. Anyway, so we would, we'd planned this whole thing and we had to go for this drive. And so we hadn't kind of told him that we were even kind of going out. We were just like, oh, hey, like, do you want to go out for dinner? But he was like, oh, no, like, I don't want to go to dinner. And so we all had to be like, no, like, we really want to go to dinner. So, like, let's go to dinner.
Yeah.
And so he's like, yeah, no, but I'm not feeling well. I'd really just rather stay home. And we're like, no, we really think you want to go.
Hungry,
you want to, like,
yeah. Care what you feel like. It's dinner time. Let's go.
And so he's like, well, can't we just go somewhere like local? And I was like, no, I've got this, place in mind. Anyway, so like my mum and dad get in this like bickering match, this like mini fight in the front of the car with like us kids in the back. And we all know what's happening except for my dad. So he's in like the shittiest mood, right? And he's like begrudging going up these stairs until he opens the door and there's like, 100 of these people in there. Yeah. It was so funny.
That must have been funny, like swapping out of that mindset of being pissed off and being like, oh, okay. Oh, hey.
Yeah, it was funny as well because it's like it suddenly clicked. It made sense. And it was so funny.
Some people don't like surprise parties. I don't know.
I wouldn't want it, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't choose to have it, or if I did choose to have it, it defeats the purpose of a surprise party. So, but it's, I didn't mind. I thought it was awesome. But it's almost like it was a weird feeling of like you deceived me, but thank you, but you deceived me. So it was kind of like this push and pull there for like a split second. I was like, hold on, you're lying. You lied to me for this long.
Just starts weeping uncontrollably in the corner.
Why would you lie to me?
Thungun says, Sam, are you arting at the moment? I'm not at the moment. No, I'm trying to give my attention to stream as much as possible.
Very good job.
Airmarkable. Oh, well, thank you. Airmarkable says, hey, Sugar Beats, have you heard of the band called the Sugar Cubes? They're pretty sweet. And Ray says, do you guys have conflict over with your partners over what you do? If so, how do you handle it?
Not really. It's probably a cop out, but we don't really. To be perfectly honest with you, we don't really fight too much, ever. I can't think of a time. For me, I don't particularly like the conflicts. I'll try and not get into that situation as much as humanly possible. But yeah, what about you?
I don't think so. I mean, the only thing that I have to be aware of, and I wonder if Ben, if you're the same thing, where it's like I can get in a zone. And I could be working on my iPad, sitting, next to my wife on the couch, and be completely in that zone.
Yeah. And
occasionally she'll be like, hello. Like, are you gonna finish at any point and be present? That kind of thing. I can definitely do that. But she's incredibly supportive, and I wouldn't have been brave enough to go into freelance without her support and the support of my family, because it's just too scary. Unless you have that confidence, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I empathise with that. I can work a little bit too much, probably, maybe. But we're pretty good. Like, we've got our own space in the house. So she does her thing, I do my thing. And it's quite nice that we sort of got our own areas to do our thing. And then when it's time to watch a show or whatever, I try and not have the iPad or the phone out, but I mean, it happens.
Ray asks, what kind of dogs do you have?
Me, they're my partner's dogs, so I guess I kind of have them. But they're 3 Shih Tzus. They've all got their own little personalities. Ollie is the smart one. Winnie is the Frank of the group. And Coco, I think she's got like legit schizophrenia. Because, or like, she's just 2 people or 2 dogs. She'll be like asking you to pat her, right? Not in English, but she'll just be like, pat me. And she'll be like, want you to pat. And then you go to pat her and then she's like, don't you get the fuck away from me. And then she starts growling at you and then you stop and then she's like, what are you doing? Give me more. And then you give her more and she's like, you get the fuck. And then you say, yeah. So that's Coco. And she's a troublemaker. She's the bad influence on all of them.
Man, it's funny. Like, my parents had a Shih Tzu that was like, he was very similar to that. And by the end, he went pretty blind. I mean, he actually went like blind with like kind of like 5 years left in his life. And so we noticed because like I would, come home from work or whatever and get changed, right, into different t-shirt or whatever.
Yeah.
And come out into the lounge room where he was, and he'd jump off the lounge and bark at me as if I was a completely different person.
Oh, these 3 dogs.
Because I changed my shirt.
These fucking idiots. They're barking. I don't know if your dog barks much, but it just does my head in. I don't know. I slowly got used to it.
Both our dogs rile them up.
Sorry?
Both of our dogs rile each other up.
Yeah, that's what happens is one starts and then all 3 of them get going. But Ollie's the angel. He'll just like hang out here with me, and if those like Winnie and Coco are outside barking, he's just like, hey, I'm the good one. I'm just hanging here with you. I love him.
We had we were not sure at first because when so my wife had a little cavoodle, and I had a rescue dog, which was a bigger dog, and so he was a Groodle, and so I was worried like how they would go getting along because like he was a rescue and like he wasn't well socialized with other dogs and things like that, and we were like, like he's a bigger dog, and we were like worried about that. Dead set, he is the sweetest dog to Winnie, like you can imagine. Like he loves her so much. She hates him with a passion.
Oh really? Oh.
She hates him so much. So he will like go up to her and like wag his tail and give her kisses, and she will pull her head back and show her teeth and growl and just make a scene. And as soon as he turns away, she'll like run up to him, and then he'll like turn around and be like, "Whoa, what are you running at me for?" And then she'll like fall on the back, like please don't hurt me. You're so scary.
Oh, they're funny creatures, man.
All right, my man, fellow chatters, I am going to go make some dinner. I appreciate it. I am so keen to see what this ends up as and to see the reel of this getting all cut up with our lovely accents.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it, dude. Like for those of you that didn't see in the beginning, let me just pull up your socials.
Appreciate it.
Sam Scribble, 2 S's. Sam's Scribble. Go check him out. Thank you again for popping in, helping us out with chat, keeping the flow going.
Appreciate it. Anytime I can help out.
Yeah, man. But yeah, you go eat. I'm gonna be needing to do that in a little while. But thanks again, dude.
No problems. And good night to everyone in chat who's going to bed. Thank you. See you later. Stay in chat and keep Ben company.
All right. So you and me begin chat, and then there were 2. Or a little bit more than 2. Let's get my window set up. All right, on Sam's departure, I reckon I might take a minute for a whatchamacallit, a little pair break. I'll see if I can catch up with chat. Sam, are you the same age as Ben? I'm not entirely sure what age Sam is. I can't remember. In the ballpark, I think. Mr. Trendy Ben, watching this character really come together in Blender is inspiring. I appreciate it. It takes time. It takes time, but it's getting there. I reckon I might give the teeth a go. Sure. Oh God. I might give the teeth a go. And sort of, yeah. There's still quite a bit of work to do, but it's ever so slowly getting there. I wonder what he looks like if he's blue. He's giving me like genie vibes from Aladdin. Link materials. Same here. Link them materials. Slowly getting there. But it's all about those like big blocky shapes, right? And this one here has symmetry. So this side of the face, I feel like his left-hand side, like his left-hand cheek, is just going to be the only one sort of doing its thing. Like being like, the smile is like to the side. So then this side of the face is going to be down more because the cheek's not going to be up. So there's that to take into account. MD Azim, now I'm feeling very lonely about this kind of topic. What kind of topic, MD? Without the edgy teeth, he looks so jovial. I know. All right, catch you later, Sugar Beats. I appreciate your popping past as always. Airmarkable. I'm done too. Good night, everyone. Great stream, Ben and Sam. Appreciate it. Appreciate you popping past. Rodia, I'm going to start doing freelance work. Where do you think I should start? I was thinking of opening commissions in Instagram. That's a fantastic place to start. Could even take a look in some of the sort of Facebook groups, maybe even. Alright, I'm going to need a second win to get through this. I think his overall head shape is a little bit too large. So I think this guy even a little bit forward. Feels better. Dungan's think you need to carve his bottom lip. I agree. There's a lot of carving needed. All over the place. Man, I really want to listen to like some Blink-182 or something. Just to get those like good vibes going. Alright, we need some, put on some Cage the Elephant. Who's that? How would you go about doing the scruff on his chin? That's a very good question. I have not a clue. I have no clue. I mean, maybe I do have some ideas, but I think that's going to have to be left for another stream. So it'll take a little bit of time. Let's see if they've got punk in this epidemic sound. Just something. Alright. Let's get this way going. Is this like instrumental punk? It almost gives me like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater vibes. Slightly. Right there. See, I've got very eclectic music taste. Started this stream off with smooth jazz. And here we are. Rod here, what are those things behind you? That's an electronic drum kit. I've been having a lot of fun on recently. Let's give him a tongue, I reckon, maybe. Could be an idea. a trumpet player for next art study. Maybe. I'm not making no promises. We don't even need to back it. Bit of a tongue. Where did he go? There we are. See, that shits me there. Unintentional. That'll do for now. I'm just going to cut this off. So there's something in there. It's super rough. Just so he doesn't look like he's got his tongue chopped off. Move that one down. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Sorry. I'm back, Chad. Ray, love your stylized humans, but curious to see you work on animals and fur. Yeah, that'll be interesting. That would be interesting. I'm down for that. I'll be heading off soon, but have you done extreme caricatures? I haven't, but I'm not opposed to it. Okay. Dylan, good night, my friend. Mr. Tendy, I'll get on Ben's next stream and play his drum set for background music. Is that right? Is that right? Roger, I'm going to go now. Bye, everyone. See you later, Roger. Thank you so much for popping on stream. Something about these ears. Garab, what's the average cost for commissioning a 3D character? I couldn't tell you. I've never done that before, nor have I ever done the commission for someone. I couldn't imagine it'd be cheap. I mean, it all depends on who you get it done by, right? I'm going to think about how do I do these teeth? How do I do these teeth? Let's think. Sugar beets, I'm back eating, then going to sleep. It's 2:30. Sugar beets, go to sleep. It's so important. You know this though. You're an adult. Who am I to say what you should do? Stay up later. Garav, thank you, my friend.
soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind, but everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time.
Next. Have I ever tried ZBrush? I haven't. I've been meaning to. Have you, Mr. Tendi? Tackle these today. Big old bloody trumpers. One tooth at a time, I guess. So let's see. If I can. There's definitely a better way to do this. Guarantee. What am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? Let me go one more level. What? Oh, well, it is what it is. I couldn't do what I thought I was going to do. And then I'm going to extend this out, give that a face there, give that a face there. This is probably the longest way to do it, but I don't know how to do it any other way yet. So we're just going to start placing teeth and then adjusting as we go. Set origin to geometry origin? No. Origin to center of mass. Whoa. Set origin to mass. Thank you very much. Currently learning ZBrush. I've used it most recently to put details on a 3D dragon to make it look scaly and transparent lighting, which I made in class. Fantastic. I guess this is just the tedious bit. We can hide that completely. It's a lot of bloody fiddling. I'll tell you what. It is worth it. Keanu, is art your full-time job? Technically, yes. Like the social media side of things, the setting of my Gumroad tutorial, workshops I'm taking, that is my full-time income. This guy. What am I going to do here? If I join, does that make them all one? Yeah, cool, okay. So then what I can do is I can add the mirror modifier on the head. Now we got the teeth on both sides. Bada bing, bada boom. Hazik, hello, welcome. We can do the same for this guy here. That'll be perfect, that's alright. Then we can tweak everything as we go. So if we tweak this side, that side's going to work. Nice one. Let's get rid of proportional editing. Do something, so I want to have a look. Yeah, that gives me a little bit of a better idea of what's going on. Yep. those need to be further in. That's cool. Is that this? Cool. So. Select this guy. All of these. Oh, you know what I should have done? How do I undo... Okay, anyone in chat that knows Blender, these are all joined. All of these objects are joined. How do I unjoin them? Is there like a separate by something? Mesh, separate by loose parts. Never mind, answer my own question. Or did I? What's going on here? Perfect. Thank you, Ben. Which is great because these will have the modifiers on them, right? So now I can work on them individually instead of having them all in all as like one mesh. So now I can just go with it. I'm going to set the origin mass. And then just go 74. Nope. Overzeal, good job, because I didn't know. Yeah, this is just half of the struggle with learning these things is just even just understanding what you want. It can be very tricky sometimes. Like, what do I want it to do? Like, how would I explain this to get it to do what I want? Do the same thing here, edit mode, mesh, separate by loose parts. Dankeschön. Beautiful. Love it. when you are so good at problem solving, you don't need help. No, I definitely do need help. But I'm also trying to think about the wording of things as well from the developer's point of view. Like, what would they word this thing, this function, if it's available? Because I've heard people say that before, like separate by loose parts, but I never have done it. Then I thought, oh, this would be a scenario where you would need to do that. I wonder if that's it. And it was. Luckily. Otherwise, we've got the old Goog. Ari. Hello, Uncle Ben. Hello, nephew Ari. Hello, Spider-Man. So yeah, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. How you been doing? I'm fine. Was busy with SEM exam. How'd you go with it? Thanks, Sawyer. So yeah, it's getting there. Slowly getting there. Sort of still in the rough stages. No, don't. Oh. The change material shortcut is dangerously close to quit application. What? They did it that way? I just did it. Oh my goodness. How much did I lose, if any? Oh, thank frick for that. Holy shit. That wasn't, that seems like it was planned. I promise you it is not. The shortcut to change materials is Alt Q, right? So I can quickly jump around to different materials when I'm sculpting. Quit is Control Q. Alt and Control are right next to bloody each other, at least on the Mac. Such shitty placement. I've got to change the key binding on that. Fuck. Ay, Dios mío. Alright, let's continue. Mr. Tendi, I should probably get a nap in before class so have a good rest of your stream, Ben. I love watching you sculpt and create a new strong German individual. Appreciate it, Mr. Tendi. You have a good class and a good nap. Hopefully not a nap in class, but you know, whatever happens, happens. I don't know. What do I want to create? Plane. That's edit mode. Let's throw in a little bit of a loop. Then let's go here. No, not multiple loops. We don't want to go here. I want to go dissolve vertices, Then I would like to come here. Get the old rotator. No. Make this global. Rotate around Z. Little ear things. This could actually just help me get started with the geometry of it. And there'll be a time where I'll merge them down eventually. So then here, then we get the solidify modifier. Bada boom. Look at that. We've got a starting point. And we can come to the mirror modifier. Do the bada boom, bada boom. Rub on both sides. Nice. Nice. We just start playing around with the shape. Even do a sneaky little bloody come here and do the old inset faces. Is that inset faces? Inset faces, yeah. No. Yes. Nice. And can be sneaky with it. Or maybe we can't be sneaky with it. Oh, I think we can. And then come here. Oh, maybe, what's going on? I want to rotate. Thank you. There we go, so you've got slightly less room down here. It's a little bit deeper down there because we just rotated it. I'm just talking to myself, that might not make sense to anyone. But I appreciate you still hanging around for those of you that haven't gone to sleep yet. Because this is, how long have I been going for? I don't even know. Jeez, this is a record on, I think, 8 hours. Well, fuck, man. There you go. Time flies when you're having fun. Let's just keep it at that. Let's not get too silly with it. That can help us. There you go. That'll do. These are all just like such nostalgia chord progressions of my teens. They're all like royalty free songs, but it's like kind of. Man, there's a big lag time. I'm looking at the stream and where I'm at. I wonder if that's because I've been gone for so long. There we go. Let's link this material. Yeah, look. Not hating it. Not absolutely loving it. But there's some things that we can do to sort of sharpen things up and make them all hunky-dory. I think what I want to do with the body even. I reckon. Maybe the body's a little bit too big. This is where it comes in handy to keep things pretty low res, especially when you're trying to block things out, because it's easier to make these changes versus when it's like more dense, like say the head. I mean, the head's not super dense yet, but once it gets there, it becomes more and more difficult to make changes. Let's mess around with his nose. It's very herky-jerky there in the viewport. I wonder why. Seems like it's snapping. Why is the viewport snapping, I wonder? No. Dissolve edges, thank you very much. No. Yeah, that's kind of good. Oh, it is what it is. I'm going to remesh it anyway in a sec. Okay, so I want to almost, to keep this crispness of the nose, and just to help me out geometry wise. This could actually really help me. I think, maybe. We'll see. Uh-oh. We've got issues. Where is it? Why is it shading weird? Let's just try and move this. Ah, there's a weird thing going on here. Alright, so then maybe we do the mirror modifier. Actually, yeah, we can throw the mirror modifier on here, I think. Cool. Fixed-ish, I think. Yeah, more or less. Yeah, look, we're getting closer. The top of this head has to come up a little bit. Alrighty. Might just do a quick little extrusion of some eyebrows, and then I might call it a night after that. So come down here. Ooh. No, I don't want to smooth it. Oh, what's going on inside there? What's that stuff? What? What? Okay, let's undo that. Let's try that again. Then. Oh no, what's going on? Yeah. No, we do that. Mask extract. There we go. Cool, so then let's get rid of this side. So we're working in geometry, symmetry at the moment. Oh, my energy's fading. Nice. Weird. Let's go back into sculpt mode, and then let us don't apply the mirror modifier, go back into sculpt mode, and then we can, what can we do? This old guy. Yeah, look, not the best, but it'll do for now. Might just do them as like a darker blue for now. And I might make his eyes super duper shiny. It doesn't do a whole lot because they're in shadow. But if I add in a light to here, but even if it's far away, there should be some specular. There you go. See a little dot? So even in shadow, the specular highlights are going to show. Maybe we do it over here. his head's way too big. I overcompensated up the top there. So let's just scooch him down really quickly, and then I reckon I will call it a day because I'm getting bloody delirious. Flatten it all out. Oh, that's satisfying. I love the spray flash. That's a little bit more on par to what it was. Could be sharper, so I wonder if we pinch this. Maybe pinch that back side there. We're getting there. Maybe if we make the teeth. I always say I'm going to stop. I don't want to keep going. Give the teeth material, make it shiny. Roughness is 0. Yeah, okay, give me a moment. I'm not going just yet. I want to play around with this. Just need to add some extra loops in to make these teeth. I just want to give them, have an idea. Oh, can I do like auto bevel? Is there an auto bevel thingamajiggy? No, that's alright. I'll do it the old school way. Or the only way I know how. Same. Boom. Bada boom. Alright, let's see how when we subdivision surface these guys. Yeah, see how they round off instead of actually shrink in volume. So if we go here, here, link. copy modifiers. Alright, so then if we go they're all shaded smooth now, I think. Except for this back one. Yeah, then if we go here, go to material, make the roughness nothing. Then come back to here, go oh, actually, I've already got that material, so I'll get them all to copy this one. Back to here. Actually didn't change bugger all because we don't have that specular highlight, but what I'd like to do is get some specular going in the teeth. The specular on the top ones and the bottom ones not so much, but well, I mean that's annoying, but that's for future Ben to figure out. Alrighty, well I believe we save that so it doesn't go away. I think that was a successful stream. So, on that note, I think I'm going to head off because it's 7 p.m. here. I started at 10 a.m. and hopefully you got something out of this one. I certainly did. I had a ton of fun. Thank you again to Sam from Sam's Scribbles who popped in part of the way through to help out with chat and sort of keeping me in the flow of things. I really, really appreciate that. And yeah, I think that's gonna do it. And I'm just looking at the replay at the moment. It's pretty far behind, so I'm gonna say goodbye now. I need to get something to eat. I'm starving. I hope you have a great night, morning, evening, midday, 3 p.m, 11:45, wherever you're at. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you in the next one. Catch ya. Hold on. I think I've got a... Actually, I don't want to just cut off. I'm just going to wait here until I get up to the point on the stream where I say goodbye, because I just don't want it to just cut off. Where are we at? Alright, this is awkward if I'm just still here, and if you're still here, my apologies. Is it, or is just this replay delayed? I've got no clue. I'm waiting for the bloody ad to finish. How many fucking... Hold the phone. This would be a very embarrassing end to the stream. To an otherwise successful stream. Hold on. Are we up to the part where I say goodbye? Oh, how embarrassing. It is on time. Okay, well, goodbye, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. And I will see you in the next one. Catch ya.